You all better wait outside. We'll call each of you when we need you." The red-shirted martial artist then calmly walked up the pathway and entered the house. As soon as Ranma Red entered the house, the Tendos and his father immediately spotted him. Before he could get a word in, Ranma was already in front of him and shouting, "Ranma! Where the hell have you been?" Soon was also very upset at his sudden appearance, but he was secretly relieved that the future of the Anything Goes schools was safe and sound. He also noted that he seemed healthier than before. He had more muscle mass and moved with more grace. He did not have the cocky attitude that he usually had. He was serene and controlled as he faced his father's anger. In fact, he didn't seem the least bit concerned at Janma's tirade or the glares that he was getting from Akan. Something was up. Furthermore, you had jeopardized the future of the schools with your disappearing like that. Have you no inner? Janma finished. Ranma Red was still as calm as ever as he waited for his father to stop. He then took a deep breath and said, "Pop, you are the last person to be lecturing to me about honor. In any case, I couldn't care less about merging the schools. I've learned that this whole thing just isn't worth it. In fact, I've learned a great deal about you, Pop. And I've learned even more about myself." "What are you talking about?" Janma asked. Ranma Red gave a telepathic signal and a moment later, Ranma Blue entered the house. The Tendo family and Janma did a collective face fault. Ranma Red smiled triumphantly as he gestured to his sibling. "Allow me to introduce my twin brother, Tendo-Saotome. 20 minutes later, both Ranmas were sitting beside each other at the table as they finished their story on how they became separated. Soon and Janma were flabbergasted. Akan was between amazement and disgust as she realized that there were two Ranmas now. Nebiki was already formulating on how much income this development would make, and Kasumi was Kasumi. She said her trademarked, "Oh my," soon became very excited afterwards. "So you are saying that there are now two of you?" "Well, yeah," Ranma Red started. Soon began jumping for joy as he pounded Janma on the back. "Saotome, do you realize what this means? We can now have two of my daughters married and doubly ensure that the future of the Anything Goes School of Martial Arts." "You're right, Tendo." Janma joined in on his friend's revelry. They began shouting and laughing with glee. Janma took out a bottle of sake and both started to take long pulls of the stuff. Nebiki and Kasumi became understandably shocked as they realized that one of them was about to be engaged to Ranma's twin. It was at this time that both Saotome brothers decided to end this display. Sitting straight up, the twins emitted a loud ahem which caught the attention of the two cavorting fathers. "We hate to burst your bubbles, but my brother and I are not marrying any of the Tendo girls," Ranma Blue stated. "What?" Both Sue and Janma turned suddenly as they heard Ranma Blue's declaration. "That's right," Ranma Red agreed. "Foolish boys," Janma roared. "It is a matter of honor that the two of you wed the Tendo girls. The promise stated that any children I have will marry any of Soon's children. HMPF. Ranma Red snorted. That promise doesn't mean squat to us. We've had enough of your stupid promises, which we had no say in. I'm not going to do it. Ditto for me. Ranma Blue added. Besides, we already have fiancés. What? Both men roared. Ranma Red and his brother sent telepathic signals to their future wives, who then entered the house and took their places beside their respective Ranma. Ukyo Kwanji had just consented to be my bride, not only because of that Okonomiyaki cart, but because she loves me and I love her. Ranma Blue said as he embraced a smiling Ukyo. Ranma Red followed suit by taking Shampoo into his arms. I'm going to marry Shampoo. We love each other, and since I beat her, by Amazon law, we have to get hitched. Needless to say, Akan did not take this news any better than her father did. Her temper began a fast boil as she saw the two pig-tailed boys hug Ukyo and Shampoo. She then exploded as each gave their fiancés a tender kiss. Or anime, you jerks. Akan then whipped out her hammer and swung it at the heads of the twin Ranmas. Both Ranmas had expected this reaction. Without even breaking off the kiss, Ranma Red put up one finger and stopped the hammer with apparently no effort. Ranma Blue followed up by launching a Kai Blast, which reduced the hammer's head into atomic particles. Akan was left staring stupidly at the handle of her now useless weapon. The two Ranmas then broke off their kisses and turned to an enraged Akan. Just what we expected from you, Akan. Ranma Red started. You bet. We've had to put up with your temper tantrums for almost a year. Ranma Blue said. It was then that Akan exploded. You're both perverts. Pigs. Lechers. You'll grab any bimbo that comes along. Who are you calling me IMGOs? Shampoo and Ukyo shouted. I will not allow it. Soon roared. I agree. Ranma added. You two will marry a Tendo girl and that's final. For the honor of our two families and the future of the schools, you both will follow through. I do not agree. As soon as Nodoka's voice was heard, Ranma stiffened and turned white. He began to quiver and tremble uncontrollably as his knees began to knock together. He began to slowly turn around to the direction of the voice. The Tendo family also turned their heads toward the sound of Nodoka's shout. Near the doorway which led to the hall, stood Ranma's mother and Cologne. Nodoka was standing in a classic dueling pose. In both of her hands, she gripped the hilt of a katana. Before entering the building, she had unwrapped the sword from its cloth bindings. The curved blade glinted with a deadly light as she leveled it toward her husband. Her face had a dark look and her eyes seemed to glow with a fiery light as her rage began to be felt in the room. Beside her, Cologne balanced on her staff and also looked at Ranma with a disparaging eye. The appearance of the two women would have made Kami-sama himself think twice about making them any angrier. And no Nodoka. Ranma stammered. His voice was barely more than a whisper. Before he could say anything else, Nodoka charged with unbelievable speed and delivered a downward slash at her spouse. The Tendo daughters screamed. Ranma also screamed and shut his eyes, expecting to die at that moment. He then heard a splash and the sound of breaking glass that was hitting the floor. When he opened his eyes, he looked down and saw a puddle and the bottom of the sake bottle he was holding on the floor in front of him. He then looked at the hand that was still holding the bottle's neck. The katana had sliced the bottle cleanly into 2 pieces. It was apparent that Nodoka knew how to use that sword. Nodoka then lifted the sword and it had its tip less than a millimeter from Ranma's exposed throat. She then gritted out a greeting through clenched teeth. "Hello, Ranma. It has been a long time." Her voice was practically dripping with venom. Cologne hopped over to her great-granddaughter's side and said, "It seems that your wife wishes to discuss something with you, Tendo-Saotome. I would advise you to choose your words with care." No one in the room could anything more than stare at the scene. All the matriarch of the Saotome clan had to do was push forward slightly and Ranma would no longer be counted among the living. Seeing this, Ranma tried to reason with his enraged wife. "And Nodoka, it's good to see you again. I would have called this sooner." But silence. Nodoka commanded. "I want none of your excuses." Both Ranmas came up to their mother. As they approached her, they tried to calm her down. "Mom." Ranma tried to put a hand on her shoulder. Without taking her eyes off Ranma, their mother said in a stern voice, "Stay out of this, my sons. This is between your father and I." The Saotome twins knew that this was one of those times to back off. Nodoka then addressed her husband. "How dare you arrange a marriage for Ranma without consulting me?" Ranma swallowed hard as he responded. It was a matter of honor that Ranma be married to a Tendo. The schools of the Anything Goes martial arts were to be united. Inner. Nodoka roared. "How dare you talk about honor when you had none of it to begin with? WWH, what do you mean?" Nodoka calmed down a little before continuing. "My son was no more than a few months old when you sold him for a fish. But dear, I was starving and he did throw in the rice and 2 pickles." Nodoka whirled and sent a diagonal slash at one of Ranma's arms. Ranma was too shocked to even flinch. When he looked down at his arm, he saw that she had cut the sleeve of his gi clean off. The material fluttered to the floor. His arm was untouched. The tip of her sword was back at his throat in an instant. "And Nodoka, please listen." Ranma tried again, but he was cut off as her sword lightly touched his skin. Ranma's mother was clearly becoming angrier. "I would have thought that you had learned your lesson after that, Ranma." I did, dear." The girl that was engaged to Ranma had renounced her claim. "You did not." Nodoka slashed off the other sleeve of her husband's gi, then returned the blade to its position at Ranma's Adam's apple. "When Ranma was 6, you engaged him to Ukyo Kwanji. You stole her dowry and abandoned her." Ukyo flinched at the memory. "But Nodoka," Ranma meekly said, She would have none of it. She then began slashing at Ranma's GI, taking care not to cut her husband, at least not yet. With every stroke, she shouted out each of Ranma's crimes. Pork cutlets. Slash. 5 bags of rice. Slash. ANALL you can eat buffet. Slash. And KAMISAMA only knows how many more you would have done. Slash. 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 By this time, Ranma's GI looked like Swiss cheese. He trembled so hard from the near misses that he fell to his knees. Nodoka suddenly stopped in her attacks and held her sword high. It looked as if she was preparing to lop off her husband's head. "Mom!" both Ranmas shouted. Nodoka began to compose herself as she replied, "Do not worry, my sons. I am not going to kill him, today. There is still the matter of your engagements to settle." Leaving Ranma to grovel on the floor, she turned to Soon, who was still in shock at her display. After a long moment, Soon shook himself out of his stupor. His family listened intensely as their father tried to set their future. "Madam, I was unaware that your husband had done these things. However, as a matter of honor, your sons must still marry my daughters. Akan is already engaged to one of them, so now we must." Nodoka said in a firm, yet expressionless voice. "I beg your pardon. I said Mrs. Saotome. It is a matter of honor that." Soon did not finish as she half raised her sword. "As of now, the promise that my idiot husband had made to you has been invalidated. Ranma has already proven himself incapable of keeping his word. He broke his vow to your family when he started using Ranma as a means to fill his fat belly. But I will tolerate no objections to my decision. Furthermore, I have already seen how unsuitable Akan is to either of my sons." She was about to strike my sons, when all they did was give their fiancés a kiss. I had already given them my blessings for their engagements to Ukyo and Shampoo. Mousse here, Soon started. "No, you see here, Mr. Tendo. My sons had already told me what had been going on in this house for the past several months. After seeing Akan's behavior today, I tend to agree with their assessment of her. But, also, I do not like being lied to." "What are you talking about?" Soon asked nervously. "This." Nodoka pointed to her husband. As if on cue, both Ranmas understood what their mother wanted and grabbed their father. With a mighty heave, they tossed the still sniveling martial artist out the door and into the koi pond. The panda came up sputtering and held up a sign. "How dare you do this to your father?" signed the panda. Nodoka turned her attention to Soon. "You told me that my husband was with my son on a training trip yesterday, when in fact he was behind me in his cursed form. Why, you know about the curse of Jews and Kyo?" Soon sputtered. "My sons came to me yesterday and explained everything. They also informed me that you were still intent of forcing Ranma to marry Akan, even though Teirei Daikaku and Ukyo Kwanji had arrived with legitimate claims on my son. But the promise made between myself and Ranma was made before Ranma or my girls were born. It has the right of seniority. No, it does not. Nodoka affirmed. Akan still retains her dowry. The Tendo dojo has neither been given nor spent. Ukyo's dowry has already been taken and spent. In addition, my husband had taken food from other families, while carelessly engaging my son to their daughters. He has caused much dishonor to several families. It was then that I had decided to disallow all engagements that Ranma had made on my son's behalf. But that would mean that Ukyo, I said all the engagements that GNMA had made. I said nothing about any engagements that my sons had made. Your sons? Soon sputtered. Nodoka nodded. Ranma Blue had proposed to Ukyo 3 days ago, while Ranma Red had promised himself to Shampoo. Since they had made their decision of their own free will, I consider their engagements to be valid. Akan became shocked as she heard these words. Although she would never admit it, she had become rather attached to Ranma over the past months. Now both Ranmas had proposed to her rivals. This revelation had hurt her both emotionally and physically. Now Ranma's mother had declared that her engagement was invalid. She could do nothing but stand like a zombie as the adults argued. Less than he doesn't love me. I thought he cared about me. Greater than Akan was just about on the verge of tears. I protest, Soon declared. He could not believe that his lifelong dream was being destroyed before his eyes. As their mother, I have far greater authority. Nodoka looked at him dangerously. The matter is settled. As Ukyo and Shampoo became overjoyed with her announcement and began hugging their future husbands, she then turned to the panda, who cowered under her intense gaze. As for you, Ranma, count yourself lucky that I do not demand that you commit seppuku now. I may still demand you to commit it later. The Saotome matriarch turned back to Soon, who was now bawling at the situation. Oh, do be silent, Mr. Tendo. The matter is settled. Act like a man of your age. Now the schools will never be joined. Tears came down in buckets as Soon paced aimlessly around the room. Nodoka watched the man with pity. After 5 minutes of his constant wailing, Nodoka sighed and turned to her sons, who were still being affectionately hugged by their fiancés. Come, my sons. It is time we all took our leave. Both boys stood up with their future wives and turned toward the door. As they headed out of the house, their mother and Cologne followed them. Before exiting, Nodoka turned back toward the Tendo family. She addressed Akan while Nebiki and Kasumi were busy trying to console their father. Ranma was still in his panda form as he patted his weeping friend's back. Their mutual dream to unite the school had been torn apart. Akan Tendo. Although this engagement did not work out, I bear no malice toward you or your family. I had wanted to get to know you all better, but I am afraid that the only way to settle this situation was to end it. I apologize for any distress that I have caused you. Akan did not seem to hear her. She was still standing in shock as her thoughts swirled in her head. Less than Ranma single quotes leaving. He's not coming back. He doesn't single quote T love me exclamation point greater than Nodoka noted the expression on the youngest Tendo and then sighed. This was not how she wanted things to end. However, she could think of no other way. She bowed silently and was gone. It was then that Akan sank to her knees and began sobbing. Kasumi and Nebiki noticed her and went over to console her. Soon, on the other hand, turned to his friend in a rage. Saotome. This is all your fault. The panda backed away as Soon's demon head filled up the room. In the corner, Akan sobbed quietly with her sisters crouched down beside her. Shampoo and Cologne, after bidding the Saotome family goodbye, headed toward the Neko and to open for business. Ukyo had also left the group as she too had a business to run. The twins and their mother began heading back toward their home. As they walked, they began asking Nodoka some questions. "Mom, what about Pop?" Ranma Red inquired. Nodoka took on an intense, but thoughtful look. "Your father may either stay with the Tendo family, or come home to us. If he does return, I assure you, he will be under my strict supervision. Are you going to make him commit seppuku?" Ranma Blue asked. Nodoka paused for a long time before answering, "No. For now, I am going to let him think about the crimes he has committed over the last 10 years. I'm sure that soon Tendo is venting his rage on him right now. That will give him added incentive not to do such foolish things in the future. However, he is still my husband and your father. Killing him so soon, after not seeing my family in over a decade, does not sit well with me." Both Ranmas nodded. They both knew that their father was a slow learner, but now that Nodoka was aware of his failings, they could now hope that Janmo would not cause any more difficulties for them. "Well guys, I'm glad to see that the matter of the engagements has now been settled," Taron said from the realm of infinity. Nodoka perked up when she heard Taron. She then relaxed as she remembered who it was. "Hey Taron, where's Soren?" Ranma Blue asked. "I'm right here," Soren answered. "Now that you've gotten everything cleared up, it's time for the both of you to continue with your training." "Right now?" Ranma Blue asked. "Yes, I'm afraid that the training must go on. We need you to meet us at the park." "But what about Mom?" Ranma Red looked at his mother. Nodoka smiled as she said, "Go ahead you two. I'll be going home now. If you'll allow me Nodoka, I can get you home in an instant." Soren offered. "Just a moment." Nodoka turned to her sons and hugged them both. "Take care you two. I expect you back by dinner." She then released her sons and said, "I'm ready now." She was suddenly enveloped in a bright flash as Soren used his magic to teleport her to her house. As the light faded away, the Saotome twins began heading for the park. Nodoka suddenly appeared in front of her house. She was slightly disoriented at being instantly transported across Tokyo. However, remembering what her sons had told her about Soren and Taron, she quickly got over it. She headed into her house to make preparations for her son's return. Although she was still amazed at what had happened to Ranma in the last few days, she found that she could get used to the fact that Ranma was now twins. She had two sons. They had proven themselves as men among men. They had become excellent martial artists. They were honorable. They were engaged to girls who loved them, and most of all, they still loved their mother dearly, despite her 10-year absence from their lives. She couldn't ask for anything more. At the park, Soren and Taron were waiting for their pupils to arrive. On the other side of the city, dark clouds began to form as the time of the contract renewal drew near. To be continued, offer single quote S notes. Phew. Chapter 9 is finally done. I've had a lot of trouble with this installment since the business of having to Ranma Sotomes caused me to have writer's block. Now that their business with the Tendo clan is finished, our twin heroes must now deal with coming back to school. I'll also add Mousse into the plot and introduce the first of the Dark World villains. I know I should have introduced them sooner, and I may do some revision to the previous chapters later. Right now, I have to go with the flow of my creative juices as they hit me. Dual Destinies. The characters of Ranma one half belong to the remarkably talented Rumiko Takahashi. This story is based on said characters, and I write this only for entertainment. Less than greater than, thoughts less than, greater than Chinese language left curly bracket, telepathic communication chapter 10 challenge exclamation point. The park. Ranma Blue was astonished as he watched Taron float above him. As the immortal floated down to the ground, the young martial artist excitedly asked, "Are you going to teach me that?" Taron smiled and nodded at his wide-eyed pupil as he responded, "What you saw was a reverse application of that gravity-altering technique that I taught you a few days ago." "You mean, instead of making things heavier, I can make them lighter? Maybe make them weightless altogether?" "That's right, Ranma Blue. In addition to manipulating the elements of nature, you can also achieve physical control over certain universal laws. Gravity is just another aspect of the physical realm." "Cool." Ranma Blue paused for a moment, then his eyes opened wide. "Hey! If that's true, then I could not only be able to just float, I can actually fly." "You're catching on, boy!" Exclamation point double quote. On the other side of the park. "Whoa! How are you doing that?" Ranma Red asked as he watched his teacher Soren float in midair, 10 feet above the ground. Soren smiled as he began drifting down to the ground. "What you have witnessed was my levitation spell." "Levitation? That's right," Soren said as he touched down. "This spell will enable you to lift heavy objects from a distance. As you can see, it can also work on one's own body." "Is this like my brother's power to increase gravity, just in reverse?" "Not really. You see, my brother is teaching Ranma Blue how to manipulate the force of gravity on an object. What you have seen is something different. Instead of just changing the amount of gravitational pull on an object, I am using my ki to manipulate the mystical forces in the area to negate the force of gravity. In essence, I am countering gravity's pull with a force that is opposite to it. Wow! Ranma Red remarked excitedly. He was eager to learn the new technique. Indeed. However, there are limits to this ability. It cannot increase the gravitational pull on an object, since it has nothing to do with gravity. Secondly, it takes a great deal more concentration than simple gravity manipulation. What are the good points about this power? Well, besides being able to fly and move objects from a distance, you'll be able to use this power to form a protective barrier. You might not be able to change an object's weight, but you are able to increase or decrease an object's speed. Furthermore, you can also change an object's direction. I believe the scientists of Earthfact termed this as psychokinesis. What are we waiting for? Let's get started! ! Meanwhile, somewhere else in reality, while the twin Ranmas began to increase their already formidable abilities, two dark figures were observing the scenes from another place that was between places. Unlike the realm of infinity, though, this place was dark and foreboding. There was hardly any light as the two shadowy beings floated in a void of gray. Straight chunks of rock floated aimlessly in the sea of nothingness as swirling mists wafted about. This was the realm of oblivion. The two figures seemed to be the only living beings in the place. They were identical in appearance, but one could hardly call them human. Both figures had massively muscled, humanoid bodies, but had blue-tinted scales instead of skin. Their mouths seemed to be set in permanent scowls with huge fangs protruding up from their lower lips. Their eyes were red with slitted pupils. Their fingers had long nails that resembled talons, and each had their long, bone-white hair done up in a ponytail. The only way to tell them apart was that one wore bright, crimson battle armor on his arms, legs and torso. The rest of his clothing consisted of black boots, pants and tunic. The other had steel blue armor. Both also sported black capes that flowed down to the middle of their backs. The two beings frowned as they looked at the scenes that were being displayed on a flat disc that hung in midair. They watched with disgust as they saw the twin Ranmas master their new techniques with unbelievable ease. Finally, the blue-armored one turned toward his companion. "I cannot believe that Taron and Soren have found their champions," said the blue-armored demon, his voice dripping with utter hatred. The one in the red armor nodded. "Indeed. Shiroka will not be pleased." Suddenly, the images on the disc became blurred and the edges started to quiver as it tried to maintain its shape. The red-armored demon raised his hand and fired a blast of red algorithm energy at the disc. The viewing portal became stabilized and resumed its function. As the two man-beasts saw each Ranma successfully master his new technique, they became ever more angry. "Blast those twins," said the demon in the blue armor. "At this rate, they will be ready long before the time of the contract renewal. I cannot believe any mortal could learn that quickly." What are we to do, Yuruka? Asked the demon in the red armor. At this point Hakoto's, nothing. Tsuruka replied. Although the dimensional barrier weakens as the time of the contract renewal grows near, we are still unable to cross over into the Earth realm. It is taking much of our power just to see what is happening. I had thought that the Masters had destroyed one of the Chosen Ones 16 years ago. Yes. It had taken the life energies of nearly half the Dark World Council in order to pierce the dimensional barrier and destroy one of the twins. However, that blasted Kami-sama had managed to save Ranma's brother by merging the two of them together. I had thought he had gone mad when he arranged for the Sodom boy to be immersed in the spring of Brown Girl. Now I see that it was all part of his plan. How will we explain this to Master Shiroka? He is probably aware of this situation by now. All we can do now is wait and watch for any opportunity. With these words, the two agents of the Dark World turned their attention back toward the glowing disk atop the Earth realm. It was late afternoon as the Sodom brothers headed toward their mother's house. However, they were not walking or leaping between rooftops. They were not even touching the ground. Instead, they had decided to use their newfound skills and were flying at an altitude of 1,500 feet. As they sped through the air, the two engaged in an aerial sparring match. Ranma Red and his brother darted back and forth as they fought in midair. They threw midair punches and kicks as they swooped, dived and streaked across the skyline like maddened dragonflies. After 30 minutes or so, the twins began to feel the strain of their attacks while keeping themselves aloft. Deciding to conserve their power, the two made a beeline to the house of Nodoka Sodom. Nodoka was just about finished with cooking dinner when she heard her boys call. "Mom! We're back!" Ranma Red shouted. Nodoka put down the dishes on the dining room table and went to the front door to greet her sons. However, when she came outside, she could not see her offspring anywhere. She looked around in confusion, but she could not locate her boys. "Up here, Mom!" Ranma Blue called. Nodoka looked up and her eyes widened as she beheld her twins gently descending to the ground from above. She was understandably in shock as her two Ranmas lightly landed beside her and took her into a three-way hug. After a minute, she calmed down and began hugging them back, realizing that she should expect a few surprises. After all, it's not every day that her only child suddenly becomes twins, rub elbows with goddesses and is chosen to ensure the safety of the earth. She was still getting used to the idea that she now had two children to cook for. Later on, the Sodom family is sitting around the dinner table as they finished up the evening meal. During this time, the family has been engaging in quiet discussion. "So Mom, have you heard from Pop?" Ranma Red asked. "Not as yet, my son," Nodoka replied, her face betraying a hint of annoyance at the mention of Ranma. "Since he hasn't come home, I would assume that he was still staying at the Tendo dojo." "Are you sure, Mom?" Ranma Blue said. "I mean, Mr. Tendo looked mad enough to toss pop out on his ears. I do not think so. Your father had always assured me that he and Soon were the closest of friends. The fact that he had supported the three of you all this time and how he had forgiven Ranma's misdeeds says much about his patience. I guess so. Ranma Blue admitted. Pop and Mr. Tendo were always so close. I don't think we ever saw them not playing shogi, drinking, groveling in front of Rapo's eye or trying to push us closer to Akan. Yeah. Ranma Red sighed. By the way, where do you suppose that old lecher is anyway? Double quote at the Tendo dojo. Both Soon and Ranma are groveling in front of Rapo's eyes, who is sitting on the floor and smoking his pipe. After being told of what had occurred, the Wizen Master had clearly become upset. You two are a disgrace to the Anything Goes School of Martial Arts. The ancient pervert took a puff of his pipe. Not only did you lose to chances of uniting the schools, but I am now left without an heir. We're sorry, Master. Ranma meekly apologized. Forgive us, Master. Soon said with tears in his eyes. Silence. The old lecher roared. It seems that it's up to me again to get your sorry behinds out of the fire again. A new ray of hope dawned on the sniveling martial artists as they raised their heads and said, You all. Tako's eye nodded as he sat up. Don't worry, boys. By the time I'm through with those twins, they'll be begging to be back here. Besides, Tako's eye began to head toward the door. It'll be nice to have those lovely breasts to grope once more. Now with two of them, I'll have twice as much fun. He. As soon as Tako's eye was out of earshot, Soon looked at Ranma and asked, Do you think we should tell him that the twins are no longer cursed? Are you kidding, Tendo? I don't want to make him any madder than he already is! Double quote the House of Nodoka. I'm still very worried about this dark world that you have told me about. Nodoka said. I had just been reunited with the two of you and met your fiancés. I don't think I would be able to stand it if I were to lose one or both of you. It sounds so dangerous. Mom, please understand. We have to do this. Ranma Red stated. If we don't do this, the world will end. If that happens, then it won't make any difference whether we die or not. This is the reason why we're here now. Ranma Blue added. This is what all the training is for. We are the chosen twins. It's our responsibility. The mother of the Saotome twins looked at her offspring with an appraising eye. Finally, she gave them a small smile as she said, It is good that you both take your responsibilities seriously. I am grateful that you are not like your father. We're glad too. Taron. Both brothers responded. Suddenly, there was a flash of light and the original champions of Earth appeared before the Saotomes. Nodoka was startled by their sudden appearance, but her sons came to her side, assuring her that everything was all right. We're terribly sorry about dropping like this, but it was important that we speak to you and your sons, personally. Soren began. Oh, I'm sorry. We haven't introduced ourselves. I am Soren. And I am Taron. The twins bowed to Nodoka, who relaxed when she realized that they were her son's benefactors. It is a pleasure to finally meet the ones who had given my family back to me. We are pleased that you have come to terms with Ranma's situation so quickly. Soren nodded to both brothers. Hey Taron. What brings you both here? I thought our training session was over for today. Ranma Blue asked. "It island," Taron replied. "However, we do need to inform you both on certain things that are going to happen in the near future." "Is it about the Dark World?" Ranma Red inquired. "Yes. The dimensional barrier is becoming weaker with each passing day," Soren began. "As a result, Shirokon may send some of his agents over to this reality and try to stop you from fulfilling your roles in the contract renewal." "Shirokon?" the Ranma brothers and Nodoka said. Both of the immortals nodded as Taron continued. "Shirokon is the emperor of the Dark World. He rules his realm with the proverbial iron fist. He is incredibly cruel and would not hesitate to enslave or destroy all life on Earth. He was the one responsible for causing Ranma to be born an only child." Soren took up the explanation. "Yes. You see, between each contract renewals, there is a near impenetrable barrier between our dimensions. It is because of the dimensional wall that both the Earth realm and the Dark World remain separate. However, it begins to weaken whenever the contract needs to be renewed." Taron then continued. "It was 16 years ago that Shirokon decided to gamble away the lives of half his ruling council in order to stop the two of you. He killed those members and used their own life energies to break through the barrier. The huge amounts of Dark World essences were enough to cause a small gap to appear in the Earth realm. It was through this gap that Shirokon cast a spell on your mother and destroyed one of the fertilized eggs. He killed half his council, just to destroy one of us," Ranma Blue said incredulously. Soren nodded. 20 members of the Dark World Council were snuffed out in an instant. Nearly all of them protested. "That explains it," Nodoka said thoughtfully. "Explains what, Mom?" Ranma Red asked. "A week before I found out that I was pregnant, I had suddenly come down with a fever. My entire body ached, but what really hurt the most was a stinging pain in my belly. The following day, I began to get morning sickness. Later on, I assumed that the stinging pain was just part of the sickness." "Did you feel a sense of absolute relief the day after?" Soren asked. "Why yes, how did you know?" Taron replied. "That was the time that Kami-sama had placed the soul of Ranma's brother within the remaining egg. After Ranma was born, the soul of his brother was brought into the world also." "I see. Now that you know what had happened 16 years ago, I hope you understand why your sons must face this danger now." "Actually, I do understand that they must fight these demons now. However, I do not understand why these Dark World people had not tried something like this on your previous champions." Soren and Taron looked at each other for a long moment before the white-shirted immortal responded. "The reason why they have become so desperate as of late is because this is their last chance. What? Both Ranmas said. When the contract was made 10,000 years ago, Kami-sama had added a small sub-clause. It specifically said that if the Dark World were unable to defeat the Earth realm within 10,000 years, then the dimensional barrier would be forever sealed. After 10 millennia, they had wasted both their efforts and power, trying to defeat our champions. Why didn't Kami-sama make up that clause to seal them away the first time around? Ranma Blue asked. At the time, Soren replied, the dimensional wall was so damaged that it would have been impossible for even Kami-sama to fix. During the Great Conflict, the deities of this world had taxed their powers to the limit. The Dark World had also depleted its power. It would take several thousand years before the space-time continuum would become stable enough for Kami-sama to effect permanent repairs. That is why he drew up the contract in the first place. To effect temporary repairs and to stall for time. That's right. Taron agreed. When the contract was being drawn up, Kami-sama secretly added that sub-clause into it, hoping that the Dark World would not notice it. For the next 10,000 years, the contract has been upheld without question. However, in recent times, Shirokawa had discovered the sub-clause. Since his ancestors had signed the contract, he had no choice but to follow it. Now we fear that he knows of your existence. He will try to stop the two of you. Most likely try to kill you. Nodoka became light at this statement. I will not allow it. I have just gotten my family back. I will not put them in such danger. My sons will not be subjected to this. Soren shook his head. I'm afraid that it's not possible, Mrs. Saotome. Your sons are the chosen ones. If they do not battle with the Dark World, then Shirokawa will win by forfeit. Then the Earth will be doomed to slavery or destruction. Can't you find another pair of twins? Nodoka pleaded. Soren and Taron shook their heads, as Taron answered, No, I'm afraid that there is not a pair of twins on Earth that have the right attributes. Ranma Red and Ranma Blue are the sole hope for Earth's survival. Nodoka looked as if she wanted to argue some more, but she then looked at her sons. She saw the looks of determination in their eyes. They were willing to sacrifice all for the safety of the world. They showed no outward indications of fear. They wanted to fulfill their obligations. It was a matter of honor. Most of all, they were ready to die for their loved ones. Nodoka could not help but feel proud of her two Ranmas. They were truly men among men. The matriarch of the Saotome clan took up her offspring in a teary hug as she cried softly. My left parenthesis sob sons. I have just gotten you back. I was left parenthesis sob so happy that you had gotten engaged to Shampoo and Ukyo. Now I left parenthesis sob learn that the weddings may not occur. I may never see my grandchildren. I may lose both of you all over again. Sob. The Ranmas held back their tears as they reassured their mother. Don't worry, Mom. Ranma Red declared. We won't let that happen. Yeah. We are going to win. Ranma Blue agreed. We'll save the world. The three Sodoms embraced each other for a long time before they finally separated. Nodoka wiped the tears from her eyes and addressed the immortal twins. You will look after them. We will be watching over the both of them. You have our solemn promise. And unlike Ranma, Taron added, we keep our word. Nodoka nodded as she thanked the two. Soren then turned his attention on the Sodom brothers. The two of you must now rejoin with the rest of the world. We are quite certain that your mother wishes you to go back to school and finish your education. Both Ranma twins became surprised at the change in subject. They both looked at their mother, who nodded. But what about our training sessions? Ranma Blue queried. Don't worry. Soren replied. We're already ahead of schedule. I'd say that the two of you will be ready too, maybe 3 days before the contract expires. We will be training you after school, so that we won't interfere with your daily lives. Taron added. We'll still be looking after you, just in case the dark world tries something. Until then, we bid you good night. In a flash, Taron and Soren disappeared, leaving the twins with their mother. Nodoka smiled at her sons as she said, Now then you two, it's getting late. I want the two of you to get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, the both of you will resume your classes at Furinken. But Mom, Ranma Red began. Nodoka put her hand up. No need to worry. I had already phoned the school while you were gone. I had told them that Ranma's twin would be enrolling tomorrow. I've already taken care of all the details. Now off to bed with you. The next day, the Ranma twins decided to take a less spectacular way to get to school that morning. Ranma Red had decided to test the limits of his teleport-ion spell. Within an instant, the two boys found themselves less than a block away from the gates of the high school. As they began walking toward the front gates, they saw Nebiki and Akan some 20 meters ahead of them. Hey! It's Akan and Nebiki. Ranma Red twanged. Do you think we should see her now? Ranma Blue wondered. I don't know. Akan was pretty ticked off yesterday. You're right. We'll give her some space. Up ahead, Akan was in a very depressed mood. She had not gotten much sleep the night before. Her mind had focused on nothing but Ranma's departure from her home. Both of them. The fact that they were now going to marry Ukyo and Shampoo had put her into a deeper funk. Less than I can't believe that they done single quote T-L-love, no. I won't say it. They're just a couple of jerks anyway. Why should I care if they're not my fiancé? They did nothing but insult me and call me uncute. They didn't even say goodbye last night. I should be glad that they're gone! Greater than despite her denials, Akan knew that she was only fooling herself. She had gotten used to Ranma over the last several months, and seeing him as twins had shocked her. What became the biggest blows to her already fragile feelings was the announcement of her engagement being invalidated and the new engagements of both twins to her biggest rivals. Since then, Akane had not been the same. She had spent a near sleepless night replaying yesterday's events in her mind. Every time she imagined Ranma in the arms of Ukyo or Shampoo, her mood would darken. She would never admit to anyone that it was jealousy, but she couldn't stand the thought that both Ranmas were now showing affection toward those other girls, rather than to her. They also seemed to have changed personalities. They were more enthusiastic with their new engagements and they were less cocky than the single Ranma had been. Akane sighed sadly as she trudged her way to the school. Nabiki looked at her sister with concern. Like her sister Kasumi, she knew that Akane had more feelings toward Ranma than she would admit to. Last night, she had heard her sister quietly sobbing and this morning, Akane's eyes were still puffy and red. Nabiki shook her head. Less than how could Ranma do this to her? I thought he cared about her exclamation point greater than Nabiki shook her head. Things were not going to be easy for the next few days. With Ranma no longer living in the dojo, her sister was heading towards a roller coaster of angry, sad and hurt feelings. Her father was no better. After the twins had departed with their mother, soon Tendo had become a veritable waterfall of tears. He would either shout at Ranma about the situation being his fault or he would bawl his head off over the schools never being joined. He still considered Ranma's father as his best friend, but the recent events had strained their relationship. Ranma was still staying at the dojo and playing shogi with her father, but they lacked the usual happy-go-lucky spark that they always carried. With Ranma gone, Nabiki knew that the family would be going downhill soon. At the gates of Furinkan High, students were busy milling about their business as they headed toward their classes. Several students turned their heads as they saw Nabiki and Akane enter through the gates. Ordinarily, this would not be an uncommon sight, but what the students did notice was that Ranma was not at Akane's side. This sparked the interest of several boys and they began wondering where Saotome was. Then another surprise came walking through the gates. Ukyo Kwanji looked like a candidate for Teen magazine as she strode proudly into the schoolyard in a girl's school uniform. Of course, she still had that giant spatula strapped to her back, but the overall effect was just as staggering as the last time she was wearing such an outfit. Several of the boys began rushing toward her, trying to ask her for dates, but the okonomiyaki chef smiled and politely turned them down, explaining to them that she was only waiting for her ranchan. By this time, the crowds had attracted the attention of Furikan's poetry spouting Kendused. Cakewalkie Kuno stood proudly with his book at his side as he gazed on both Akane and Ukyo. Akama, the gods must truly smile on me to deliver these beauties into my presence. The lovely Akane once again graces these hallowed grounds, in which my holy feet do tread. The treacherous Ranma Saotome is not in her presence. Could I dare hope that his disappearance is permanent? My beloved had escaped his vile presence. To dream such a wonderful dream. And look! The sweet Ukyo Kwanji has once again donned the garb of feminine ways. Surely she seeks to attract the attention and gain the affection of the great blue thunder of Furankenhai. I must reward the both of them. Kuno strutted out toward the girls with bouquets of red roses in his hands. Akan and Nebiki were a little more than surprised at seeing Ukyo in girls' clothing. They looked at her with a confused look. Ukyo gazed first at Nebiki and then to her sister. Although Akan was putting up a face of indifference, the Kwanji girl could tell that she was jealous of her engagement to one of the Ranma twins. Hey Ukyo, what's with the outfit? Nebiki asked. The brown-haired girl smiled as she joyfully replied, Ran-chan told me before that I looked cute in this outfit. Besides, I am Ran-chan's fiancé. If wearing this outfit makes him happy, then I'm happy. Akan was about to say something awful when Kuno arrived. Akan Tendo. Ukyo Kwanji. Such beauty. Such grace. Surely the two of you must be overjoyed now that Tatewaki Kuno is here to reward your efforts to woo me. What are you talking about? Both replied with annoyance. Kuno was taken aback and his face showed confusion. Why? The fact that you have escaped the clutches of the evil Ranma and have come here dressed in feminine garb to please me? Of course. Why else would you be here? Kuno thrust out the bouquets in front of him. Akan sighed as she held forward and shook her head sadly. She gave off a long and tired sigh. Ukyo unslung her spatula and said in an irritated voice, Listen here you jackass. I'm dressed like this because I'm waiting to see my Ran-chan. Going out with you would be as appealing as eating your old okonomiyaki. Kuno became shocked at her rejection to his overtures. What's this? You do not accept my tokens of affection? Surely you must be under the spell of the vile demon Ranma. I will free both of you from his disgusting influence, should he have the courage to show his face here. Ukyo prepared to hit Kuno upside the head with her spatula. How dare you call my fiancé that? Take it back. It was then that someone from the crowds behind them shouted, Hey! Look at that! Ranma Red and Ranma Blue were running towards the school at an easy pace. As they neared the gates, Ranma Red turned to his brother and asked, Well, this is it. You ready? Ranma Blue nodded and smiled. We may as well make a big splash. Look out Furanken. Here come Ranma ×2. The twins leapt into the air and landed in the middle of the crowd. Everyone within visual distance did a collective face fault, with the exception of Ukyo, Akan and Nebiki. Kuno's jaw dropped to the pavement. What cruel joke is this? Kuno said as he raised his book and at the two Ranmas. It is punishment enough to have one Ranma. Now am I cursed to seeing double. Both Ranmas stood with their arms folded and each had a look of contempt as they stared at the Kendused. Kuno, the real punishment is seeing your stupid face every day. Ranma Red said. The fact that we both have to see it is even worse. Ranma Blue added. Meanwhile, the crowd began gossiping among themselves. Do you see what I see? Two Ranmas. Maybe they're twins. Maybe Ranma got cloned. Does this mean that I can't ask to fiancés? That would be some wedding. Oh man. As if one Ranma isn't trouble enough. I wonder if Akan's willing to share. Yeah, maybe she can have one Ranma and the rest of us have the other. Which one is the real Ranma? I will not allow this. The crowd stopped in their gossiping as they turned their attention to Kuno. Kuno took a stance as he faced his twin adversaries. Whichever of you is the real Saotome, step forward so that I may give you the beating that you so richly deserve. What are you talking about, Kuno? Ranma Blue said with annoyance. You dare to mock me by having someone else impersonate you. What kind of a fool do you think I am? I don't know, Kuno. How many kinds are there? Ranma Blue replied. Silence, knaves. I will smite the both of you and save the beautiful Akan and Ukyo from your horrid presence. As soon as Ranma Blue heard Ukyo's name, his eyes narrowed. What did you say? Once I have dispensed with thee, I shall be the sole recipient of the affections of Akan Tendo, the big-tailed girl, and Ukyo Kwanji. Okay, that's it. Bad-mouthing me and my brother is one thing. Ranma Blue took a fighting stance. But get this straight. Ukyo is my fiancé. You touch her and I'll kill you. Ukyo was ecstatic at Ranma Blue's declaration. The crowd gasped as they heard those words. Did you hear that? They're brothers. I didn't know Saotome had a twin brother. He's engaged to Ukyo. Where does that leave Akan? I guess the other one is engaged to Akan. Akan was shocked to hear those words from Ranma Blue's lips. She began having a flashback to the time when Ranma had said those words during that match with the infamous golden pair. At the time, he had been referring to her. She looked at the blue-shirt Ranma. His expression was very intense. Deep inside her, Akan knew that he meant every word. This made her heart sink even lower. Ranma Blue addressed to his brother without taking his eyes off Kuno. Stay out of this. It's personal. Ranma Red nodded as he took a few steps back. No problem, bro. This shouldn't take long. Kuno charged at Ranma Blue, intending to strike him down quickly, then do the same with his brother. Die, you dual demons from heads. Ranma Blue suddenly moved forward and was inside Kuno's defense in less than a microsecond. He then let loose with his accelerated chestnut fist. KDCHUDNSHINAMAGURIKN. Advanced. 1,022 punches went by in the blink of an eye. Kuno was severely pummeled before his body had registered the first hit. Ranma Blue ended the move in an uppercut, which sent Kuno flying back 20 feet. The Kendust fell down in a crumpled heap. As he faded into unconsciousness, he mumbled, "That didn't hurt, you know." Ranma Blue relaxed into a casual stance as Ukyo ran up to him and began hugging him. "Ran-chan." He smiled at his fiancée and returned the embrace. "Hey Ukan, I like what you're wearing." Ukyo blushed for a moment before planting a deep kiss on his lips, which he responded to enthusiastically. This resulted in mass speculation among the crowds. "Wow! Did you see that? He must have hit Kuno at least 1,000 times. I didn't know Ranma could do that. Which one is Ranma and which one's the brother? That was so romantic. The way he said that she was his fiancée. The way he defended her honor was like something out of a fairy tale. Why can't other guys be like that? After Ranma Blue and Ukyo had broken off their kisses, they turned to a smiling Ranma Red. Way to go, bro. Took him all in .3 seconds. Not a problem. Ranma Blue answered as he kept Ukyo by his side. He then looked up at the clock and noted the time. We better get to class. The Ranma twins headed into the building with Ukyo. Behind them, the crowds followed. Nebiki and Akan were soon the only ones left in the schoolyard. Nebiki looked at her sister with concern. Akan had a wistful expression on her face as she stared at the door where the happy couple had entered. It was all she could do not to cry in despair. Class, I would like to introduce you to a new student. His name is... The teacher looked down at the note in his hands, then looked at the two Ranmas who were standing at the front of the room. Excuse me, there must be some mistake. You both can't be Tendo-Saotome. Ranma Red and his brother turned toward the teacher and grinned. Ukyo giggled in her seat while Akan groaned. Actually, we're... Ranma Red replied. Both of our names are Ranma. We're twins. In order to avoid confusion, call me Ranma Red and he's Ranma Blue. We both know everything that the other knows. The teacher looked at the twins with a suspicious eyes, then shrugged as he motioned for them to take a seat. The students began whispering among themselves as Ranma Blue took his seat next to Ukyo and gave her a wink. Ranma Red sat down near Akan, but made no indication in noticing her. Akan became even more depressed. Already, her friends were starting to exchange gossip about her and the twin Saotomes. At noon, both Ranmas decided to eat with Ukyo under the tree by the soccer field. A short distance away, Akan and her two friends, Yuka and Seiko, watched the three as they ate their lunches. I can hardly believe that Ranma had a twin brother, Yuka remarked. Yeah. Did you hear what Ranma Blue had said about Ukyo this morning? Seiko asked. You bet. The whole school has been talking about it. He's Ukyo's fiancé. I guess that means that Ranma Red is your fiancé? Akan? Yuka asked as she turned toward the youngest Tendo girl. Akan became very irritated at first when she heard that statement, as a usual reflex action. Then she recalled the current situation. She sighed and took on a depressed look as she quietly answered, He's not my fiancé. Oh come on Akan. You say that all the time. Seiko said with a grin. Yeah. Yuka agreed. You guys have been fighting since Ranma came to school. Akan was about to burst into tears, but she bravely held them back. No. You don't understand. Neither one are my fiancé. Not common anymore. What are you saying? Yuka inquired. Are you saying that you're not engaged anymore? Seiko added. Akan sniffled a little as she nodded slightly. What happened? Both girls said at the same time. Akan remained silent for a long time before she answered in a quiet voice. Their mother disallowed our engagement. She gave her blessings to two other girls when both Ranmas proposed to them. What? Both girls yelped. It's true. I was angry at the time when those two jerks announced that they were going to marry someone else. When I reacted badly, their mother decided that I was unsuitable for either of them. She's already given her blessings for the new engagements. Both girls nodded in sympathy as they knew that Akan did have a short temper. She did tend to react violently to bad news. However, they were her friends and they tried to console her. So who's Ranma Red's fiancé? If Ukyo is engaged to his brother? Seiko asked. As if in answer to Seiko's question, a bicycle came flying into the schoolyard. It landed a few feet from the Ranma brothers and Ukyo. With incredible swiftness, a purple-haired Amazon leapt from the seat and promptly attached herself onto Ranma Red with one arm, while balancing a small takeout box in the other. Ranma Red smiled as he put one arm around Shampoo's shapely waist and kissed her. Ranma Blue and Ukyo smiled at the pair. Seiko and Yuka did a huge face fault as they witnessed the display. They turned their heads toward Akan. Akan was clearly having difficulty keeping a straight face. She bowed her head as her sniffles began to become louder. She's his fiancé, Yuka gasped. Akan barely nodded. The two girls looked at the two happy couples in front of them, then looked at the sobbing, short-haired girl beside them. Giving each other a nod, they began trying to console the distraught Akan Tendo. Aaron. Shampoo make delicious lunch for you. Shampoo bubbled as she handed her future husband the takeout box. Ranma Blue and Ukyo were already eating the okonomiyaki that she had prepared that morning. They were about to offer some to Ranma Red, but saw it was unnecessary when Shampoo showed up. Better watch out for any mushrooms, bro. Ranma Blue joked as he recalled the incident of the magic mushrooms. Ranma Red punched his sibling lightly in the shoulder as he took a pork bun and bit into it. No, Shampoo wouldn't do that. He looked at his fiancée with a mischievous smile and gleam in his eyes. Shampoo smiled as she blushed. Shampoo no do that. Shampoo promised no more potions. Ranma Red already loves Shampoo. No need to drug Aaron. The twins and Shampoo laughed at the inside joke. Ukyo was a bit confused, but decided not to ask. Hey Red, I just remembered. What are you going to do about Mousse? He's not going to take this line down. Nothing Mousse can do about it. Shampoo replied. Ranma Red loves Shampoo. Shampoo loves Ranma, not Mousse. He no beat her. Ranma Red beat her twice. His law. Ranma Red hugged the Amazon closer, then sighed. Sorry darling, but I'm afraid that Amazon laws don't mean much to him. As soon as he hears about this, he's more than likely going to attack me. HMPF. Then Shampoo will tell him once and for all that Shampoo no loves him. Never want to marry him, even if Ranma Red no beat her. I hate to say this, but I don't think that's going to work. Ranma Blue said. That's right, Sugar. Ukyo added. You've been telling him to take a hike since you were both 3. If he hasn't got it through his head yet, then I don't think telling him now is going to make a difference. Ranma Red became silent as he pondered the situation. He then suddenly became inspired. I got it. The others looked at him. What? They all said. Ranma Red turned to his fiancée and asked, Sweetheart, do you still have your book of Amazon tribal law? Shampoo nodded as she took it out and handed it to him. The red-shirted martial artist held it in one palm and then placed his other palm on the top cover. He began concentrating his ki and invoked a small spell, which caused the book to glow with an eerie red light. The 2 girls looked with wide-eyed expressions, while the other twin simply smiled as he comprehended his brother's plan. A minute later, the light faded and Ranma Red gazed at his love's eyes with a warm smile. Shampoo, I have now memorized every law of your tribe and I found something that should get Mousse off your case for good. Really? How? Shampoo asked. Ranma Red took out a piece of paper and pen. He began writing in fluent Chinese as the rest of them looked on. When Ranma know how to write Chinese? Shampoo asked in amazement. Ranma Red smiled as he replied in Mandarin, I used a simple comprehension spell when I scanned your book. Soren taught me this skill. Greater than Shampoo's eyes widened even further, along with Ukyo's. She then began to read the message that her bow was writing. She gasped as she realized what he was writing. Idea. Do you know what you are writing? Exclamation point. Greater than Ranma Red nodded. This is the only way I can think of to get him to give you up! Exclamation point. Greater than Put live if you comma greater than Shampoo. Do you love me? Greater than yes comma greater than Shampoo answered uneasily, not sure what he was getting at. Do you trust me? Greater than yes greater than then let me do this. I admit there is a little risk, but it's the only way I could find to make Mousse back off. Greater than Ranma Red finished his note and handed it to Shampoo. Giving her a long and passionate kiss, he then told her, give this to him and tell him to meet me at the soccer field. Make sure that your great-grandmother is with you. Shampoo took the note. She gazed longingly into Ranma Red's eyes and saw the confidence in their blue depths. She then gave him a small peck on the cheek, mounted her bicycle and pedaled off. Ranma Blue and Ukyo looked at Ranma Red. Although Ranma Blue already knew what his brother had in mind, he still asked, are you sure you want to do this, brother? His sibling nodded, a serious look on his face. You what he's going to do? Ukyo queried. Yes. There's very little that either of us can keep from each other. What's going to happen? Ranma Red sighed as he replied, everything will be settled after school. The sun began its daily descent into the horizon as the students were let out for the day. A large crowd of people had gathered around the soccer field as news of the upcoming confrontation spread. Apparently, no secret could be hidden from Nabuki and her spies. Nabuki and her cohorts were already taking wagers. The news of Akan's sudden availability had also caused a frenzy among the male student population. The young Tendo girl found herself back in the same situation as she was before Ranma had arrived, as she was constantly attacked for days. This predicament was made even worse when Kumo joined in the fray. Although he could barely move, Ranma Blue's punches had left him in worse shape than Ryoga had been, and Akan had gotten so angered by the day's end that she had gone in search of the twin Ranmas in order to start blaming them for her problems. When she heard that Ranma Red was going to face Mousse, she had gotten to the soccer field ahead of time. Ranma Red stood alone on the soccer field with arms crossed and feet spread apart, as he waited for his rival to appear. On the sidelines, Ranma Blue and Ukyo watched. Ranma Blue looked around for any signs of trouble as he used his senses to probe the crowds. "Well, Red, this is it," Ranma Blue told his brother. "Yeah. I was kind of hoping that this could be more private, but I guess nothing gets by Nabuki," Ranma Red said. Ranma Blue cocked his head to one side, then sent a message to his twin. "Hold on. Here they come." Ranma Red nodded as he also sensed the approach of his adversary, his fiancée and cologne. The crowds parted as they allowed the three to enter the field. Mousse casually stepped forward as Cologne and Shampoo waited on the sidelines, opposite to Ukyo and Ranma Blue. "What is the meaning of this Sodom?" Mousse held up a slip of paper, then tossed it at Ranma Red's feet. Since he was solely focused on his opponent in front of him, he did not notice Ranma Blue, who was standing no more than 20 feet away. "I would think that you would know by now," Ranma Red replied in an even tone. "Mousse, I challenge you to an honor duel in accordance to Amazon tribal law." Mousse snorted as he gave the pig-tailed martial artist a look of contempt. "Ha! You are not an Amazon. You have no right to challenge me to an honor duel." Ranma Red looked toward Cologne and began reciting from the Book of Amazon Tribal Law. Chapter 5, Subsection 3. Anyone can challenge a member of the Jotsuzoku to an honor duel when settling a dispute of great importance. Correct? Cologne nodded, impressed at Ranma Red's knowledge of their ways. "Correct, son-in-law. The dispute may include family honor, business transactions, or marriage laws." Ranma Red turned back toward Mousse and declared, "I challenge you. We are going to settle who is going to marry Shampoo." "What?" the myopic hidden weapons master gasped. Ranma Red turned back toward Cologne and began reciting again. Chapter 3. Subsection 1. In the event that an outsider defeats an Amazon, and if that outsider is a woman, the Amazon must give the kiss of death and kill without delay. However, if that outsider is a man, she must give him the kiss of marriage and make him her husband. Correct? Correct, Son-in-law. Cologne. As a matriarch of the Joksuzoku, you are the highest authority of Amazon law here. Do you acknowledge my defeat of Shampoo? Am I therefore obliged to marry her? Yes. I won double quote deal out. Mousse threw forth his arms and a barrage of daggers and shurikens was launched at Ranma Red. Ranma Red had been expecting this reaction. Casually turning his head, he raised an arm and began using his new levitation skills. The projectiles suddenly stopped in midair, hung there for a moment, then reversed their direction back toward Mousse at twice their original speed. Mousse screamed as he found himself the target of his own weapons. He found himself pinned to the wall behind him as his daggers and throwing stars caught the edges of his robe and pants. 5 daggers pinned down his right arm. Another 5 had caught his left arm. Each leg was pinned by 3 shurikens and 4 daggers each. Mousse was too shocked to speak. The crowd gasped as they had witnessed the impossible. Ranma Red glared at Mousse and said in a firm tone, "I'm not finished." He then turned back to Cologne and continued his recital. Chapter 2. Subsection 4. If a male member of the village wishes to marry an Amazon, he must first get either her consent, or defeat her after challenging her in a marriage duel. Correct? Correct, son-in-law. Ranma Red turned back and walked toward Mousse, who was now hanging from the wall like a volunteer for a knife-throwing act. You have done neither. By rights, I am the only one eligible to become Shampoo's husband. Shampoo is mine, not yours. Mousse snarled. Cologne decided to approach the 2 antagonists. As she hopped toward the myopic Mousse, she gave him a hard glare. Mousse, you have ignored our laws for years now in your pursuit of my great-granddaughter. Despite the fact that she has repeatedly rejected you since you were 3. You have also failed to challenge her formally in a marriage duel, let alone defeat her in battle. Son-in-law is well within his rights. Ranma Red nodded as he said in a final voice, "Since you are unwilling to follow these laws, I am therefore challenging you to an honor duel to settle this." "I won't accept," Mousse said defiantly, knowing full well what would happen if he lost. "You had no choice," Cologne declared. "To refuse an honor duel would forever disgrace our tribe. For a male member to refuse is punishable by death. You know that." Mousse gulped as he remembered that part of the law. He then said in a quiet voice, "All right. What are the terms of the match?" "Loser gives up on Shampoo. Forever. If I win, you will go back to China and never again bother Shampoo," Ranma Red stated. Mousse looked at Ranma Red for a long time, trying to find some ulterior motive for him to be acting in this manner. All he could see from his hardened face was a look of utter determination. There was none of the usual cocky attitude that he had before. It was a final and frightening visage. Mousse nodded his assent. In a flash, Cologne removed all the daggers and shurikens and he fell to the ground. As he got up, Cologne hopped over towards where Shampoo was standing and spoke in a somber, yet controlled voice. The match will begin this moment. The terms are simple. Victory can be achieved by knockout, submission or death. No rules. No time limit. Any technique can be used. No outside interference will be permitted. Prepare yourselves. Ranma and Mousse faced off at 20 feet. Ranma stood in a ready stance as Mousse had his arms put out in front of him, with his sleeves held at the ready. The crowds became silent as they watched. Begin! Cologne shouted. Mousse wasted no time as he charged at Ranma with two curved blades that popped out of his sleeves and began slashing at him. Ranma dodged each slash and then delivered several punches to Mousse's ribcage. The punches were more than what the Chinese boy had bargained for, since Ranma and his brother had tripled their original strength. As each augmented punch hit home, Mousse gasped out as he wondered how Ranma had gotten so strong. After the last of the punches went by, the near-blind martial artist tried a feint in order to make his opponent lower his guard. Ranma used his teleport action technique to disappear from view. The sudden disappearance of the Saotome twin caused Mousse to become confused for a moment. It was all that Ranma needed as he reappeared behind him and tapped him on the shoulder. Just as Mousse turned around, Ranma unloaded his accelerated chestnut fist. KDCHUDNSHINAMAGURIKN. Advanced. Mousse was subjected to 1028 rapid-fire punches. His blades were reduced to shattered fragments with the first 300 impacts, and his body received the remainder. Mousse had experienced the Amagurakan before, but never with this kind of ferocity. He began seeing spots as several hundred hit him in the head. Ranma then ended the technique in an uppercut to the chin and sent his opponent flying. Ranma followed up with a Kai attack as his opponent went skyward. MOKODAKBISHA. The bright yellow ball of Kai nailed Mousse in the chest, blasting him further upwards. Ranma wasn't finished as he watched Mousse land on his head some 20 feet away. He began condensing his ki and then threw his fist forward. Spirit Fist. White energy shot forward and shaped itself into a translucent fist that was the size of a small car. It shot forward and slammed into Mousse just as he was getting up. The impact smashed him back another 15 feet. The crowd gasped as they witnessed the technique. Awesome. Ranma must have learned some new techniques since he was gone. Look at that. Mousse got up quickly, ignoring the searing in his chest. Less than what single quote is going on? Since when could Saotome do that ? Exclamation point greater than. He threw out his arms and launched a huge array of chains, spikes and other sharp implements at his foe. Ranma simply dodged the assault by leaping high. As he reached a height of 20 feet, he cupped his hands forward and sent a Kai blast downward at Mousse. Power Blaster. The yellow beam of Kai energy shot down and plowed into Mousse just as he was about to launch a second barrage. The weapons were blasted aside as the myopic magician's body experienced intense pain as the Kai attack hit him in the upper body. It was only his pride that kept him from collapsing to his feet. Ranma Blue's brother landed on the ground and held out one fist as if he was holding a bow. He then slowly cocked his other arm back while red energy began to emanate from his hands. Before the startled eyes of the crowds, the energy became like a thing as it extended from his fists and took the shape of a bow and arrow. Ranma Red drew back the bowstring and took aim. Moose's eyes widened in shock as he saw himself as the target. Quickly, he withdrew a metal shield from his robes and held it up, just as Ranma Red loosed his attack. Soul Arrow. The energy arrows shot forward and blasted against Moose's shield. However, to Moose's horror, the attack was not meant to do physical damage. The energy surged around the metal plate and enveloped his body. Moose screamed as he felt an intense numbing cold. It felt as if his very soul was on fire. Dropping the shield, Moose collapsed onto his knees, holding himself and shivering uncontrollably. Ranma Red decided that there was little point in continuing the match. He took a wide-legged stance with his arms ready at the sides and concentrated. Eerie swirls of mists, which resembled smoky ghosts, began to form around the twin Ranma as his body glowed with a bright red. The swirls began to condense into his palms as he brought them close together and drew them back. Moose gradually got to his feet and noticed the bright red light. He looked up and saw that Ranma Red was preparing to unleash something big. Although his body was screaming in pain, he refused to quit. He had to stop his foe before he could let loose with whatever technique he was about to use. Summoning up his last reserves of strength, he invoked his only Kai attack. Leaping to the top of one of the field lights, Moose spread his arms and dug at his foe feet first. His shoes sprouted their hidden claws as he aimed for Saotome's face. Unlike the last time, Moose had recently revised this technique and added his own Kai energy to it. His body became surrounded by a green aura, which took the shape of a diving sock. His feet glowed the brightest as he shouted out his attack. Blazing sock talons. Attack! Ranma Red smiled as he simply redirected his palms upwards and released his own counterattack. Rising Dragon Spirit. The combination of ki and magical energy erupted upward and took the shape of a huge dragon. As it roared towards Moose, the hidden weapon's master screamed. His Kai energy dispersed 1 nanosecond before he was enveloped by the blast. There was a huge mid-air explosion as the crowd looked away. Moose felt his body burn with unbearable heat, but at the same time inside his body, he felt a numbing cold as the attack chilled him to the very soul. When the attack ended, Moose felt himself falling toward the ground. He landed on his back and faded into unconsciousness. Before he blacked out, he feebly said, "And not fair." Cologne hopped over toward Moose's burned and bruised body. Looking him over and nodding, she then turned toward the crowds and shouted, "The victor, Ranma Red Saotome." There was a loud cheer as Shampoo ran forward and clomped onto her champion with tears in her eyes. Ranma Red smiled as he returned the embrace, then swung her around in a wide circle. His brother and Ukyo ran up toward them to congratulate him on his overwhelming victory. In the background, Akan looked at the two couples with tears in her eyes. She began recalling when Ranma had thought like that for her honor, even when she denied it. Seeing how happy the twins happy with her biggest rivals only made her more depressed. After watching the four of them for another minute, she could no longer stand the sight of them and began running toward home, holding her face in her hands as her tears started flowing uncontrollably. Less than a single quote as not fair exclamation point greater than Akan thought as she blindly ran toward the Tendo dojo. Less than Ranma was my fiancé, not theirs. Not fair. Not fair. Not fair exclamation point greater than both brothers. Ukyo and Shampoo had noticed Akan's sudden departure from the crowds. They all took on somber looks as they watched Akan's sobbing form disappear over the horizon. I feel so sorry for Akan, Ukyo said. Shampoo was silent for a moment, then nodded. Shampoo no really hate Akan. Shampoo would feel same way. Ranma Blue turned his head to his brother and sent a message to him. You know that we have to face her sooner or later. I know. I really don't know what to say to her. Ranma Red shook his head. He then glanced over to where Mousse was still unconscious and then spoke to Cologne. Less than double quote honored elder. Would you please see to it that my opponent is removed from the battlefield and bind his wounds? I would appreciate it if you were to inform him that he has lost the honor duel and that he must uphold the terms. Double quote greater than Cologne was slightly taken aback at hearing Ranma Red speak to her in fluent Chinese, but recovered. Less than double quote very well son-in-law. Greater than Cologne picked up Mousse's insensate form as easily as if she was picking up her great-granddaughter in her cat form. She then used her staff to bound away across several rooftops as she headed toward the Neko. It was just at that time that Soren and Taron contacted the Ranma twins. If you two are now finished, we need you to come to the empty lot for your next training session, Taron said. Be right there. Both Ranmas replied. They quickly turned to their fiancés and gave them each a quick kiss after explaining that they had to go. Ranma Red then touched the shoulder of his brother and concentrated. The two vanished and left the crowd stunned. Ukyo and Shampoo giggled as they tried to explain what had happened. In a spare room above the Neko, Mousse groaned as he awoke in a bed. His body ached with a throbbing pain each time he tried to move his limbs. After several attempts to sit up, he yielded to his body's protests and relaxed. He then saw Cologne balancing on her staff at the foot of the bed. His face turned into a mask of anger as he snarled, "What do you want? You old mummy." Cologne's eyes narrowed as she replied with a hard tone, "Just this once. I'm going to let that one pass. I am here to tell you that you have lost the honor duel and therefore must give up all pursuit of my great-granddaughter. Saotome cheated. He used some kind of magic on me." Mousse shot up to a sitting position, then regretted it as his body screamed out in pain, forcing him to lie down. Cologne shook her head and stated, As I recall, there were no rules to the fight, except that you may win by knockout, submission or death. Consider yourself fortunate that son-in-law had decided on the first option. Submitting to defeat would have further disgraced you and death would have been unpleasant. Furthermore, you were quite free to use any such weapon against him. Therefore, he was very free to use any technique he wished. Except your defeat, Mousse. I tended your wounds as a favor to my son-in-law. I was very annoyed when you continually pursued Shampoo without acknowledging our laws. Ranma had reminded me of it today. When you are well enough to travel, you will leave for China. I have already sent several messages to the elders of the village. They are expecting you. Failure to appear in the village within a month will be seen as a breach of the terms of the duel. We will then hunt you down. I will see to it that the terms are upheld. But that's silence, Cologne said with a voice that could make Kami-sama stop and listen. For several months, I have tolerated you and your pathetic attempts to win my Shampoo. No longer. Shampoo's rightful husband is now willing to return to the village and will most certainly strengthen our bloodline. Furthermore, he has proven himself as an honorable and great warrior. He now respects his elders. My great-granddaughter has fallen in love with him and I am certain that the two of them will be happy. My Shampoo's future and happiness are my biggest concern. I will not allow you to jeopardize that. You will prepare to leave once you are able. Mousse was about to voice out another protest, but Cologne had already hopped out of the room. He then sat fuming in silence for a while as he allowed his body to heal. After more than half an hour, he heard a noise from downstairs and after a minute, someone came up the stairs and entered the room. His face lit up when he saw whom it was. Shampoo! You came to see me. That means you still love me. Mousse once again tried to sit up but the pain of his injuries forced him back down. No, Mousse. Shampoo said with an even tone. Shampoo come to say that she loved Ranma, not you. That statement caused him greater pain than all his injuries combined. No. You can't mean that. Shampoo most definitely mean it. Shampoo said, slightly annoyed. For a long time, Mousse not take hint that Shampoo no want you. Shampoo may think of you as friend, but only because we were friends from child times. Shampoo want husband who not only love her, but respect her as well. You treat Shampoo like some prize. Always telling people that you had her future husband. Always chasing off other boys. You never listen to what Shampoo say. That was Shampoo's mistaken beginning. Huh? Mousse was confused. In beginning, Shampoo also treat Ranma like prize. Never listen to what he says. Always try to trick him into marrying Shampoo. Always fighting with Akan and Spatula, Ukyo all the time. Things change after Ghost Cat. I tried to save you. Mousse interjected. You almost caused Shampoo to be married to Ghost Cat. The Amazon stopped for a moment to collect herself. then continued in a calmer voice. Ranma faced greatest fear for Shampoo. After that, Shampoo realized that he do care for her, but not like how Shampoo treat Ranma. Ranma want respect. Shampoo gives him respect because she also want respect. No more potions. No more tricks. Just treat him like person. It worked and now Ranma will return home with Shampoo and marry her. But I treat you with respect, Mousse said pathetically. HMPF. That no respect. That groveling. Shampoo no want husband who beg like dog and follow around like idiot. Shampoo tell you many times. Shampoo wants strong and honorable husband. Ranma's like that. He trusts Shampoo and she trusts him. He listens to Shampoo, but also tells Shampoo when he no like something. You know do that. It always, yes Shampoo, or anything you say Shampoo. That's stupid. Want husband with backbone. But my darling, I've loved you since we were 3. He can't love you as much as I do. Oh, you may believe that, but it's just fantasy to you. Shampoo have own dream. Dream of strong husband, who love and respect Shampoo. Husband is strong and care for her. Respect Shampoo for being Amazon and not as some prize. Why you think Shampoo after Ranma for a long time? Shampoo know that Ranma's best chance to be happy. Now he want to marry her. Not just because of law, but because he love her. Not because she is Amazon. He love her because Shampoo is Shampoo. Mousse just too stubborn to admit that Shampoo never want him. But no more. Shampoo tell Mousse last time to give up on her. Also know about letters to elders in village. Shampoo tell you to go home to China. Even though Shampoo marry Ranma, she still no want you dead. You are still a friend, but Mousse must realize that Shampoo never become your wife. Mousse couldn't believe that his lifelong dream would never be fulfilled now. He then sat up, not caring that his injuries were screaming in agony. He brought his knees up, crossed his arms on top of them and bowed his head. Soon, he was sobbing quietly as Shampoo looked at him with pity. She let out a sigh, shook her head and then quietly left the room. It was near 9 o'clock when both Ranmas were walking back to their mother's house after a strenuous training session with the immortal twins. As they neared the house, they stopped suddenly as they sensed an evil presence. You feel that? Ranma Blue asked. Uh-huh. I'd know that freak anywhere. Ranma Red nodded as they both took a stance. Within an instant, a small figure appeared 10 feet in front of them. Both Ranmas curled their lips back into a snarl as they gazed at the ancient and perverted master of the Anything Goes School of Martial Arts. Takozai cackled as he looked the twins over. Then he smiled an evil smile as he addressed the two. Well now, I see that the rumors are true. I act heirs to the Anything Goes School of Martial Arts. In your dreams, freak. Ranma Blue growled. We're not going back. Ranma Red added. You don't have a choice. Takozai said in a firm voice. You will come back to the Tendo Dojo with me and that's final. Both brothers went into a new stance as they said in unison, "You want us? Come and get us." After saying that, both began to power up their battle oars. Tako's eyes widened slightly as he gazed at the level of power that the twins were generating. Impressive. You two have improved since I last saw you. However, I am still going to have to teach the both of you a lesson. With these words, Tako's eye began powering up his own aura. The darkening sky was lit up by the glowing auras as the three prepared to do battle. To be continued, offer single quotes notes. Wow! Chapter 10 was a doozy too, right? I am very pleased with it and I am looking forward to developing many of the characters as the story progresses. Next chapter will be a doozy as Tako's eye discovers just how strong the Ranma twins have become. Get ready to rumble. Dual Destinies. The characters of Ranma 1/2 are the property of Rumiko Takahashi. I write this story for entertainment purposes only. Less than greater than. Thoughts left curly bracket. Telepathic communication. Chapter 11. The Big Blowout. Both Ranmas stood in readiness as they confronted the most perverted individual on the face of the earth. As they stood in their respective stances, they glared at Tako's eye with disgust. Last chance, freak. Get lost or get hurt. Ranma Red snarled. You heard my brother. Ranma Blue added. Go back to stealing underwear or food, but leave us alone. TSK. TSK. Such rude behavior. Is that any way to address your master? Tako's eye stood with his arms behind his back and smirked. You want to fight? Then come on. Ranma Red shouted. Tako's eyes shook his head as he said, for the sake of the Anything Goes School of Martial Arts, it looks like I'm going to have to get tough with you two. Get ready. This time, nothing is going to save you. You two are coming back to the dojo. With those words, the ancient lecher leapt at Ranma Red, intending to plant a kick in his chest. He moved with enough speed to appear like a blur to the casual observer. However, both twins were now faster than Tako's eye expected. Before his foot could connect, the old pervert's eyes widened as Ranma Red faded from view. At the same time Ranma Blue also faded from view. Tako's eye landed with a confused look as he scanned the street for any sign of the brothers. Less than since when could they do my interdimensional warp technique? Greater than. Tako's eye scanned the area again, trying to pick up the presence of his former students. Less than well. At least they can't attack me when they're like that! Greater than. It was at that time that Ranma Blue decided to prove him wrong. MOKODAKABISHA. Before the ancient master knew it, a large yellow ball of Kai energy hit him from behind against his back. The impact sent him fleeing forward. As he went shooting toward a wall, Ranma Red suddenly appeared in front of him and threw his fist forward. Spirit Fist. The huge fist of mystical energy surged forward and nailed Tako's eye in the kisser. The evil master went flying back to where Ranma Blue was standing. At that time, He dropped his camouflage technique and sent a roundhouse kick. The kick nailed the still flying master and smashed him to the pavement. The twins then moved back and waited for Takozai's next attack. Takozai got up from the ground and glared at the young upstarts. Never in all his years had anyone managed to get in the first hits so early in a fight. He began to fume. "You smart-aleck punks. You think that you can beat me with some new tricks?" Takozai reached behind his back while leaping upward. As he reached the height of 20 feet, he took out his patented fuse bombs and tossed them down toward his opponents. HAPPO fire burst. Both Ranmas had expected something like this and easily dodged the blasts. As the smoke was still swirling around them, the greatest evil in all of Japan used this distraction to attack. Flipping in midair, he dived down at Ranma Red with his pipe. Catching his wrist, Takozai used a twisting motion, intending to catapult the big-tailed martial artist into the air. Normally, this trick would have been successful in the past, but both Ranmas had learned from their previous mistakes. In the instant that he was about to be shot into the air, Ranma Red lashed a hand out and grabbed Takozai by the front of his GI. The old lecher found himself being launched into the air with his intended victim. It was then that he let out a strangled gasp as his opponent delivered a fast rabbit strike to the throat. Ranma Red then followed through with several strikes to the ribs. This caused Takozai to wince in pain, not to mention get him ticked off. By now, the two had built up a considerable amount of anger, which Ranma Blue intended to use to his brother's aid. He began radiating calm as he waited for his sibling and the pervert to come down. At the same time, he began moving in a spiral about the realm of infinity. Taron and Soren were watching their pupils battle it out with their former master on the circular viewing portal. "Do you think we should intervene?" Soren asked. "No, I don't think that it will be necessary. If Ranma Blue is planning to use the Hiri Shotenha against Takozai, then any help that we give them would be redundant. Besides, this is a good opportunity to watch how much they've progressed." I agree. Wait. Soren cocked his head as his senses suddenly picked up something. There's a dimensional break in the barrier. It's big. Dark worlders are starting to enter into the Earth realm. Are you sure? Yes. Near the area that is designated as Kenya, in Africa. It'll take the both of us to patch that up. Taron looked back at the viewing portal. He then nodded to his eternal sibling. All right. It looks like our students are handling things. This won't take long. The twins vanished in a flash of bright light out the realm of oblivion. Ha! They fell for it. Tsuruka chortled with glee. Now we can proceed. Barkodos agreed out the Earth realm. Ranma Red was using his levitation skills to stay aloft as he repeatedly exchanged punches and kicks with Takozai. Although the anything-goes fighting style specialized in mid-air combat, Takozai found it difficult to keep up with an opponent who didn't obey the laws of gravity. He was forced to jump from street lamps and rooftops in order to attack the red-shirt Ranma. What he didn't know was that his brother was about to complete the spiral below them as they neared his position. Ranma Red smiled as he realized what his brother was attempting. He decided to add to the effort by making Tako's eye even madder. KDCHUDNSHINAMAGURIKN. Advanced. Tako's eye was not used to a Ranma who could move at twice the normal speed that he was familiar with. As a result, he found himself hard-pressed to dodge. He barely managed to evade nearly all the blows. However, several managed to hit solidly in the face. OW. 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 How dare you strike your master like that? Tako's eye cried out angrily. Easy. Ranma Red grinned. Like this. With the last of his chestnut punches, he smashed the old lecher down toward his brother and floated out of the way. Ranma Blue grinned evilly as he sent a corkscrewing uppercut toward the enraged master of the Anything Goes school. The hot Kai met with his cold Kai and HIOYUSHOD fa. Suddenly, a huge tornado swept up the diminutive martial artist and sent him skyward. As he shot up past where Ranma Red was floating, the Saotome twin cupped his hands and let loose a Kai attack. Power Blaster. Like shooting skeet, the large beam of energy smashed into Tako's eye and sent him even further up. Ranma Red floated down toward his brother and both waited for the pervert to make his landing. Tako's eye landed on his head and caused large cracks in the pavement. His body then lay prone on the sidewalk as the two Ranmas smiled in satisfaction. Tako's eye moaned in pain as he tried to get up. However, his body was too much in agony to make any half-decent attempt. Face it, freak. It's over. Ranma Blue stated. For a minute, there was nothing but silence. The two boys began to relax. Then suddenly, they saw that Tako's eye's body had begun to glow with a red light. In an instant, his body flared as a huge bolt of energy blasted forward, catching the twins off guard. The two of them were knocked off their feet as Tako's eye suddenly sprang up. His face had a smile that made the both of them shudder. Fa! 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 Looks like I just got my second wind, boys. Tako's eye glowed with a dark red light that seemed to invigorate him. Both brothers stared in disbelief as Tako's eye's battle aura began to increase in brightness. Ranma Blue and his brothers scrambled to their feet and took ready stances. Tako's eyes aura flared as he prepared to release his next attack. The diminutive master threw his arms forward and released a massive amount of energy. Take this. The blast of energy erupted from the ancient pervert and took a dragon-like shape that had Tako's eye's face on it. However, the sky blast seemed darker, more evil than usual. Ranma Red was quick to respond, pointing a finger at the incoming attack. Kai Splitter. A thin beam of white light shot forward and hit the Kai energy head-on. However, both Ranmas took on shocked expressions as the beam deflected off the dragon's head. Before they could do anything else, the attack plowed into them. The impact caused them to be thrown back 10 feet or so. G-G-G-G-H-H-H. Both Ranmas screamed as the energy burned into their bodies. Tako's eyes grin became even more pronounced as he watched his opponents writhe in agony. Never before had he felt this kind of euphoria. The pleasure that he took from fondling women's underwear and groping their bodies seemed dull compared to what he was experiencing now. His body was now almost bursting with raw power, the likes he had never felt before. Where that power came from, he had no idea, but he wasn't one to look a gift horse in the mouth. Thrusting his hands forward, he sent another searing blast at the twins, knocking them back even further. The screams of the Sotomes echoed in the night. Not some time earlier at the Neko, the restaurant had closed for business early that night as the proprietress and two other girls were sitting at a table, discussing future plans. Ran-chan and me plan to get married as soon as we graduate from school, Ukyo said with delight as she pored over several wedding catalogs. Shampoo and Taron have traditional Amazon wedding when we get back to village, Shampoo gleefully said as she looked over several fabrics. Cologne smiled as she watched the two girls. It wasn't that long ago that the two of them were at each other's throats. With the appearance of the Ranma twins, Shampoo and Ukyo had been tolerating each other's presence. In fact, in the last few hours, they appeared to have become close, since they no longer had to compete for the affections of the same man. Shampoo addressed her future sister-in-law as Ukyo, instead of Spatula Girl. Over the course of the 3 hours that she had been discussing with the purple-haired girl, Ukyo had discovered that Shampoo truly wasn't anything like the hussy she thought she was. As a result, she began to respect her as the strong and capable Amazon warrior that she was. Shampoo so happy. Aaron going to very busy when he come home with Shampoo. Oh? How busy? Ukyo said. Very busy, Shampoo said enthusiastically. She then let out a small giggle as she added, not going to get much sleep. Have new job. Job? Shampoo nodded vigorously. Have new position as father of many strong children. Shampoo gave Ukyo a sly grin. May have to work overtime. She crossed her legs seductively. Ukyo blushed at the thought, then laughed as she said, my Ran-chan's not going to get much sleep either. All three females shared a hearty laugh as they had some wicked speculations among them. It was then that they heard a huge gust of wind that blew from outside. The three of them rushed toward the window and peered outside. In the distance, they saw a huge tornado suddenly appear, followed by a streak of light that exploded against something inside the windstorm. What happening, great-grandmother? Shampoo asked. It seems that son-in-law or his brother is using the Hirishoten. Cologne replied. Hirishoten? Oh yeah. Now I remember. That was the technique that you taught Ran-chan how to do when Akpozai took away his strength. Ukyo gazed at the tornado, which was now just dying down. You think that he's in trouble? Cologne looked in the distance with an intense gaze. No, I doubt it. Considering how powerful the twins are now, it's unlikely that. The aged matriarch suddenly froze as she felt a chill was over her. In another moment, the three of them glimpsed a huge burst of light and heard the agonized scream of two people. What wrong? Shampoo had rarely seen her great-grandmother freeze up so suddenly. Usually when she did, something big was about to happen. Cologne hopped onto her staff and began rushing out the door. Without looking back, she yelled to the two girls, "Shampoo! Ukyo! Come with me! The twins are in grave danger!" The two girls looked at Cologne in confusion as they rushed off after her. As they began to catch up with her, they heard in the distance several explosions, and the screams of the two people increased in intensity. The blood in their veins ran cold as they recognized the voices. "Hey Arian! Ran-chan!" Takozai was having the time of his life. Already, he had fired 10 huge, searing blasts of energy at his opponents, and they had yet to launch any counter moves. He paused in his barrage to gloat. "Well now boys, not so confident anymore, are you?" He laughed maniacally at his victims as he began powering up for the coup de grace. Sprawled on the pavement amid the rubble, both Saotome brothers were in agonizing pain. Their clothes were tattered and burned in several places, not to mention their bodies. They were barely conscious as they tried to stand up and face their tormentor. "Ugh! I'm in serious pain here," Ranma Red thought. "I don't feel so good either," Ranma Blue replied. "Since when did that little freak get that much power?" "I don't know, but we better do something fast. I don't think I could take another one of those blasts. We have to buy some time," Ranma Blue informed as he began powering up his ki. Taking his brother's lead, Ranma Red also began collecting some his ki as the two of them forced themselves to their feet. They were in unbelievable pain as they desperately held on to consciousness. "Ready, bro?" Ranma Red asked. "Let's do it," Ranma Blue replied. Takozai snorted in contempt as his battle aura took on huge proportions. "This fight is mine." He raised his arms to deliver the final blast. "Now!" Both Ranmas shouted as they released their desperation moves. "Sonic Blast!" Ranma Blue shouted as he slammed the palms of his hands in front of him. As the hands clapped together, they released a massive burst of sound that made a sonic boom seem like a whisper. Nearby windows and street lamps shattered as the sound waves ripped across the area, giving Takozai a nasty earache. Sunburst explosion. At the same time that Ranma Blue had released his sound attack, his brother let loose a huge ball of blinding light. The sphere exploded as soon as it impacted with Takozai's, subjecting him to a brilliance that was 1,000,000 times more intense than staring into a 10,000 watts flash bulb. Takozai screamed in pain as he held his ears and shut his eyes. As the light and sound was just starting to fade away, the two brothers began powering up their ki for the final attack. "Well bro, we have to take him out. If we don't beat him now, he'll come after us again." "I know. But how? He took our best shots and he's still coming at us. We're in no shape to fight now." "Combine your powers," Taron yelled from the realm of infinity. "Huh?" both Ranmas said. "Combine your most powerful attacks and hit him with everything you've got," Soren yelled. "But," Ranma Blue started. "Trust us," both of the immortal twins said. Both Ranmas looked at each other, then nodded. Silently, they took a stance and began focusing their remaining reserves into the mystic field and elemental power of the earth. Just as the last of the light and sound energy dispersed, the twins glowed with their respective red and blue auras as they summoned up their most powerful techniques. Cologne, Shampoo and Ukyo arrived on the scene just as Hako's eyes had regained his sight and hearing. Shaking his head to clear it, he spotted the three and sent a blast of energy at them as casually as if he were swatting a fly. Cologne just barely managed to bring up her staff and focus her ki into it to block the energy. Her hands burned with sharp pain, but she bit down and held on as the energy bolt deflected off the wood. Hako's eye was about to deliver a more intense blast when he noticed the flare of light that was in front of him. The Ranma brothers were now glowing with mutual white auras. Dark clouds were beginning to form overhead as white mist swirled around the pair. Ukyo's shampoo and cologne stared in awe as they witnessed the two absorb more magic and elemental power than was ever thought to be possible. Suddenly, a huge lightning bolt came down from the heavens and struck the two of them. Amazingly, both boys showed no ill effects, as the power of the lightning combined with their auras. The electrical power also mingled with the mists that were swirling about them, giving them an eerie look. Both of their eyes glowed with white brilliance as they brought their hands back and cupped their palms. Hako's eyes had seen enough. He began focusing his newfound power into himself and prepared for an all-out blast. His battle aura grew until it was the size of a 10-story building. At the same time, his small frame also increased in size, until it was as big as his aura. It was at that time that he felt something strange. It felt as if someone else had taken control of his body. He struggled as he tried to lower down his power levels. He wanted to humble the twins in defeat, then take them back to the dojo, not kill them. However, his body had other ideas. It wasn't trying to control the energy. It wanted to let out at full force. He struggled to contain it, but to no avail. His arms and legs wouldn't obey him. Both Ranmas grimaced as they witnessed this. The ancient master seemed to no longer have control of his body. They knew that whatever was giving him this much power, intended to see the both of them dead. They would have to let Hako's eyes have it at full force. No holding back. This is it, Red. Ranma Blue warned. I know. Ranma Red nodded as he turned his head to the three observers. All of you. Get out of here now. Take cover. Ukyo, Shampoo and Cologne took one lingering look at the twins, then bolted toward the nearest building. It was then that Armageddon came down on Tokyo. Hako's eye threw his arms forward, delivering an energy blast that could bring down Mount Fuji. The energy was a bright blue as it shot toward the twins. At the same time, both brothers threw their cupped hands forward and shouted out their combined attack. Raging Thunderbolt Dragon. The energy that had been contained within roared forward and took the shape of a dragon that was composed of pure electricity. Swirls of elder-rich mist streamed out behind the apparition as it raced toward the giant Hako's eyes. The energy from his attack collided with that of the twins. For a moment, the two energies seemed to be evenly matched. Then suddenly, the energy dragon smashed through Baku's eyes blast and exploded against him. The once diminutive lecher screamed out in agony as he was enveloped in the explosion. The power was at first contained around the giant pervert, then it lashed out in all directions, destroying anything and everything in its wake. Using the last of their waning strength, the Tendo-Saotomes barely managed to leap back to avoid the resultant carnage. They landed on their backs, a few feet from the door of the building where their fiancés and Colombe had taken shelter. The aged matriarch quickly used her staff to pull the twins inside, just as the combined ki, magical, element and chi energies set off a chain reaction and caused a massive detonation that took out an entire city block. Gas mains exploded, thereby adding to the destructive force of the Ranma twins' final attack. Fortunately, the explosion was in an area that was scheduled for demolition. The night suddenly became day as the explosions flared outward. The ground shook as the shockwaves spread out. The tremors were equivalent to 4.8 on the Richter scale. For a brief moment, the denizens of Tokyo had thought that the Americans had dropped another atomic bomb on Japan. Derelict buildings that were in the immediate area of the blast were leveled within seconds, including the one that both brothers and their party were in. Fortunately, Colombe had not lost her wits as she hopped forward and stabbed her finger into the wall opposite to the chaos. BAKUSAIDNKDSU. Suddenly, the wall exploded outward, leaving a large hole. She hopped outside, followed by Shampoo and Ukyo. Both girls had their fiancés slung over their shoulders as adrenaline pumped through their systems, giving them a strength that they never knew they had. Everyone stumbled outside into the open as the building behind came tumbling down. The five rested on solid ground as the last of the explosions died off. As the light faded and the noise of destruction gave way to utter silence, they looked around at the carnage wrought by Ranma Red and Ranma Blue. Virtually every structure that was within half a block had either been knocked over or collapsed. The ground was littered with huge gaping holes where gas mains had exploded and fires raged around the asphalt. Smoke and dust clouds still hovered in some areas as sirens were heard in the distance. What was the most striking feature was the huge crater that was near the building that Colombe and the two girls had taken shelter in. The depression measured more than 200 feet in diameter. The sides of the hole had been blasted smooth by the explosion. What caught Colombe's eye was the small, almost charred form that was curled up at the center. Motioning the girls to stay with their loved ones, she began hopping toward the edge of the crater. Seeing that the sides and floor of the crater was cool enough, she made her way down the slopes and stopped in front of Baku's eyes body. Looking over his ruined form, she used her staff to turn him on his back. He was a mess. His clothes still smoked and his flesh was almost entirely red. He had several second and third degrees burns all over and what little hair he had was totally burned away. His eyes were glazed and he had a stupid expression on his face, as if he were laughing at the whole incident. Cologne shook her head as she turned to make her way back up to the others. It was then that she heard him on. Turning around, her eyes widened as she saw Tako's eyes begin to loll around. His open mouth slowly closed as he began to regain consciousness. In a tired and almost soundless whisper he said, "Did I win?" Cologne would have smacked him right then and there if he wasn't so injured. Instead, she glared at him and replied, "Happy, you're just like a cockroach. Hard to stomp and just as disgusting!" Double quote the realm of oblivion. Blast those twins. Tsuruka raged as he sent an energy bolt at the viewing portal, obliterating it. It seems we had underestimated the power that those two could generate. So now what? Arkodos asked. Apparently, Tako's did not have what we needed. No matter. He is no longer of any use to us and I doubt he'll last through the night. A pity. He had so much potential. I've never seen so much evil in a mortal in over 10,000 years. Indeed. So how are we going to explain our failure to Master Shiroka? We will have another chance, I'm sure of it. Already, the barrier weakens even further and I'm sure we can some way or someone that can finish off the Sotomes before the time of the contract renewal. If not, then we can still destroy them during the challenges. All we can do is wait, double quote the Earth Realm. At Nodoka's house, the mother of the Sotome twins fretted over her offspring. Both had been put to bed after binding their wounds. Although Ranma had invoked a healing spell to speed up their recovery, they were still too weak to get up. Furthermore, Shampoo and Ukyo refused to let the twins do anything besides breathe as they doted over their future husbands. On a spare futon in the guest room, Tako's eyes had also been laid down and tended to. Cologne had insisted to take care of the old lecher as she was eager to question him on how he had gained so much power to battle both the enhanced Ranmas. After several hours, both Ranmas were recovered enough to begin explaining what had happened to them. "Man! I can't believe that the old freak is still alive," Ranma Blue said. "He won't be for long," Cologne said with a stern face as she entered the room. "What?" everyone said. Cologne nodded as she explained. "His ki has been greatly diminished. Even I am unable to stop his deterioration. He has a day, perhaps two, before his life energies get out completely. He's dying," Ranma said in a shocked tone. We didn't mean to kill him, but," Cologne shook her head and declared, "no, son-in-law. You and your brother acted in pure self-defense. You had no choice but to stop him. He was already too far gone when he used that evil power to fight you with. I'm afraid that the Dark World had used their influence to boost Happy's power level. Unfortunately, it had also drained his ki to the point of no recovery. It seems that the Dark World considered Happy's life as expendable in their pursuit to kill you." "She's right," Taron said. In an instant, the immortal twins appeared before the group in a flash of light. Both of them had grim looks on their faces as they approached the beds where the Saotome boys were resting on. "Don't worry about Ako's eye, you two," Soren said as he raised one arm and sent a beam of white light into the room where the master of the Anything Goes martial arts was resting. In Taron followed suit and sent his own ki blast into the room. "What was that?" Ranma Red asked. "We just sent Ako's eye enough of our own ki to sustain him until his body could regenerate his own. We also put him into suspended animation to keep him quiet while his body healed itself. He'll be well enough by morning. He'll be very weak, but he won't be dying anytime soon. The process will cleanse his body of any lingering traces of dark world magic. He may be a disgusting little pervert, but even he doesn't deserve to die after being controlled by the dark world," Taron said. As they came near, Cologne bowed her head to them and said in a respectful tone, "It is good to see you two again. You were right. Ranma will marry my Shampoo." Soren smiled as he replied, "We told you so." Both Ranmas, Nodoka and the girls looked at Cologne in surprise as Ranma Red stammered, "Why you come and know each other?" Cologne smiled as she replied, "Why yes. Soren and Taron are old friends of mine. Why didn't you tell us?" Ranma Blue asked. "Must have slipped my mind. Besides, you never asked me." Cologne grinned as she looked at the shocked faces of her future in-laws. "Come now. Don't be so surprised. It wasn't hard for me to believe your explanations when you two first appeared. I admit, I was a little shocked when I probed the two of you and found that your ki energies were identical. When you explained to me that you were the chosen ones, I figured that these two rascals had something to do with it." She gestured to the immortals. "I am well acquainted with the legend of the chosen twins. After all, we Amazons have also taken a part in its history." "You mean?" both Ranmas said. "That's right," Cologne replied. 1,000 years ago, twin Amazons in our village had been selected to become the champions of Earth. Taron and Soren had trained those two 10 centuries ago. Their names were Shampoo and Cologne. I should know because my great-granddaughter and I are the direct descendants of those twins. We had been named in honor of those two. Hiya. Shampoo not know that. The purple-haired Amazon looked at her great-grandmother with awe. "So what's your connection with Soren and Taron?" Ranma Blue inquired. "More than 2¾ centuries ago, I met them when I was a mere girl of 18. They were as handsome then as they are now. I challenged one of them to a duel. It was then that they revealed their identities to me. They had also informed me that I had an important role to play in the next contract renewal." "Really?" Ranma Red asked. "And you were going to live 300 years? Cologne nodded. "That's right. You see, I am the only one who knows the secret that you two will need in order to defeat the Dark World. The secret has been passed down through countless generations." "What is it?" both Ranmas asked. "Not to be continued, offer single quotes notes." "Wow! I can't believe that it's been 11 chapters since I started writing this fan fiction. I'm getting very excited as this thing is picking up even more steam and there will be more plot twists and surprises along the way. Chapter 12 will be posted sometime in the next 2 weeks or so. Dual Destiny is Ranma Soto and crew belong to Rumiko Takahashi. The Dual Destinies story is my idea. Please don't sue me. Less than greater than, thoughts less than, greater than, Chinese language left curly bracket, telepathic communication chapter 12 further revelations. All those in the house of Nodoka listened in on the matriarch of the Amazons as she began her tale. 1,000 years ago, during the time of the 9th contract renewal, twin Amazons were chosen to be the champions of the Earth realm. Their names were Shampoo and Cologne. They were our ancestors, more than 27 generations ago. Whoa! Both Ranmas remarked. As you are being trained now, the chosen twins were also instructed in the mystic arts and elemental power. Soren added. Their attributes were remarkably similar to you two. They easily mastered techniques and could adapt to any situation. When the skill levels of our champions reached a certain point, we also bestowed to each of them a weapon of power in which they could use in their battles against the dark world. Taron added. That is right. Cologne nodded. My namesake was trained in the mystic arts while the first Shampoo had been granted access to nature's power. After being prepared to face the Dark Ones, they were given a mystic sword and a mighty warhammer to use in battle. The legend is that these weapons were the tools of the gods themselves. Actually, they were. Taron smiled. Both weapons hold tremendous power and are essential in fighting the dark world. In any case, Cologne continued. The Amazons defeated the minions of the dark world. Afterwards, Taron and Soren entrusted them to keep these weapons of power in the family, until the time of the next contract renewal. They had remained with the Joksuzoku since then. In fact, they are the two treasures that Akozai did not take from us. The responsibility of guarding these artifacts has been my family's duty for 10 centuries. So where are these weapons now? Ranma Blue asked. My namesake had hidden the sword in one of the many caves that are in the mountain regions near our village. Her sister Shampoo had secretly concealed the hammer in one of the Ukyo springs. Even the guides of that cursed training ground had no idea that it is there. They told no one but their eldest daughters. At present, only I know the location of the two weapons. So where are they? Ranma Red inquired. I cannot tell you as of yet, son-in-law. Cologne replied. It was just after Hapai had stolen from our village, 282 years ago. On the banks of a river near the village of the Joksuzoku, an 18-year-old Cologne is busy practicing with a quarterstaff. She has become stern and more hardened after Akozai had betrayed her trust by stealing nearly all of the village's treasures. Even now, she is thinking dark thoughts about the little lecher. Less than curse you, Akozai. It's all your fault. How dare you betray me? Then take my magic mirror and bracelet. I swear by my ancestors. If I ever catch you, I will make you suffer. You robbed us all of our most precious possessions! Exclamation point greater than less than double quote. He didn't get all of the treasures of the Amazons! Exclamation point double quote greater than. Cologne whirled around at the sound of that voice. She silently cursed herself at being caught unawares. She saw that she faced not one opponent, but two. Both men were lean, yet possessed well-muscled frames. One wore a white Chinese-styled shirt and black pants with kung fu shoes. The other was similarly dressed, but had a black shirt. Both had short black hair and were identical in appearance. Cologne suspected that she was looking at twins. She had to admit both were very attractive. Far more so than Baku's I was. She began wondering what she ever saw in the little pervert. Less than double quote. Who are you? What do you want? Question mark double quote greater than. Cologne demanded as she took a fighting stance. Taron smiled. Less than double quote. Calm yourself, Cologne. We mean you no harm. Double quote greater than less than double quote. How do you know my name? Question mark double quote greater than less than double quote. We know everything about you. Double quote greater than. Soren replied. Less than double quote. Oh, forgive us. Where are our manners? I am Soren and he is my brother Taron. Double quote greater than. Cologne became a little startled when she heard those names. Recently, her mother had just told her the legend of the chosen twins and the names of the great warriors who taught them supernatural powers. She then shook her head. Less than a single quote. It's just a coincidence! Exclamation point greater than less than double quote. I repeat my questions. Who are you? What do you want? And how do you know me? Question mark double quote greater than. Soren nodded as he answered. Less than double quote. In order, Soren and Taron. We have business concerning the mystic sword and elemental hammer. And we know you because we have been watching you since you were born. Double quote greater than less than double quote. Lot question mark exclamation point double quote greater than. Cologne exclaimed. No one outside of her family even knew of the existence of those sacred weapons. Even the current elders of the village were in the dark about them. After her ancestors had defeated the great evil, which threatened the Earth realm, they had kept their involvement in that incident a secret. Generally, the world was unaware as to how close it had come to destruction. Less than double quote. You need not be so shocked, Cologne. Double quote greater than. Taron said. Less than double quote. The reason why we know of the sword and hammer is because we gave them to your ancestors 720 years ago. We were the ones who trained them to battle the dark world. Double quote greater than less than double quote. I don't believe you! Exclamation point double quote greater than. Cologne declared as she prepared to attack. Less than double quote. No one but my mother and my grandmother know of the legend. I do not know who you are. But you cannot be the ones who trained the chosen twins. I don't know as to how you know about those weapons, but I swear you won't live long to tell anyone! Exclamation point double quote greater than. With these words, Cologne leapt at them. Taron stepped back as he let his brother handle the Amazon. Soren simply vanished from view, just as Cologne made her first strike. She was found herself staring at an empty space where her opponent had been. Before she realized what was happening, Soren reappeared behind her and tapped her on the shoulder. Cologne whirled around and tried another attack. Soren dodged the blow with ease. She then tried a blinding series of kicks and thrusts. The immortal evaded each attack with casual ease. Less than a single quotes so fast. I don't believe this. Only suppose I could move fast enough to dodge my attacks. But I would be like a snail compared to this one. Whoever he is, he's good! Greater than after 5 minutes of the one-sided battle, Soren decided to end it. Lashing forth with a speed that totally caught Cologne off guard, he disarmed the Amazon in a nanosecond with a blurring hand motion. The future matriarch found herself weaponless and was knocked off her feet, as the brother of Taron used her own staff to trip her up. Cologne found herself flat on her back. Before she could even think about getting to her feet, Soren lashed forward with the staff and pinned her down with one end on her chest. His hands glowed with a red light as he focused his power through his weapon. The energy flowed down the wooden pole and Cologne was blasted with it, causing her to black out. Sometime later, Cologne awoke and saw that the twins were sitting on some boulders near the river. They looked at her casually and Soren smiled a bit. She looked at Soren with an appraising eye and got up. Her legs were slightly unsteady as she was still feeling some after effects from the power blasts she received. She shook her head to clear it and then went towards Soren to carry out her duty as an Amazon. Soren was a bit nervous as she approached him. He knew what he had done, but there was no help for it. He braced himself as the attractive woman warrior came forward, wrapped her arms around him and said, "Oh Taron." Then she promptly kissed him. Less than oh boy! Greater than Soren thought. Less than this is going to be complicated! Greater than it took the twins 3 hours and several displays of magic spells and elemental power, before Cologne was finally convinced that they were who they claimed to be. The task was made even more difficult, due to the fact that Cologne had become lovesick over her supposed new husband and was constantly trying to shower him with affection. But eventually, Cologne accepted the truth that a marriage between Soren and herself was impossible, due to the fact that, with the exception of gods, immortals were incapable of having children. Less than I apologize for attacking you, Soren. Greater than Cologne said with disappointment. Less than a pity that you will not be my husband. After meeting greater than Soren gave her a compassionate smile as he replied, less than that is alright, Cologne. I know that you have suffered much since then. Greater than Cologne nodded. Many of the villagers had become a bit hostile toward her as they blamed her for bringing Takozai to their village in the beginning. Besides stealing their most sacred treasures, the latter was quite a nuisance as he constantly stole their undergarments, food and whatever things that wasn't nailed down. His non-stop groping of every female in the village over 16 had also made him unpopular with the men as well as the women. However, They did not have his level of skill and were ineffective in stopping the little pervert. Cologne sighed as she thought back at her history with the future master of the Anything Goes School of Martial Arts. She had thought of him as a young and brash martial artist who was only trying to get by in the harsh world. She had invited him to stay in the village for a while, to rest up before continuing on his training journey. His little quirks and unusual demeanor was somehow amusing to her. She was the only one who showed any kindness towards him, when the others treated him like a disease to be eradicated. The young Amazon's face became dark as she remembered that dark time when Tako's eye finally went too far. It was 2 days ago that a strange party came to their village. An extremely old woman who hopped on what looked like the matriarch's staff had called her by name. What was surprising to her was that she felt as if she should know that person. The old woman had come with 2 middle-aged men, 2 girls that were about her age and a boy with a big tail. It was that boy whom she found most intriguing. The boy had introduced himself as Ranma and seemed to be very familiar with Tako's eyes. In fact, whenever the latter was mentioned, the boy would frown and denounce anything nice that was said in favor of her hat eye. Cologne could not believe it at the time, but after Tako's eye's final betrayal, she had to admit the boy was right. The situation wasn't made any simpler when the 2 girls tried to hook her up with Tako's eyes. The girl with short hair, she did not recognize, but the girl with long purple hair had aroused her curiosity. Cologne could not help but notice the resemblance between herself and the stranger. She spoke in broken Japanese as she did and seemed to move like an Amazon. Once again, she had that feeling of deja vu. When the plan to set her up with Tako's eyes had failed, Cologne began to have some suspicions about the group. When that boy Ranma scolded the 2 girls, she had been listening in on their conversation from behind the kitchen door. She had become very confused when he said, if it was meant to be, don't you think she would have married him in the first place? However, she did not have a chance to find out more as the group disappeared shortly after Tako's eyes had made off with the treasures of the village. Snapping herself back to the present, she asked Taron, "Why are you here? I thought that the contract renewed itself every 1,000 years. There's still more than 280 years to go! Greater than less than You are correct, Cologne. However, some other events are taking place now and in the future. You will play a part in the next contract renewal. The final one. How? Greater than Cologne said, confused. Do you remember that boy Ranma? Greater than Taron asked. Yes. Greater than He is fated to become our champion during the next contract renewal. Greater than Soren said. Cologne became even more confused. I didn't see any twin brother. Even so, what does this have to do with me? Greater than It has much to do with you, Cologne. Greater than Taron declared. You see, That boy is destined to marry your great-granddaughter. Greater than less than great-granddaughter. I don't even have a husband, much less a great-granddaughter! Greater than less than Do you remember that other girl? The one with purple hair? Greater than Cologne nodded. Soren became serious as he said, less than that was your great-granddaughter Shampoo. Greater than less than Shampoo? You mean like the twin sister of Cologne? The one I was named after? Greater than less than That is correct. Greater than Taron nodded as he continued. Less than You see, in the future, Ranma and his group had confronted Akbozai and got a hold of your magic mirror, which sent them here. You had just met your future son -in-law. Greater than less than So that's what Ranma was talking about when he said if it were meant to be. And I thought Shampoo looked a lot like me! Greater than less than That single quote is right. Which brings us to the reason for our visit. Greater than Taron nodded toward Cologne. Less than during her 16th year, Shampoo will be defeated by Ranma. We want you to accompany her to Japan and aid her in getting him as her husband. Do not be surprised if Ranma becomes stubborn. Also, do not be surprised if he has a few idiosyncrasies. We want you to train him in both the chestnut technique and the Shoten fa, in order to prepare him for the contract renewal. Greater than less than Those are two of our most secret moves. And I still don't understand why Ranma is the chosen one. He has no twin! Greater than Soren said with a grin. Less than Do not worry, Cologne. All things will be explained in time. After you have arrived in Japan, we will contact you again in several months. Greater than less than Considering what you have told me, I find it all too incredible to believe. Greater than less than I know it does. But the final fate of the world rests on that boy's shoulders. Will you do this? Greater than Taron asked. Cologne thought for a long time. What she had been told was too fantastic to be the truth. However, there was no doubt in her mind that she was in the presence of the immortals that had trained her ancestors. With the fate of the world and the future of her tribe at stake, there was only one decision she could make. After a long silence, she nodded. Less than You had my word. Greater than Both brothers smiled as they said their thanks and disappeared in a flash of light. The present. So that's why you trained us in the chestnut technique and the Shoten fa, Ranma Red exclaimed. Yeah. Ranma Blue agreed. I always wondered why you taught us a method of getting the Phoenix pills from you, even though it would have been easier for you to wait until we gave in. It also didn't make sense that you would train us in a technique that could defeat you. Correct, Cologne replied. Taron then began the rest of his explanations. After Shampoo had declared not to use any more potions and was going to treat Ranma better, we sensed that Cologne was beginning to doubt us. So after Shampoo had left for that takeout order, we decided to pay her another visit! Double quote the Neko Aden. 3 days ago, Cologne was in a bit of a huff as her great-granddaughter had left to deliver the last order of the day. Mousse had already finished his chores and had gone to bed, leaving the aged Amazon alone in a dimly lit restaurant to contemplate. Things were not going well. Since Shampoo had declared not to use any potions, Cologne had become fearful for her only family. If she were to fail to gain Ranma as her husband, then by Amazon law, Cologne would be forced to execute her. The elder began to curse herself for promising to train Ranma in those Amazon techniques, knowing full well that she should have just waited until he had yielded to her will. She started to think that at the time, she was nothing but a foolish and naive teenager when she had made that promise to the immortal twins. With the theft of her magic mirror and bracelet, not to mention the startling revelations afterwards, Cologne began to suspect that she was mad to have agreed to such an oath. It was then that a bright flash suddenly appeared in the room and Cologne found herself face to face with Taron and Soren. "You!" Cologne hissed as she grabbed her staff and prepared for battle. "How dare you return?" Both twins maintained a calm expression as Soren said, "Why, Cologne? I thought you would have been happy to see us. It has been a long 282 years. Do not patronize me." Cologne replied in a voice that dripped venom. "I have done what you have requested. Ranma has mastered both the chestnut technique and the Hiri Shoten Fa. Yet he still will not wed my Shampoo. I must have been insane 2¾ centuries ago. My Shampoo jeopardizes her very future with her silly notions." She tensed down, intent on delivering a death strike via pressure points to the twins. Before she could spring forward to deliver an attack, Soren faded from view and then reappeared behind her, placing a hand on her shoulder. His hand glowed with a red light, which flashed over her. He crouched forward and whispered into her ear, "Come." Cologne tried to fight the calming spell, but found it too irresistible. Her body lost all tension as her feelings of anger and doubt vanished. Her staff fell to the floor from her hand and she felt a sense of serenity wash over her. In that one moment, all the weight of her many years seemed to fade away. All emotions of frustration and despair were gone. Soren released his hand from her shoulder and then spoke to her in a quiet, measured tone. "Cologne, we are very aware of what you have suffered through these past several months, but we give you our solemn word, it will all be over by tomorrow." Cologne looked up in confusion. "Really?" Taron nodded. "The time of the contract renewal draws near and Tendo-Saotome will soon fulfill his destiny. I still do not understand." Cologne said, "All things will become clear to you by tomorrow night. All that we ask you now is to wait one more day." Soren stated. Cologne looked at the immortals with a suspicious eyes, then said in a careful tone, "For 282 years, I have been patiently waiting for events to occur as you had told me. I saw the birth of my great-granddaughter and watched her grow into the girl that I had seen when I was 18. I met my future son-in-law for the second time in my life, despite the fact that he did not know me at the time. He had several idiosyncrasies, including a Jews and Ukyo curse, the cat fist and multiple engagements. I had met my former self when the magic mirror sent us back in time to China. I very tempted to alter history and stop myself, but because of my promise to you, I did not. I have suffered much these many decades because of my oath. If you say that this will be over by tomorrow, then I shall wait one final day. But I warn you, no need to make threats, Cologne. As we had stated before, all things shall be revealed in due time, Soren assured as he walked back to where his brother was standing. We are very thankful for what you have done for our champion. Do not worry. The twins nodded toward the aged matriarch and disappeared in a bright flash. A moment later, Shampoo entered the shop with a dreamy attitude and humming her favorite song. "Child, what has come over you?" Cologne asked, concerned. "Oh, nothing, great-grandmother. Shampoo, just think that tomorrow will be very big day." With these words, Shampoo literally floated up the stairs out the present. "So now you know everything," Cologne finished. Everyone except the immortals and Cologne had been struck dumb as they digested what they had been told. Finally, Ranma Red spoke up. "So everything that's happened to all of us was meant to happen?" "That's right, Ranma Red," Soren replied. "And now that we've gotten all that out of the way, it is time that we informed the both of you of two other things." "What's that?" both Ranmas asked. "First of all, we must now complete the final phases of your training. What we have so far taught you were the basics," Taron declared. "Basics?" both Ranmas heaped. "That's right," Soren agreed. "The new skills will be harder to master but are necessary if you are to wield the weapons of power. Furthermore, these techniques are far more powerful than anything you have learned previously." "You mean that the Thunderbolt Strike and the Dragon Spirit were just normal moves?" Ranma Blue asked incredulously. "That's right," Taron said. "These new techniques will take a little longer for the two of you to master, possibly a week. Mind you, there is going to be a lot of pain involved. It's going to make your battle with Raposi look like a warm-up exercise." Both Saotome brothers looked at each other, then nodded. It was then that Ranma Blue asked the obvious question, "So what's the second thing that we have to know?" Both Soren and Taron looked at each other, then gave the twin Ranmas a sheepish smile. There was a long silence before Soren decided to answer. "When you have completed your training here, we will all need to travel to China in order to pick up the weapons of power. Couldn't you just teleport there, get the weapons, then come back?" Ranma Red asked. "No, Ranma Red," Taron answered. "The mystic sword and elemental hammer can only be held by the mortal champions of Earth. Since we're immortals, we are forbidden to touch them. Besides, you two must retrieve them as part of your final training. Okay, that doesn't sound too bad. Ranma said slowly. Actually, getting the sword and hammer is the easy part. It's what you have to do when you get to the Amazon village. That's the tricky part. What do we have to do? Both Ranmas said. There was another one of those long silences. It was then that Cologne decided to answer for Soren and Taron. Simply put, you both have to get married. Shampoo and Ukyo stared in wide-eyed shock at Cologne's words. Nodoka became almost giddy with excitement at the prospect. It was then that everyone turned their gaze to the Ranma twins, who had taken this information as anyone in their position would have. They fainted out to be continued, offer single quotes notes well how's that for a cliffhanger? I had decided to watch that online episode with the magic mirror in order to get some ideas on how to connect Cologne with the immortal twins. I feel much better about this rewritten chapter as it made the rest of the story flow together. What is happening with Akan, Mousse, Ryoga and everyone else? Just wait and see as chapter 13 will go into that. Dual destinies less than greater than, thoughts less than, greater than Chinese language chapter 13. A time to reflect. A week had passed since the creation of the Ranma twins and their subsequent departure from the lives of the Tendo family. Needless to say, things had not been the same since. As expected, soon Tendo and his friend Tendo-Saotome were not getting along as well as they used to. They were still the best of friends, but due to Ranma's misdeeds and the invalid tie-on of the oath between the families by his wife, the two martial artists had an uneasy relationship between them. Soon would alternate between three moods. He would go into his demon head at the mention of Ranma's past crimes and give his friend a scare, bawl his head off for hours over the fact that the schools may never be united, or go into a false sense of hope that Akbozai would bring those two boys back. In any case, living at the dojo taxed the patience of the Saotome patriarch. At times, he had considered going back to his wife. However, the memory of how angry she was during the time she invalidated the oath made him shudder. Today was different, however. Instead of playing their usual game of shogi after breakfast, Sun and Ranma were sitting out in the porch, staring out into the backyard. They were having a quiet conversation about the turn of events that had taken place over the last several days. I can't believe this has happened, Saotome. We had two excellent chances to unite the schools and we just let it slip away. I know Tendo. Ranma has changed a lot ever since we became twins. He's not as cocky as before and he seems to take responsibility for his actions. Not like some other people. Sun growled as he cast a withering glance at his longtime friend. Ranma sweated a little as he tensed up and gave Sun a nervous smile. Sun's demon head was the last thing that he wanted at the moment. Hair. Let's not go into that right now, okay? What's important is that we have to figure out a way to bring those two back here and get them engaged to your daughters. Sun cooled down a little as he nodded and turned his head back toward the backyard. Yes. If we don't get those two back, The anything goes schools of martial arts is doomed. Furthermore, Akane has not been the same since. She's really taking it hard, isn't she? Yes. Even though she tries to deny it, she does miss Ranma. You know Tendo. By the way those two went at it, a person might think they didn't want to get married. Soon was about to object to that statement, but then decided to think about it. It was true that Ranma and Akane had been fighting a lot more than usual lately before he had become twins. He began to remember that Ranma had been going out of his way not to antagonize her. For over a week, he had not even called her uncute. Of course, this did not make much of a difference to Akane. She had still thought of him as an insensitive, arrogant and perverted jerk and took it out on him. Now that he thought about it, Akane did tend to react badly to anything that disrupted her world. Soon sighed as he realized that perhaps he had been pushing it a little too much when he had engaged her to Ranma that first day. Akane had become very emotional since the death of her mother Kimiko. She had thrown herself into her martial arts training in order to deal with the pain. When the boys at school started challenging her, she became even more short-tempered. Kasumi had tried to teach her in the ways of proper manners and better social skills, but Akane was a very slow and poor learner in those aspects. She tended to let anger get the better of her and had little patience when things did not go her way. Whenever that happened, she would let loose with her anger at full force. For the most part, Ranma was always the target. When the Ranma twins had announced that they were going to marry Ukyo and Shampoo, his daughter had made the disastrous mistake of attacking them in front of their mother. Soon had to admit, that was not a good impression to make to a future mother-in-law. Soon sighed again as he shook his head. He realized that if his daughter ever wanted to marry one of the twins, then she would have to learn to be the disciplined martial artist that she always claimed to be. If she could not improve her patience, understanding and respect for others, especially toward either Ranma, then she would be doomed to spend her life alone. In her room, Akane had been sitting in silence on her bed for several hours. Her eyes and cheeks were red and puffy from her latest bout of crying. In her mind, she had been fuming at how the Ranma twins had so callously thrown her away in favor of her two biggest rivals. Less than those jerks. How could they do this to me? Then again, why should I care? They did nothing but insult me. They called me uncute. They called my cooking toxic. They greater than Akane stopped in her mental ramblings as she realized that it was that kind of behavior which drove them away from her in the first place. Additionally, her bad reaction toward them in front of their mother was also what doomed her engagement to them. Akane became very despondent as she recalled her past relationship with the heir to the Saotome school of anything goes. They certainly got off on the wrong foot that first day. Ranma was then an only child and cursed to changing into a girl with a splash of cold water. At the time, Akane was glad to help out the lonely red-haired girl. She was also relieved that a girl had defeated her and not a boy. That was her first mistake. Her second mistake was when she had walked in on Ranma when he was taking a bath. She had instinctively reacted as she did with all members of the opposite gender. She freaked. Akan let out a tired sigh as she replayed the events that followed that encounter. Several months ago. Why would I want to get engaged to a pervert like that? Akan roared at the Ranma-chan. Hold on. Who are you calling a pervert? Ranma-chan shot back, her temper rising as well. You saw me in the nude latch. Hold on. You walked in on me. Oh yeah? Well, it's different when a boy sees a girl. Big. Latcher. Dummy. Fa fa fa. You see girls? They're already the perfect couple. Soon stated with amusement. We're not a couple. We're fighting. Akan shouted toward her father before turning back to Ranma-chan. There's no way I'd ever marry someone like that. Oh yeah? The same thing goes for me. Ranma-chan shouted. Present time. Yes, Akan had to admit that they certainly had a rocky beginning. As she considered it, she realized that he was right. She was the one who walked in on him. Kasumi had often chided her on her lack of basic courtesy, especially toward Ranma. She could have simply knocked on the door. Why didn't she? Akan then began to recall all the other times that they had been fighting or when she got mad at him. After the martial arts rhythmic gymnastics competition. Wait. You didn't lose. It was an accident. Ranma backed away from Shampoo. Be a man. And take your kiss of death. Ryoga shoves him into Shampoo's embrace. Shampoo hugs him with a dreamy look in her eyes, then says, "Woe I me. Woe I me. It's you I love," Kasumi said as the panda held up a sign. "Love?" Akan said. That was when Shampoo pokers up and lands a direct hit on Ranma's lips. What the? Akan gasped as she sees Ranma in a passionate session of osculation with the Amazon. After watching Shampoo enjoy her lip session with Ranma for a full minute, Akan picked up one of her broken bonburi and introduced it to Ranma's head, temporarily rendering him unconscious. Aaron! Shampoo cried as her future mate fell to the floor. She then glared at Akan, who glared back at her before leaving in a huff. "What's going on here? What's all the fuss about?" Soon asked as he entered the room. "Oh father," Kasumi said as she tried to explain. "I don't know all the details, but this girlfriend of Ranma's came from China to finish him off, or to finish something off. I think. Something like that. Girlfriend." Soon glared at Ranma. "Well, now wait a minute. That's not what happened." Ranma tried to explain. "But it's mostly what happened. Right, Ranma?" Ryoga said with suspicion. "She has never seen me as a guy before, okay? So you say. Still, you two seem awfully close," Soon said with a stern voice. "Oh what? Do you see me like that to Mr. Tendo?" Ranma shot back. "I can't see you any other way." After a few moments of watching Shampoo pour affection on Ranma, Akan burst into the room and said, "Ranma, as far as I'm concerned, Our engagement never happened! ! After Shampoo had left, Deezokan. If I'd known you were going to be like this, I'd never have gotten your memory back. I wish you didn't. I wish I'd never heard of you. You are just so uncute. Clang. Stay away from me, Ranma. Akan exited the room, leaving Ranma-chan with a thermos stuck to her face. She's so uncute! Cookie time. Akan Tendo. Allow me to make you happy. Kumo cried as he rushed toward her with knife and fork in hand. He is stopped in his tracks by Ranma, who lands on his head. I'd think about this, Kumo, considering her cooking has killed before. Ranma is promptly squashed by a fire extinguisher, courtesy of Akan. Ranma, before you give any of your stupid remarks, at least try some. Ranma began looking at the cookies with a dubious eye as Akan proudly said, "Cute, huh? They're animal crackers." "These are animals?" Ranma picked one up and said, "An octopus? Stupid. It's a penguin. A hermit crab. It's a lion. A water flea. A rabbit. Loch Ness monster. It's a swan. A Power Ranger. A raccoon. A salamander. Alligator. I know. It's a platypus. A koala." Akan became fuming with rage before she said in a dangerous voice, "You better eat one now before I get mad!" The magic mushrooms. Did you see how that guy held her? Ooh, I could just die. Yuka said in reference to the movie. Akan began having flashbacks to how Ranma had held Shampoo. In her mind, the words repeated over and over. Less than how he held her. Held her. Held her. Greater than that was when she got mad. He's the one who's going to die. Her friends looked at their companion fearfully as her temper began to boil. He couldn't help but grab her. If he thinks he can get away with it, he's got another thing coming. Akan ran off blindly. Akan. Watch out. Splash. Akan emerged from an open manhole and screamed, "When I find him, he's a dead man!" Here comes Ranma's mom. Is that what you want me to do, Akan? Leave? It's just that your mother hasn't seen you in a long time. And it's only natural that she'd want you to go live with her. Fine then. I hear you loud and clear. Should have known that an uncute girl like you wouldn't understand. Oh, here we go again. Whenever something wrong happens to you, I get called UNCUD! Present time. Akan became even more depressed as she recalled all the fights, arguments, insults and of course, bodily harm they had done to each other. Well, the bodily harm that was inflicted on Ranma. She remembered that he would never strike a girl. This also infuriated her whenever this part. He did nothing but dodge. This made her especially mad during that Super Soda incident. Flashback. Akan is busy throwing wild punches as Ranma is casually evading each of her attacks while reading a comic book. Ranma, you said you'd help me train. How do you expect me to get any better if you won't even take me seriously? Ranma dodged her last punch and sits on her back, driving her to the floor. Oh, I'm sorry, Akan. Were you saying something? Present time. Akan sighed again, this time more heavily. Despite his lack of social skills, Ranma had demonstrated that he could be tender and caring toward her. Several months ago. You know, Akan. You should smile more often. You can be real cute when you smile! Martial arts skating competition. Listen up. Akan is my fiancé. You touch her and I'll kill you! The cookies. So I guess you won't mind if I help myself to these? The Super Soma incident. Ranma, I guess I got carried away and I thought you were jealous of. I'm surprised at you, Akan. I thought you'd know me by now. Present time. In the final analysis, Akan could only think of one reason why she was so distressed at Ranma's departure. It wasn't because of the future of the two schools. It wasn't because she actually liked having arguments with the Saotome. It was not because he had done so much on her behalf, saving her from kidnappers, giving up on several opportunities to be cured, or letting her pound on him, whether it was his fault or not. The reason was straightforward and simple. It wasn't something that she wouldn't admit to anyone, but she was in love with him. The thought was very unnerving to her, but she couldn't deny it. Somehow, during the months that he stayed at the dojo, his quirks and carefree nature had won a place in her heart. He could be insensitive and sometimes even cruel, but deep down, Ranma was a caring individual. He never backed down from a challenge and was always ready to defend her, even if she did not want it. He was always there for her. Whenever another girl showed interest in him, Akan would become jealous, even though she would always deny it. She just couldn't stand the thought of him being with another. With this revelation, came more sadness. Akan had been constantly pestered by her father to admit her feelings toward her supposed fiancé. Her friends had always tried to get to know how she felt about the big-tailed boys. Akan had steadfastly denied having any tender feelings toward Ranma, despite the fact that she did. It wasn't that she did not want any of those feelings. It was just that she did not know how to express those feelings. She had little experience in the ways of intimacy. Her natural dislike of boys in the beginning did not help. With his constant insults, Ranma had become the perfect target for her anger and frustration. However, when it came to showing tenderness toward him, Akan was very lacking in that department. Shampoo had no problem in showing affection toward Ranma. Ukyo also made no secret that she loved him. Recently, they had changed dramatically. Before Ranma had become twins, Shampoo had become more mature. She was no longer trying to drug Ranma and did not clomp onto him at every opportunity. She did not become hostile towards her or Ukyo. After the twins had appeared, she had begun showing a newer kind of love toward Ranma Red. It wasn't the usual overabundance of affection. Instead it was an unconditional love which was based on understanding, trust and respect. Akan had seen it in their eyes when Ranma had challenged Mousse that day. Ukyo had also changed. In the beginning, she had been after Ranma because of that promise that was made to her 10 years ago. Although she did love her Ran-chan, she would always constantly remind him of their engagement. She would seem overly possessive and would contradict anyone who would question her claim. Now, she was different. She was now wearing a dress to school and was proud of her femininity. Her love for her fiancé was very apparent to all those who saw them together and no one doubted it. She and Ranma Blue shared a bond, which made them appear almost as one. The same thing was happening to Shampoo and the other twin. Akan began to feel tears well up in her eyes again. It was just so unfair to her. She had loved Ranma but was too afraid to admit it. There had been so many close encounters and missed opportunities to develop that love. Shampoo and Ukyo had one advantage over her during that time. They were not afraid to admit their feelings. Akan realized that it was simply a matter of being too late. Her constant denials and poor treatment of Ranma had cost her. Not caring that this was the umpteenth time, Akan cried uncontrollably. The Neko and Mousse was still in some pain as he began packing his bags to leave. The old matriarch had given him a week to clear out and leave Japan, now that he was able to walk. If he was not long gone by then, she promised him a beating that would make what Ranma did to him seem like a day at the beach. And if there was one thing that Mousse knew about Cologne, it was that she never bluffed. As he carelessly packed some of his clothes into his travel bag, he began having dark thoughts about his rival, who now had the undisputed right to marry his love. Less than Tendo-Saotome. How dare you steal my shampoo? It wasn't a fair fight! Exclamation point greater than it was then that he replayed the events of that day. Mousse was more than shocked to have been challenged to an honor duel by Ranma. It was even more surprising to have received the challenge letter in perfect Chinese. He recognized Ranma's handwriting. He had come to the school as he saw this as the perfect opportunity to permanently end Ranma's influence over Shampoo and perhaps show Cologne that he was worthy of her great-granddaughter. Mousse's dreams had soon been dashed when he accepted Ranma's challenge. Not that he had any choice. Amazon laws were very strict when it came to honor duels, especially with the males. Men of the Amazons were expected to uphold the appearance of strength and honor, despite the fact that they were still considered as inferior by most of the women of the tribe. To refuse an honor duel, especially from an outsider, would be considered as an act of cowardice. The penalty was usually extreme. As soon as he tried to achieve a fast victory against Ranma, Mousse found himself in way over his head. In the past, Mousse had been unable to decisively defeat Saotome. He may be the master of hidden weapons, but his greatest strengths were on distance and surprise. Ranma, however, was his superior in speed, skill and raw power, especially when it came to close quarters combat. He also had the ability to effectively adapt to any weapon that Mousse could use against him. Added to the fact that Cologne had trained him in several Amazon techniques. Techniques that he had apparently improved on. The myopic magician frowned as he remembered being pummeled by more than 1,000 rapid-fire punches. His blades had been reduced to scrap in less than a nanosecond, and his body had followed suit soon afterwards. In all his years, he had never been so soundly thrashed in so little time. He was still wondering how Ranma had gotten so strong and fast in the short time that they last fought. The Makoto Kabish was a technique that he was familiar with, but never personally experienced until recently. The blast hurt like the dickens. Ranma's other Kai technique, the power blaster, hurt even more. The myopic martial artist shook his head in despair. It's so unfair. The biggest surprises for Mousse were Ranma's other techniques. Somehow, Saotome was now able to disappear and reappear at will. The Solaro and the Spirit Fist had caught Mousse unawares, but the biggest shock of all was when he pulled out that Dragon Spirit technique. It had defeated his strongest attack and left him as a mere shell of his former self. Although he had been reputed to know black magic, his hidden weapon techniques were not really magic-based. His opponent, however, truly knew magic and had used it to humiliate him. Mousse began to have even more dark thoughts about him. Less than he cheated. I know he did. But those damn Amazon laws don't care about it. Because of them, I can't marry my darling Shampoo! Greater than as soon as Mousse thought about the purple-haired Amazon, his face became sorrowful. He stopped in his packing and began to recall all of his memories of his lifelong, yet unrequited love for Cologne's great-granddaughter. He remembered way back to a simpler time when he was 3. There was no girl in the Jokutsuzoku who captivated him more than Shampoo. He could still remember her cute little face more than 13 years ago. 13 years ago, a little boy of 3 faced a cow with an adoring look in his eyes. As he gazed into the bovine's eyes, he was more or less oblivious to the angry little girl who was right behind him. Less than oh Shampoo. There would be nothing I would like better than to be your husband! Greater than immediately, Mousse was smashed forward as a 3-year-old Shampoo kicked him in the head. Less than what are you talking about? That's a cow. Shampoo is over here! Greater than Mousse picked himself off the ground and turned around. He squinted a bit as he tried to focus on the girl who had just kicked him. Finally recognizing her by her hair color, he tried to catch her in an embrace. Less than oh my darling, greater than he was promptly stopped by a fist to the face. Less than HMPF. I don't want to marry an idiot who can't tell the difference between me and a cow. You are a stupid boy! Greater than Shampoo stomped off, leaving Mousse sprawled on the ground with a bleeding nose. The future master of hidden weapons laid on the ground with a dreamy look on his face. Less than she touched me. I love her. What a woman! Greater than the present. Less than okay, greater than Mousse thought. Less than, so maybe that wasn't the best way to make a first impression. But that didn't stop me then! Greater than Mousse at age 6. Mousse is kneeling and holding the hand of what he thought was his beloved Shampoo. In actuality, he's holding the hoof of a pig. Less than please marry me Shampoo! Greater than Shampoo is in the background, carrying a bucket of water. She shook her head in disgust as she watched her would-be sweeter propose to a pig. Less than bad enough that he's obsessed with me. Now he can't tell the difference between me and a pig. Stupid as ever. He would be better off marrying that pig! Greater than Shampoo left the scene in a huff-top Mousse at age 8. Less than I did it! Greater than Mousse was strutting along with a grin as he walked away from 3 older boys who were sprawled on the ground. For several months now, the other boys of the village had been beating him up and teasing him, because of his nearsightedness and lack of fighting skills. It was only a few weeks ago that he had began training in his family's fighting style. It was a style known as the hidden weapons, in which one could hide a great assortment of weapons in very little space. Many of the villagers considered the methods as a form of black magic. Less than now Shampoo will see just how much of a great warrior I am! Greater than Mousse went off in search of his love and found her practicing with the 2 batons. Less than Shampoo! Greater than Mousse rushed over toward her, intending to give her his usual embrace. Of course, he wasn't wearing his glasses again and ran into a tree, knocking himself out. Shampoo looked down at Mousse and once again had a look of disgust. Less than rate as stupid as ever! Mousse! Greater than she then went back to practicing her movements, leaving Mousse senseless on the ground. Mousse at age 10. Mousse was feeling pain as he got up from the ground. Although he was eager to show Shampoo how much he had improved, he had neglected to consider that she too had gotten better when he asked to spar with her. He had intended to battle her and see if he could discover any weaknesses in her fighting style. Weaknesses that he could later exploit if he had to challenge her to a marriage duel. He was still fervently hoping that he could get her consent before she turned 16, the age in which an Amazon becomes eligible for marriage by combat. Mousse winced in pain as he received a blow to his temple. Even at the tender age of 10, Shampoo had gotten strong enough to wield the banburi with moderate skill. None of his hidden weapon techniques were having any effect at the moment. Mostly because he was too afraid to use some of the more dangerous weapons on her as he didn't want to hurt her. He had been restraining himself to stun weapons such as padded clubs and paralysis powder hidden inside bird eggs. None of these things mattered to Shampoo. In the end, Mousse just couldn't keep up with the ferocious pace that Shampoo was fighting at. The arsenal inside his robes were weighing him down and his sparring partner wasn't letting up for any reason. The myopic magician was knocked to the ground a final time. Before he could get up, Shampoo pinned him down with a foot and raised one of her clubs. She looked down at him with contempt and said, Less than double quote you are not even a challenge Mousse. I would never marry a weakling like you exclamation point double quote greater than with that she delivered a hard blow to Mousse's head, knocking him out. Mousse at age 13. It was the time of the annual martial arts tournament. Shampoo was very excited to go and see who would compete. Mousse was also interested in going, as it was an opportunity to get close to Shampoo. He soon spotted her beside her great-grandmother in the crowds. Everyone present were watching the combatants battle it out on a log that was suspended in the center of the village. Instead of his usual rush to embrace her, Mousse decided to approach the purple-haired Amazon calmly. This way, he would not mistake someone or something else for her. As he slowly made his way toward her, he heard her clap her hands and said gleefully to her great-grandmother, less than double quote someday, I will be the village champion exclamation point double quote greater than Cologne looked at her relative with a smile. Less than double quote perhaps child. However, you still have 3 more years to go before you are eligible to compete exclamation point double quote greater than less than double quote I will be ready exclamation point double quote greater than Shampoo declared. Less than double quote that would be something to see Shampoo. However, I must warn you. The tournament is very demanding. Many Amazons in the past have found their skills taxed to the very limit when they compete. Indeed, even the winner is all but exhausted exclamation point double quote greater than less than double quote I can handle it exclamation point double quote greater than just as Mousse heard this, he became very excited. Less than that single quote as it. That's how I can win Shampoo. All I have to do is wait until she becomes 16 and competes in the tournament. If she wins, she'll be too tired to fight. That's when I'll challenge her to a marriage duel. By Amazon law, she'll have to accept it. Even if she doesn't win, she'll still be exhausted. I could beat her easy enough without having to hurt her. It's perfect. I'll admit, 3 years is a long time, but she's worth it. All I have to do is keep those other boys away from her until then exclamation point greater than Mousse grinned as he watched the contest continue. A few meters away, Shampoo noticed him and wondered why he wasn't throwing himself at her as usual. She also saw that he was smiling like a cat that had just pounced on an unwary bird. Something was up. Mousse at age 16, 15 minutes before the tournament, Mousse was giddy with excitement as he prepared for the day. Today was the day that he would finally gain Shampoo as his wife. It had been a hard and long 3 years. It wasn't as difficult as he thought it would be, keeping the other village males away from his beloved. As a master of hidden weapons, he was by far the best male fighter of his generation in the tribe. No. The hard part was dealing with Shampoo's shoddy treatment of him. As he had become confident that he would win Shampoo this day, he had been getting more affectionate with her. Of course, Shampoo would have none of it, declaring that he was nothing but a pathetic, lovesick fool. She had also gotten irritated when he drove off all the other prospective suitors. As a result, she had been pounding on him frequently, saying that it was his fault that the other males were avoiding her. Not that any of this mattered to him now. Today, he was going to be rewarded the fruits of his labors. He could hardly wait. In her house, Shampoo was preparing for the coming contest. As she started her warm-up exercises, her thoughts had drifted back to the last 3 years. She frowned as she remembered all the difficulties that Mousse had caused her. For the last 36 months, Mousse's obsession with her had intensified. He had been steadily driving off any male who had shown an interest in her. He would openly declare to anyone that he would be her future husband. His pathetic overtures toward her had made him an object of ridicule, and he would have lost all respect, were it not for his status as a master of hidden weapons. Shampoo found it all revolting. It would seem that Mousse would never give up on her. Sighing to herself, she cleared her mind of these thoughts and steeled herself for the tournament. Mousse had just left his home and was heading toward where the tournament was being held, when fate had decided to intervene. Just as he rounded a corner, he had bumped into a villager who was carrying a large basket of food, intended to be part of the prize of the tournament. The collision had caused the two of them to stumble to the ground, causing the food to scatter. It was at this time that Mousse lost his only means of finding his way around places, his glasses. The villager had begun yelling at the nearsighted martial artist for not watching where he was going. Mousse paid him no heed as he frantically searched for his eyewear. It was then that he heard a sound that made him pale. Crunch. Less than double quote no exclamation point double quote greater than Mousse cried out as he zeroed in on the sound and reached out with a trembling hand. There he encountered the foot of the villager. Grabbing his foot, Mousse appended the already maddened person and reached down. With tears flowing in his eyes, he picked up the remnants of his glasses. Panicking, he began searching the inner recesses of his robes, hoping to find the spare pair that he usually kept with him. He had literally unloaded everything that he had in his clothes and had a considerable pile of weapons beside him. Less than double quote where are they? Where are they question mark double quote greater than Mousse muttered to himself, ignoring the foul language of the villager. After 20 minutes, Mousse's robes were all but empty. He then smacked his head as he remembered that he had left his spare pair of glasses on the table in his bedroom. Getting up, he ran off in the general direction of his house. He knew he had to hurry for the tournament was about to start. The villager was still shouting at him as he ran away. Mousse could only see faint blurs and colors as he blindly dashed toward his house. It was fortunate that he knew the general area surrounding his house, but in his haste, he made a slight miscalculation as to where the front door was. At full speed, he ran headlong into the doorframe and was promptly rendered unconscious. This seems to be a recurring theme. Mousse regained his senses 3 hours later. Remembering that Shampoo must be exhausted by now, he quickly retrieved his spare set of glasses, reloaded his robes with new weapons and headed to where the tournament was being held. When he came to the spot, he saw that it was deserted and Shampoo was nowhere in sight. If you are looking for shampoo, you won't find her here! Mousse swirled around and saw Cologne hopping toward him. Where is she? I need to see her! Cologne shook her head as she replied. Shampoo is long gone now. She must fulfill a kiss of death! Kiss of death? The aged matriarch nodded. Yes. When she had just won the tournament, an outsider girl and her pet panda had come to the village and had eaten some of the first prize. This of course angered Shampoo. The little upstart challenged my great-granddaughter and beat her. Shampoo was too tired from the contest to give her a good fight. Afterwards, she gave that girl the kiss of death and it has since left to fulfill it! Mousse was in a state of shock. The long preparations that he had made for the last 3 years had been wasted. Shampoo could be anywhere now. Forgetting whom he talking to, Mousse shouted. Tell me where she went, you old mummy! Smack! Mousse was once again unconscious on the ground as Cologne looked at him with a stern gaze. You should address your elders with more respect! The present, the master of hidden weapons scowled at that memory. It had been a golden opportunity for him to win Shampoo as his wife. It had been ruined when Ranma had entered into the picture. Mousse had spent many months searching China for any sign of his beloved Shampoo. Eventually, he discovered that she had been living in Japan with Cologne and had gone to claim her. It was then that his whole world had been turned inside out. Shampoo was still as unresponsive to him as ever. That did not surprise him as he was still confident that he would someday have her as his bride. What made him angry was the fact that some outsider male had defeated her in combat. During his first encounter with Ranma, Mousse had thought of him as a pushover. Furthermore, Saotome seemed unwilling to fulfill the marriage contract and already had a fiancée to boot, so Mousse assumed that he wouldn't be a problem. All of plans for his future with Shampoo still seemed possible at that moment. It didn't take long for Mousse to reconsider his opinion about his rival. For one thing, Ranma was far from the weakling he thought he was. Their first battle was proof of that. After taking a pounding from the pig-tailed martial artist, Mousse had decided to train himself again for a rematch. Unfortunately for the Chinese boy, he couldn't have chosen a worse place to train than Ukyo several months ago. Here, sir, we come to famous training ground of Cursed Springs, Ukyo, said the guide proudly as he gestured to the many pools. I'll train here and put an end to the evil Ranma. Mousse walked toward the springs with his glasses on his forehead. No, sir. What you doing? Practice on poles, not in Cursed Spring. The guide frantically waved his arms, just as Mousse turned his head and took a step forward. Oh! Splash! Oh! He fell into Yajniakwan, the spring of brown duck. Mousse struggled for a few moments before sinking beneath the surface. The guide continued his explanations. Their very tragic story of duck that drowned there 3,000 years ago. Now however fall and spring take body of unfortunate duck. It is very cursed spring. I no want swim in there. Soon a white duck comes to the surface, wearing Mousse's glasses. The duck quacked in despair as the guide addressed him. Oh sir, in many years I work as guide. No one ever fall in spring on purpose. What you do that for? ? Present time. Less than if ever there was a place that a duck could drown. It's Jews and Kyo ! Greater than Mousse's mood darkened even more. Less than its single quote is all Ranma's fault. If he hadn't stolen away my darling shampoo, this wouldn't have happened! Greater than since that encounter, Mousse had been repeatedly trying to make life miserable for the heir to the Saotome school of anything goes martial arts. His plan to change him into a duck had been a dismal failure. Akan's plan to have Ranma throw a fight had also met with disaster. Even his team up with Ryoga had soured, with Mousse getting blown up by his own time bomb. When Ranma had lost his strength, Mousse had thought he had the perfect opportunity to finish off his greatest obstacle to Shampoo's heart. He was thwarted by Ryoga the first time, then he found himself on the receiving end of the Shoten fought afterwards. Since then, it had been nothing but one humiliating defeat after another. It was so unfair. It seemed as if fate had been against him ever since he was 3. As he stuffed some of his belongings into his robes, Mousse began to think back to the times that Shampoo had actually shown him some moments of kindness. After his battle with Ranma, in which Ranma was supposed to lose on purpose, Shampoo had actually carried his battered duck form home and given him a place to stay at the Neko Inn. Of course, she still treated him badly, but it was the first time she had actually shown some concern for his well-being. There were other moments in which she would not be as cold toward him. Every time she played with him when he was a duck, she seemed like the playful 3-year-old again. Seeing her smile was a welcome sight to his eyes. Nothing seemed more beautiful to him than seeing her happy. When the ghost cat had kidnapped Shampoo, Mousse saw that as the best opportunity to win her affection. He figured that if he could save her before Ranma did, then she would shower him with her gratitude. However, Ranma had proven to be just as determined as he was, and in the end, Ranma had saved her. After that incident, Shampoo had undergone a dramatic personality change, much to Mousse's displeasure. Mousse shook his head sadly as he finished packing the last of his things. It was too late for any more regrets as to how his life had turned out. In the end, Ranma had won. He was now enthusiastically returning Shampoo's affection. Mousse found this strange that he would be doing this now, considering how many times he had steadfastly refused her overtures before. He had been so sure that Ranma would eventually pick up Ken. He had been shocked beyond words when his rival had chosen his beloved over the Tendo girl. His mood darkened again as thought of all those times that he tried to win Shampoo's heart. He had failed miserably, while her attempts to attain Ranma's affection had succeeded. He knew something was up when he learned that Shampoo had decided not to resort to potions and such to gain Ranma as her husband. Mousse had become fearful as he realized that if she had failed, it would mean her death. Since that time, he had come to the conclusion that the only way to free her from that curse of marriage law was to permanently eliminate Ranma. He had attacked Ranma on several occasions during that period, but as usual, Saotome had proven to be too tough a nut to crack. Mousse had also become jealous of Shampoo's new attitude toward Ranma. She was now treating him like a person, instead of a trophy husband. She had been totally ignoring the near-blind Chinese boys. Granted, her previous behavior toward Mousse was less than what he wanted, but at least he could take solace in the fact that she was acknowledging his existence. With her new outlook toward her intended future husband, Mousse had become something that didn't require her to take any notice whatsoever. As he watched Shampoo become ever more distant from him and more closer to Ranma, Mousse had gone into a rage. Less than it should have been me that she should have treated better! Greater than Mousse would have paid to have Shampoo treat him as a person. If she could acknowledge him as a human being, then Mousse could have hoped that he would one day wear down Shampoo's reluctance to accept him as a mate. However, it was not to be. As he began to head out the door, his thoughts went back to his last conversation with Shampoo. Shampoo had been very angry at him when she last spoke to him. She was very annoyed that he still believed that she loved him. She had become almost mad enough to kill him on the spot, if it were not for his injuries. She had informed him that she did not like to be treated like some sort of prize to be fought over, just as Ranma was. Less than did I treat her like a prize? Greater than Mousse thought. He thought back to the last 3 years. He had been driven to beating up all the other boys in the village in order to ensure that Shampoo would not have any suitors. He had continually declared that he would be her future husband to anyone who would listen. He would state that she was his and his alone. Despite Shampoo's declarations that she would never marry him, he had ignored her words on the pretense that she would eventually come around and become his wife. He had never considered anything that she said in the past about her not accepting him as a husband. He had continually thrown himself at her, and each time, she would refuse his affectionate gestures. Any chance that might win him the Amazon, he would take, no questions asked and with no regard for the consequences. It was then that he realized something that shook him to the core. Shampoo had been acting exactly the same way toward Ranma. She never listened to him whenever he said that he wasn't marrying her. She had repeatedly thrown herself at him, which usually had him trying to pry her off. She continually fought with Ukyo and Akan over Ranma in any kind of competition, whether it was fighting, cooking or anything else. So long as Ranma was the prize, she would go all out. She had resorted to blackmail, potions and even enlisted the aid of her great-grandmother to win Ranma. In a way, She acted toward Ranma in the exact same manner as Mousse did toward her. It was just after she had changed her attitude toward Saotome that she had gotten better results. Ranma no longer pried her off whenever she hugged him, nor was he suspicious of her cooking. By treating Ranma as a person, instead of a piece of property, Shampoo had gained his trust, understanding and eventually, his love. Mousse was close to tears as he realized how much time was wasted in his pursuit of Cologne's great-granddaughter. He started to realize that perhaps he may have gone about it the wrong way. If he had treated Shampoo as a person and considered her feelings, perhaps she wouldn't have been so unresponsive toward him. He let out a tired sigh as his body ached slightly from his healing injuries. Less than I single quote spent so much time and I have so little to show for it. Life is just so unfair! Exclamation point greater than Mousse turned around for one final look at the Neko Haddon before he went out the door and into an uncertain future. Somewhere in Hokkaido, Ryoga Hibiki was emanating a huge aura of depression as he wandered the streets. As usual, he had no idea where he was or where he was heading. In this case, however, he didn't really care. He had been doing a lot of thinking ever since his last battle with Ranma Blue. At first, he had become angered that Ranma had beat him yet again and that he was now free of his curse. Furthermore, because of the terms of their final duel, Ryoga could no longer challenge his biggest opponent. Ryoga's greatest dream was to be free of becoming P-chan and telling Akan how he really felt about her. If he had won that fight, he would have been able to fulfill that dream. However, he had lost miserably against a seemingly unbeatable Ranma. As of now, he was still wondering how Saotome had gotten so powerful. As Ryoga thought back to his last encounter with his lifelong rival, he wondered what had caused him to change so much. Ranma was not the same anymore. In the past, Ranma could act like a totally insensitive jerk and had an ego the size of Mount Fuji. He was cocky and pompous. He wasn't very responsible and he didn't treat Akan very well. Ryoga often wondered what she ever saw in that book. Ranma would tease him in front of Akan and even go as far as call him P-chan in front of her face. It was after Ranma Blue had defeated him that Ryoga realized that he had changed. He had lost just about his entire egotistical attitude and had become more serious. He did not go into his standard taunting after he had beaten the Lost Boys. In fact, he had tended to his wounds and had wished him the best of luck. It was all so confusing. The eternal Lost Boy's thoughts went back to the first time he met Ranma Saotome in all-boys junior high school. The cafeteria was jam-packed with shouting and starving adolescent boys as they pushed and shoved each other near the front counter. Behind the counter, a heavy-set woman wearing an apron is holding up a food item with a set of tongs. "All right, you boys. This is it. The last curry bread of the day." The lunch lady drew back her arm and tossed the curry bread into the mob of hungry students. Ryoga shoved his way towards the flying food item and makes a leap. "I got it. I got it." Just as he's about to grab the bread, Someone bounced off his head and catches the curry bread in his mouth. Ryoga is left stunned as his lunch is claimed by another boy wearing a pigtail. His anger soon flared as he glared at the offender as he landed on the opposite side of the mob. "How dare you? Who are you?" The youth takes the bread out of his mouth and replied casually, "Ranma Saotome. I double quote LL, never forgive you. You stole my bread. You lousy thief! Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, double quote the present, less than stupid jerk. That bread was mine! Exclamation point greater than. Ryoga's mood went deeper into depression. Less than, and it didn't stop there! Exclamation point greater than. The next day in the cafeteria, smelly and wheat boys. "The last chow mein bread of the day," announced the lunch lady. Ryoga is introduced to Ranma's foot as the bread is caught in the pig-tailed boy's mouth. And the last croquet bread. Ryoga is crescent kicked away as Ranma scores yet another victory. And the last melon bread. Ryoga meets the back of Ranma's head. "Cutlet sandwich. Meat bread!" Exclamation point double quote the present, less than. Egg bread. Seaweed bread. Everything that I tried to get, he'd get it first. That big! Exclamation point greater than. Ryoga winced as he heard that word in his mind. Less than. Okay, that was a bad choice of words. Still, he was nothing but a stupid jerk. Bad enough that I always went hungry, but then he had to run out on that duel! Exclamation point greater than. The day of the big fight. Saotome. Today is the day that I will break you. A younger Ryoga rushes out of his house and heads straight down the street. Unfortunately, he does not make the left turn, which would have led him to the empty lot where Ranma was waiting for him. Hiroshima. No, this is Hiroshima, double quote Osaka. No, you idiot. This is Osaka. Can't you read a map? Question mark! Exclamation point double quote Hokkaido. What are you nuts? Question mark double quote Yokohama. You've got to be kidding. This is Yokohama! Exclamation point double quote 4 days later. Finally made it. Young Ryoga staggered into the empty lot and finds Ranma gone. "Damn you, Ranma! You coward!" With these words, Ryoga collapsed from exhaustion. The present, less than. That jerk's got no honor. So I took just a little too long in getting there. He should have been at that lot! Exclamation point greater than. Ryoga stopped in his train of thought as he remembered that Ranma had been at that lot for 3 days. Less than. So he waited 3 days. So what? He should have waited a little longer. He knew how bad I was with directions. Hell, he had to lead me to school and back home every day! Exclamation point greater than. It was at that thought that caught his attention. Less than. Wait a second. Why did he help me get to school and back every day? Weren't we enemies back then? I mean, I always said that I didn't need his help, yet he would always help me find my way. Greater than. Ryoga cocked his head as he tried to figure out this confusing point. He shook his head as he began to recall his other grudges against Ranma. Less than. What am I thinking? It's his fault that I turned into a pig. I almost ended up as sweet and sour pork exclamation point greater than a few months ago in Duels and Ukyo. Ryoga is standing on a rocky cliff that is overlooking several of the pools. Suddenly, he hears the sounds of heavy footsteps as something large crashed through the bamboo plants behind him. Ryoga turns to see a huge panda rushing toward him. "Yaga!" Ryoga screamed as he leapt high to avoid colliding with it. It was at that moment that he heard a girl shouting in his direction. "Wake up, you old fool!" Ranma-chan screamed as she charged in from above, intending to pound Ranma into next month. Ryoga was knocked downward after his head collided with Ranma-chan's outstretched knee. As he plummeted down toward one of the pools, the red-haired girl continued to chase her cursed father. "Come back here! Come back here!" Splash! Ryoga found himself disoriented and shocked beyond words as he found himself trapped inside a much smaller form. It was at that time that the panda came across him. Picking up the little piglet by the bandana, Ranma considered all the possibilities one could do with such an animal. Of course, we all know that Ranma is a slave to his stomach. So what else would he do with a tender-looking piglet? Ryoga soon found himself in the hut of the Duels and Ukyo guide. It wasn't long before the guide was thinking along the same lines as Ranma was. "Oh sir, you find two delicious-looking piglet. Looks very juicy." The guide stood up and whipped out some sharp utensils. "I make our famous Cantonese-style sweet and sour pork for you. Less than an exclamation point greater than." Ryoga wriggled and struggled as he was hung by one leg above a wok of boiling water. He tried to voice out his protests, but in this form he could only grunt and squeal. The guide busily sharpened up a nasty-looking cleaver while Ranma stoked the fire. As they prepared to cook Ryoga, the guide began telling Ranma about a certain cursed pool. "In here in Duels and Ukyo, they're very famous, very cursed spring called Hitoniakwan. Their very tragic legend that a black piglet lot drowned there 1,200 years ago. Oh, very terrible. Now, whoever fall in spring take a body of black piglet." The guide held up Ryoga and smiled. "I think maybe this one from spring of drowned black piglet." "No." Ryoga frantically nodded. With that the guide dropped Ryoga into the wok and said with glee, "Oh sir, I make very funny joke." "No." "Why fought. Ryoga came up in his human form and naked. His body was red all over as he fumed at the two. "Hey, why? You human, not pig. No can eat this one," said the guide out the present. "Less than a single quote. That's not fair. I used to like eating pork. Now I can't even go near the restaurant district without fearing that someone would try to make me into the lunch special. Damn you, Ranma. After all that you've done to me, you could have at least told me how you got cured! Exclamation point greater than. Ryoga was really in a foul mood as he found himself in the midst of a forest. Less than how? How the heck did I end up here? Damn. I should have watched where I was going. I was so busy being mad at Ranma that, a real exclamation point greater than, where the heck am I now question mark exclamation point double quote 5 hours later, near the outskirts of Niruma, Ryoga had finally found a road, which led him to one of the main highways. By luck, he had managed to follow it to Tokyo. As he wandered the streets, his thoughts inevitably went back to his relationship with Ranma. As he thought about his former rival, he could not help but remember all the times in which they actually came close to getting along like friends. The first of his memories was when Akko's eyes had removed his strength. Ryoga had come across the weakened Ranma just as he was about to be totally destroyed by Kuno, the principal and Mousse. Less than why did I save him that time? After all that he's done to me, I should have let him get beaten up exclamation point greater than after thinking about it for a while. He realized that he did it because he couldn't help but feel sorry for Saotome for being in such a pathetic state. He knew what it was like to be helpless. It happened to him all the time, whenever he became P-chan. Furthermore, defeating Ranma when he's so weak would not have set well with him. There would be no challenge. Ranma had proven himself many times over to be his biggest rival. Whenever Ryoga would become a little better than Ranma, Ranma would train and become better than he. That would force Ryoga to also train. Now, with the feud over, Ryoga was left without an adequate opponent. Not that it really mattered. From what Ryoga had seen, Ranma had achieved a skill level far beyond anything that he could ever hope to attain. The thought made him even more miserable. Another memory that came to him was the time that he received the Mark of God. Granted, it gave him the power to consistently defeat Ranma, even as P-chan. But the silly-looking thing made him too embarrassed to be seen in public. Also, Akan had thought it stupid-looking, which put him into a deeper funk. Ranma had figured out a way to get rid of it, albeit using an underhand tactic. Ryoga knew that Ranma had done it for his own benefit, but he couldn't help but wonder what would happen if Ranma had not agreed to help him get rid of it. Other memories of their relationship came forth. The numerous times that Ranma had kept Akan from learning that P-chan and Ryoga were the same person. The time that he rescued him from that swordsman from the cult of the muscle sword. Throughout all the fights, arguments, grudges and misunderstandings, one thing was constant. Ranma was always there. Ryoga sighed heavily. With Ranma gone, the lost boy found his life strangely empty. There were no more fights, no more rivalry. It seems as if his entire life had been built on the constant conflict. Ranma may have been an egotistical and insensitive jerk, but Ryoga had to admit, he was also honorable enough. He never backed down from a challenge. He was always there for him, even when Ryoga refused his help. For Ryoga, Tendo-Saotome had become an integral part of his life. His reason for going on. Without Ranma to fight, Ryoga's life had become dull and listless. With a shocked expression, Ryoga realized that Ranma was about the closest thing he had to a friend. Life was pretty lonely when you get lost all the time. Looking forward to beating up Ranma had always given him a boost in the morale department. It was an all-consuming obsession of his. It was what drove him to train. Now, Ryoga sighed as he headed toward the Tendo dojo. Not intentionally, of course, as he walked steadily toward Akan's home. He began wondering what path his life would take now that Ranma was no longer a part of it. At the home of Nodoka, the twins were just coming around 5 minutes after they fainted. To be continued, Dada for single quotes notes. The reason that I wrote this chapter was that I felt that some of the other characters were being neglected. I also wanted to explore the inner thoughts of Akan, Ryoga and Mousse and their connections toward Ranma. Akan has now realized that Ranma was not totally to blame for their unstable relationship and their eventual breakup. Ryoga has come to realize that with Ranma no longer a rival, his life has now become empty. After waiting so long for the conflict to be ended, Ryoga has now discovered the downside of his wish. And Mousse? Well, I have some big plans concerning him in the near future. Just remember, both he and Ryoga still do not know about the Ranma twins. Stay tuned for Chapter 14. Dual Destinies Chapter 14. A time to talk. Ranma Red and his brother were sitting on the roof of their mother's house. Their bodies were almost fully recovered from their titanic battle with the supercharged Lecher Hako's eyes, thanks to Ranma Red's healing spell and some added power from Taron and Soren. By morning, the twins would once again be at full strength and health. Hako's eyes, however, would take months to recover from his injuries. At present, the immortal twins had put him into suspended animation. Although each brother was glad to be alive, they couldn't help but be a little concerned about what they would soon be facing. They were barely able to stop a near godlike pervert. Who knew what the demons of the dark world would be like? As of now, their thoughts went back to what was said to them a few short hours ago. It was Cologne's statement, which shook them the most up after the twins had been revived. "You're joking, right?" said Ranma Red. "We really don't have to get married so soon, do we?" "Come now, son-in-law," Cologne replied. "You should know by now that I never joke." "Married?" Ranma Blue exclaimed. Cologne looked suspiciously at the twins while Ukyo, Shampoo and the others looked on. "I thought that the two of you were eager to marry Ukyo and Shampoo." "We're," both Ranmas replied. "Then what's the problem?" "It's just that it's kind of sudden," Ranma Blue answered. "I mean, Book and me were planning to get married after we had finished high school." Ukyo nodded as she too had become shocked at what her future-in-law had said. "I always knew that Shampoo and I would get hitched once we got back to her village, but I assumed that it would be after we had beaten the dark world." Ranma Red added, "I was kind of hoping to have some time alone with Shampoo before the wedding. Why do we have to get married as soon as we pick up the mystic sword and elemental hammer?" "Quite simple, son-in-law. You see, Both weapons are considered as treasures to the Amazons. Therefore, we cannot simply tell any outsider of their secret locations, especially male outsiders. I thought that the existence of those weapons were known only to your family. Ranma Red said. For nearly 1,000 years, they were a family secret. However, when I became a matriarch, as part of my initiation into the council, I was required to reveal all of my secrets to the other elders. I had to tell them of the existence of the weapons and my family's involvement in the last contract renewal. Fortunately, they did not require me to divulge the secret of their locations, as they had no wish to incur the wrath of the gods. I was still able to keep the vow that my ancestors had made to Taron and Soren. I still don't understand why we have to get married so soon. Ranma Blue said. It is because of my ancestors' promise to Soren and Taron and the laws of the Amazons. The original Cologne and Shampoo had sworn that they would tell no one, but a family member of the location of the weapons. Furthermore, the laws of the Amazons clearly state that only a female member of our tribe may be granted access to our treasures. That is the reason why the two of you must marry Shampoo and Ukyo by the time we get to the village. Cologne paused as she took a sip of her tea. Please continue. Nodoka requested. Shampoo was dishonored when she returned to the village without Ranma. She is considered an outcast until she returns with Ranma Red as her husband. Once she marries him, she will be reinstated as an Amazon and I will be able to give her the information to the whereabouts of the mystic sword. She will tell her husband, who will then be a part of my family. That way, both the Amazon laws and the ancient oath will be satisfied. But what about Ukyo and me? Ranma Blue inquired. It was passed down from generation to generation, that the information concerning the sword and hammer would be given separately to each of the chosen twins. In order for you to gain the elemental hammer, you must wed Ukyo. As Shampoo's sister-in-law, she will be given honorary Amazon status, as well as become part of my family. That way, I can tell her the secret to gaining the hammer, which she will relate back to you. Once again, the oath and Amazon laws are satisfied. Both twins were left speechless after hearing what was required of them. They looked at their respective fiancés with slightly apprehensive expressions. Both girls' expressions were hard to read. They seemed to express a mixture of anticipation, uneasiness and something else that they couldn't identify. Right now, they would have some wicked speculation going in their heads. They waited in silence for their future husbands to say something. Both Ranmas gulped as they tried to form words in their mouths. There was no doubt in their minds that they loved them unconditionally, but to do such a thing so soon, both Cologne and Nodoka noticed their expressions and nodded. You do not have to be so fearful, you two. Cologne soothed. You need not have to consummate your unions right after the weddings. Both twins looked at the aged Amazon with looks of surprise and relief. The girls became a bit disappointed at hearing this. You two need only go through the wedding ceremonies to officially become part of the tribe. As a matriarch, I am authorized to perform the ceremonies, but I may only do so on Amazon lands. Once you have completed your training here, we will travel to China and have the weddings performed before we reach the village. I will simply introduce the both of you as members of my family, since in truth, you will be. Nodoka nodded as she understood what Shampoo's great-grandmother was saying. Although she would have liked to see her sons married in a real sense, she knew that it was just too soon for the twins to be put to that. She supposed that they could arrange for real weddings after all of this dark world business was done with. The Saotome matriarch sighed as she put away those thoughts. Ranma walked over and took Shampoo into his arms. His brother followed suit and had Ukyo in a tight embrace. Both brothers gave their loves a long and lingering kiss. After they had separated, they held their hands and gazed lovingly into their eyes. "Fukan," Ranma began. "I know that this isn't what you wanted things to be on your wedding day, but..." Ukyo placed a finger on her fiancé's lips and said, "SHHH. It's okay, Ran-chan. I know that we have to do this. Let's just think of it as a rehearsal for the real thing. I've waited for you for 10 years. I can wait a little longer." She drew forward and planted her lips on his. Ranma swallowed hard as he looked at Shampoo. He knew that she was eager to become a mother and was more than willing to make the marriage real in every sense. "Shampoo?" Shampoo smiled as she interrupted. "Is okay, Aaron. Shampoo knows you're not ready yet. Shampoo also wait too." She leaned forward and kissed him. Both brothers let off a sigh of relief as they returned their kisses. Behind them, the immortal twins nodded their approval. On the roof, Ranma Blue and Ranma Red sat in silence as they telepathically discussed the day's events. Ukyo and Shampoo had gone home for the night, but Cologne had decided to stay a while to get to know their mother. "Man, am I glad that we only have to marry them and not comma, you know," Ranma said. "I know." Then again, Ranma Blue shook his head to clear it of those thoughts. When he had felt a part of his anatomy harden slightly, he knew that he had better take a cold shower soon. His brother was not faring any better. When he thought back to the time when Shampoo had emerged naked in his bathtub, he began to squirm a little. Ranma Blue began thinking of Izuku and inevitably thought back to when he had discovered that she was a girl. He could almost remember how soft her. He groaned loudly as he tried to quell those thoughts. Ranma suddenly got an image of Shampoo putting a bottle of Formula 119 down her blouse. He whimpered as he squirmed some more. Ranma Blue remembered when he showed Ukyo's chest to Ryoga. Ugh. Ranma remembered how sexy Shampoo looked in that leotard during that ping-pong tournament. He squeezed his legs tightly together. Ranma just remembered how pretty Ukyo looked in her school uniform. Then he started to wonder if she was still wearing those chest bindings. Less than help exclamation point greater than Ranma Red remembered how sexy Shampoo looked in that one piece at the beach. Less than, oh no. I think Akpo's eye is starting to rub off on us exclamation point greater than both Ranmas were clearly uncomfortable as they looked at each other, nodded, then quickly got up and leapt down to the ground. They both ran into the house and headed to the bathroom. A minute later, both twins were heard letting out a shriek as cold water relieved them of their problem. In the den, Cologne and Nodoka were having some tea, when they heard the shouts of the twins. What was that? Nodoka said as she became concerned about her sons. No need to be alarmed, Soren said from the realm of infinity. Your sons are fine. Less than what happened to them greater than Nodoka thought. It was just a normal reaction that all boys get when they start thinking about certain things, Taron explained. Less than excuse me greater than Nodoka thought, very bewildered. Well, both Ranmas had been through a lot during their 10-year training journey. Soren began. Ranma had put them through intense training procedures, especially the cat fist. Less than cat fist greater than, we'll let Cologne explain that. In any case, to keep his son from losing any edge, Ranma made certain that he had no distractions. To that end, he neglected to inform his son about certain aspects about life. That was the reason why they were very uneasy about being married so soon. Less than I still gone single quote T comma greater than Nodoka paused in her train of thought as she realized what Soren was implying. Less than you mean, they don't know greater than, oh no. They know the mechanics of it. Thankfully, they didn't miss that part of their education in school. It was just that growing up with Ranma had left them unprepared to deal with members of the opposite sex. Ranma never had that traditional father-to-son chat with Ranma, which left Ranma confused, scared and a little repulsed at the notion, especially when puberty hit him. Taron explained. This was part of the reason why Ranma couldn't deal with his multiple fiancées in the past. The immortal paused to collect his thoughts before continuing. The twins know what love is, at least the general idea. Since they are now separated, they are no longer inhibited. However, they haven't been able to experience love to the fullest, and the best way to truly experience it is to do it. Of course, when they get married. Now living with the Tendos and dealing with the cursed brown girl did not make things easier for them. Akan was always calling Ranma pervert, whenever he had these thoughts. Then she would pound on him. Ranma was always trying to make certain that his son did not get any funny ideas. And of course, Cologne can verify, as to how bad an example Akpo's Island, so you see Nodoka. Soren continued. Both boys feel guilty, whenever they have such intimate thoughts. They're like bottles of raging male hormones that have been corked for too long. The fact that they are now engaged to two very attractive girls has just added to the problem. My brother is correct. Those two need to be assured that what they are thinking is not wrong. It is perfectly natural. It is how they display it that needs to be judged. Showing such feelings toward one's future spouse is acceptable, and that's all they were thinking about a few minutes ago. That's why they had to take a cold shower. Ha ha ha. You had often worried, when Ranma was away, that he might not grow up into a man among men. I would say that they are acting like normal, healthy males. Nodoka reddened slightly at those words, then nodded. Less than it seems that I must have a talk with my sons, first thing in the morning. It is due to my husband's stupidity that both boys are so unprepared! Greater than, we appreciate it. We don't want something like this to impair them in their training. Good evening. As soon as Nodoka and Cologne could no longer feel Taron and Soren, the mother of the twins turned to Cologne and said, "I cannot believe that Ranma would neglect such a thing." Cologne sighed as she said, "Ranma is a fool. Always has been and always will be. I am surprised that both boys had turned out so well, despite living with him for 10 years. Nodoka nodded, then decided to change the subject. "By the way, Soren mentioned something about a cat fist. What is that?" "One of the biggest mistakes in martial arts." And Ranma was stupid enough to repeat it. Cologne answered before beginning her explanations. At the Tendo dojo, Akane had just finished her latest bout of crying when she headed downstairs to practice in the dojo. In the living room, she saw Nebiki watching the evening news. The top story of the day was a huge explosion that occurred earlier that day near downtown Tokyo. Witnesses claimed that they saw a giant troll, which looked like Yakuza battled some electric dragon. The resulting carnage had devastated more than a square block and had demolished several derelict buildings. Unconcerned, Akane headed to the training hall. For all she cared, the world might have been coming to the end. For several hours, Akane went through different katas as she tried to forget about her problems. Unfortunately, Ranmas was someone whom you cannot dismiss so easily. Every time she threw a punch or kick, she would see Ranma in front of her, effortlessly dodging her attacks. Her frustration began to mount as she saw Ukyo and Shampoo in her mind, taunting her, telling her that she had lost. They were now the fiancés of the Ranma twins. Akane had dark thoughts about wrapping her hands around their necks and squeezing them until they turned black and blood was spurting out of their eyes. As her anger began to build, her movements became erratic and less effective. It wasn't long before the young girl realized that she was losing control again. She stopped in her movements and stood up straight and took a neutral pose. Less than no. "I've got to pull myself together!" Greater than Akane thought. Less than I have to stop thinking about them. So they're not my fiancé anymore. That doesn't mean that I have to mope about it like some lovesick schoolgirl. I'm a martial artist. I was a martial artist before he came and I'm still a martial artist. I don't need either of them. It's not like there's any love between us! Greater than as soon as she thought about the word love, she caught herself in the lie. It wasn't true. She loved him, them. She had just recently come to that conclusion. That was the reason she was so upset. If she did not love Ranmas, then she would have been glad to have been finally freed of the engagement. Already, she could feel the tears well up in her eyes. She bit them back and continued with her katas. In another 30 minutes, she could feel some of her tension melt away. It was then that she heard the squeal of a familiar friend. We. Akan looked behind her and saw her pet Big shuffle his way into the training hall. He looked a little more battered than usual, but Akan didn't care as she rushed over to pick up her P-chan. P-chan. Am I ever glad to see you? Ryoga was fuming a bit since he had once again turned into his cursed form. Apparently, he had the misfortune of wandering near the site where the Ranma twins had been battled at Akko's eyes. As he passed by a fire truck, he was inevitably sprayed by an air and water hose as the firefighters tried to put out some of the blazes. He later stumbled across the Tendo dojo and was surprised to hear Akan's voice. He looked up and saw his beloved Akan rush toward him. With a joyful squeal, he jumped into her outstretched arms and was soon cuddled near her bosom. As he reveled in his new position, he noticed that Akan's cheeks were red and puffy, almost as if she had been crying. P-chan, where have you been? It's been days. Less than here and there, Akan. The usual doubt greater than Ryoga answered silently. Of course, all he could say was, we. I don't know where you were, but I'm glad you're here now. Akan walked over to the wall and leaned her back against it. She then let herself slide down it until she was sitting against the wall. P-chan found himself nestled in her lap. I need someone who'll listen. Less than I single quote am listening. Akan doubt greater than Ryoga looked up at her and waited for her to speak. Ranma is gone. He's not coming back. Less than what ? Exclamation point greater than, it's true. He's not my fiancé anymore. Neither of them. Less than, oh happy day. That means that Akan and I can. Wait a minute. Neither of them. What's she talking about ? Greater than. Akan looked down at P-chan's confused expression, then gave him a small smile. Oh that's right, you don't know about it. Less than know about what ? Greater than. Akan let out a long and tired sigh. Ranma has a twin brother. Less than twin brother. Ranma doesn't have a greater than, it's true P-chan. There are two Ranmas now. Akan then began to explain to her pet about the events in which Tendo-Saotome had become twins. After her brief narrative she finished off by saying, and now those two are going to marry Ukyo and Shampoo. Their mother has disallowed my engagement to them and, Akan sighed again as she tried to keep herself from going into another bout of crying. By this time, Ryoga had started to become steamed. Less than grrr, so that double quotes how he did it. He didn't increase his speed. He double-teamed me. That bastard. When I get my hands on him, I'll rip his stupid head off. Both of them ! Greater than. Akan looked down at her pet and saw that he was getting agitated. She started to pet his head and tried to soothe him. Calm down P-chan. Getting mad at those jerks isn't going to help. It was my fault that his mother had disallowed the engagement. Ryoga momentarily forgot his anger and looked at Akan in confusion. Less than you single quote rate fault. I don't understand. Greater than. Akan sighed again as she explained. When those two announced that they were going to marry Ukyo and that bimbo's shampoo, I lost control. Their mother saw me as unfit to marry either one of them and invalidated the vow between the families. P-chan gave her a look of sympathy. It's ironic, you know. I've always been telling people that we're not engaged and I'd never marry a jerk like that. But, now that I don't have to, Akan sniffled a bit before continuing. What was that saying? Be careful what you wish for. Less than please Akan. Don't be sad! Greater than Ryoga silently pleaded. Less than that jerk Ranma doesn't deserve someone like you. I'm the one who loves you, not him. Now that you're no longer engaged, that means that greater than before Ryoga could finish his thoughts, Akan sniffled again, as she finally could not hold back her sadness. As a lone tear made its way down her left cheek, she said quietly, it took something like this to make me realize that I loved him. Ryoga looked like he was having a stroke as his eyes bugged out and he let out a strangled squeal. Less than no! No! Greater than Akan noticed her pet squirming in her arms and nodded. It's true, P-chan. I love that insensitive, arrogant, tactless, rude and obnoxious jerk. It should have been me that he's supposed to marry, not those other girls. Ryoga stopped in his struggles when he heard this. He was in total shock. Then, Akan had decided to deliver the final blow to his already fragile psyche. Akan took on a look of determination, as she said, I'm not going to let it happen. Ranma belongs to me. I love him. Both of them. They were engaged to me before they were born. They're my fiancé, not Shampoo's and Ukyo's. I'm going to prove to their mother that I am right for them and get married to one of them. I'm going to tell them how I feel. I'm not going to take this lying down. I'll win them back. My biggest mistake was treating them badly before. Not this time. I'll be kind and understanding and patient and, P-chan. What's the matter? What's wrong? Ryoga could not take it anymore. He began to violently struggle in Akan's arms and finally jumped down to the floor. He ran out the door and promptly got lost. As he went squealing into the night, Akan tried to call back her pet. P-chan. Come back. Where are you going? Come back. What's wrong? Ryoga ran blindly through the streets with tears in his eyes. Akan's decision had struck him where he hurt the most. His heart. The truth was out. His beloved Akan was in love with his most hated rival. She was going to try to win him back. Now his tender feelings toward Akan had transformed into despair, depression and rage toward the Ranma twins. Less than Tendo-Saotome. I am going to kill you. Both of you! Greater than the next day, both Ranmas appeared in a flash of light near the gates of Furankan. They were a bit surprised to see that the schoolyard was littered with the bruised and battered bodies of most of the male student population. At the front doors of the main school building, Ukyo waved to them. As they walked over to her, the twins heard several moans, groans and mumbling coming from the boys who were sprawled around the lawn. Ooh. Oh, I can. Date with me. I'll beat her tomorrow. Just as they got to the front door, they saw Kuno face down on the ground. His clothes were tattered and his wooden sword had been smashed over his head. He was in a daze as he moaned. The lovely Akan. Her beauty matches her fiery spirit. I will date with thee. Ukyo ran up to the twins and was soon embracing Ranma Blue. After exchanging a brief kiss, Ukyo exclaimed, Hey Ran-chan! You wouldn't believe what happened here. Ranma Blue smiled as he said, These guys were trying to beat Akan so they could date her and she massacred the lot. Hey! How did you know about that? It happened all the time when we first transferred to this school. Ranma Red replied. He looked at Kuno's battered body and remarked, Looks like Akan went rougher on Kuno than usual. I suppose that now that we're not engaged to Akan, it's back to the old big Akan so you can date her routine. I see. Ukyo said as she took her love's arm and walked inside the building. No wonder Akan was so steamed when they attacked her. Who made this up? Kuno did. Ranma Red replied. I guess he wants her now, just as much as he did then. Speaking of Akan, Ranma Blue said. Do you have any idea what we're going to say to her? Ranma Red shook his head. No. I know we have to talk to her, but I'm not sure as to how to do it. She looked really sad after I had beaten Foos. I really feel sorry for her. Ukyo said quietly. Not that I want to give you up, Ran-chan, but, hey! I'd have to be nuts to leave you hookin'. Ranma Blue said as he gave her another kiss. Ukyo smiled as she returned the kiss, but then her face became a little more serious as she said, Ran-chan, I know that you and your brother have to set things straight with Akan. But I can't help but worry that, don't be concerned about it, Ukan. That's right. Ranma Red assured. No way that we're going to marry anyone else but you and Shampoo. It's just that we've been with Akan's family for a long time, and we think that we owe it to her to explain how we feel now. Ukyo looked at her fiancé and his brother for a moment, then nodded. Okay, Ran-chan. As Akan waited for the twins to arrive at their homeroom, she mentally began planning on how she would win back Ranma's love. At least one of them. She was in a bit of a dilemma as to which Ranma she would marry. Ranma Red and Ranma Blue were essentially the same person. Furthermore, she had no idea as to how she could convince either one to break off his engagement. She did not have the ability to plan as her sister Nebiki could. When it was almost noon, she still was no closer to solving her problem. It was at that time that her mercenary sibling came along. Akan had been sitting alone near the baseball diamond when her sister had caught sight of her and walked over. Nebiki could tell that her sister was in a very depressed state as she still hadn't touched the lunch that Kasumi had made for her. She quickly assessed that her depression was due to the Ranma twins and decided to have a few words with her. "Hey Akan, if I were you, I'd forget about them." Akan was a bit startled when she heard her sister's voice. Quickly composing herself, she looked up and replied, "What are you talking about? Don't play dumb with me, sis. You're not very good at it. You've been crying about this ever since the engagement was dissolved. What I'm telling you is that both Ranmas are off limits now. Besides, they've been nothing but trouble ever since they came here. HMPF. You weren't complaining so much whenever you used Ranma to make money." Akan countered. "That's different. That was business," Nabuki said in a calm tone. "I don't care what you call it. I'm going to get him back. And I need you to help me." "Why should I help you do this? In fact, why should I even bother? I mean, it's not like you and Ranma ever got along in the past for more than a day. He was more trouble than he was worth. He always insulted you, ate too much and caused a lot of damage to our home. Besides, Ranma's mother has already disallowed the engagement. Even if by some miracle you do convince one of them to become fiancé again, what makes you think that things will be different?" "Because I love him," Akan said in a quiet voice. Nabuki was a little more than surprised to hear those words from her sister. Akan had never expressed any tender feelings toward anyone outside of her family before. To have her admit that she loved someone like Ranma, despite of all that had occurred in past, must mean that she meant what she said. Nabuki couldn't believe it. "Less than my little sister is in love. Now there's a rarity if I ever saw one. Too bad that she's in love with a guy who's engaged to someone else. I don't like seeing her like this, but comma greater than, I'm sorry Akan, but I can't get involved with this one." Akan's eyes widened as she heard this. "Why not?" Nabuki gave her sister a hard glare before responding. "It's obvious to everyone that Ranma and his brother are in love with Shampoo and Ukyo." "No they're not," Akan denied. "They're just marrying those girls because of that yatai and that stupid Amazon law." Nabuki shook her head. "Akan, you can't be this blind to the truth. Look at them." Nabuki gestured to the happy expressions of the twins. Before they got split, Ranma had been loud, rude, obnoxious and just too egotistical for his own good. He always put his foot in his mouth whenever you were around and he never, ever, showed anything that was remotely romantic in public. I've had my contacts watch them in school, ever since they appeared. They tell me that both of them have been getting very close to Ukyo and Shampoo. They don't shoot off their mouths. They don't brag. What's more, they like playing kissy face in front of people. From what I've gathered, Ranma blue kisses Ukyo every 5 minutes. Ranma Red would be doodling pictures of Shampoo in his notebook. They're not as shy and they're positively enthusiastic about their engagements. The Ranma we knew would have said that guys don't do mushy stuff. Face it Akan. Ranma changed when he became twins. Apparently, Getting separated had given each of them a total makeover in their personalities. And after seeing what they did to Kuno and Mousse, I'm pretty sure that they won't leave Shampoo and Ukyo for anyone. Not even for you. I can't simply believe that she was hearing this. Less than no. It can't be. Ranma loves me. Not them. I know he does. I loves him. He wouldn't have stayed with us for so long if he didn't have some feelings for me. Every time Kuno or some other guy tried to hit on me, he'd get jealous. He'd always deny it, but I could tell. What about that time we went up against the golden pair? Or how about when Ukyo set me up with Ryoga? No. I know that Ranma loves me. All I have to do is remind him ! Greater than Nebiki frowned when she looked at her sister's countenance. She wasn't getting no to her. It seems that nothing would make her get rid of the notion that one of the twins would forsake his current engagement. She could feel nothing but pity for her younger sister. Finally, she sighed and said, "Akan, I don't think you understand that it's over. Ranma's not going to marry you. You should get over him and get on with your life." Akan felt her tears come to her eyes. She couldn't believe what she was being told. It was unthinkable. Then she looked at Ranma Blue. When he gave Ukyo another passionate kiss, she realized that Nebiki was right. She had been fooling herself. She had been holding on to a dream that would never come true. The thought of her life without Ranma and it was just too much for her to bear. Breaking down, she got up and ran off with her face in her hands. Nebiki began to run after her sister. Unknown to both Tendo's sisters, the very same people they had been discussing had observed their conversation. Both Saotome brothers and Ukyo had noticed Akan speaking with her sister and had seen Akan run off crying. "I think it's about time that we had that long talk with Akan," Ranma Red remarked. "Yeah," Ranma Blue said. "Should we visit her after school? That'll be okay. Everything should be finished before our training session with Soren and Taron." Ukyo became a bit apprehensive when she heard this. "I don't know, Ran-chan. I mean, your father and her father still want you to carry out that promise to unite the schools. They might not let you go once you get to the dojo." Ranma Blue smiled as he gave her a reassuring kiss. "Don't worry about it, Ukan. There's nothing they can do about it. Papa's still scared of Mom and there's no way that you or Akan's dad could keep us there. Trust me." It was around 5 o'clock when the twins arrived at the Tendo dojo. As they stood outside the gates of the compound, they looked at the place in which they had called home for many months. They began reminiscing all the time that they had living there and were none too happy with most of their memories. So many fights, misunderstandings and arguments had occurred at the Tendo home. They frowned as they looked over the roof of the training hall. There were several patches scattered across its surface. Reminders of when Akan had lost her temper or Hakosa getting the drop on them. That usually resulted in Ranma being launched over the roof and into the wild blue yonder. The walls had also seen better days. There was not one side, which did not have less than 3 holes boarded up or hastily filled in with plaster. The constant fights with Ryoga, Mousse, Kuno and others had taken their toll. Shaking their heads sadly at the chaos that they had inadvertently caused to this family, the twins each took a deep breath and headed toward the front door. Kasumi was there to greet them when the door opened. As always, she seemed her usual serene self. "Why, hello Ranma Red. You too Ranma Blue. Welcome back. What brings you to here?" "Hey Kasumi. Good to see you again," Ranma Red replied. "Is Akan home? We need to talk to her." "Well, no, she hasn't come home yet." "Why do you ask?" "We need to speak to her in private." "I'm sorry, but I haven't seen her since this morning. It's getting late and I'm becoming a little worried." "You want us to go look for her?" Ranma Blue asked. "Oh, would you please? Akan has not been the same since you two left the dojo. Nadiki told me that she was very upset today and that she couldn't find her anywhere." Both brothers thought back to when Akan had run from the school in tears. It was then that they felt a chill come over them. The twins shuddered as they felt a feeling of dread wash over them. Kasumi noticed this and asked, "What's wrong?" "I don't know," Ranma Red began. "For a minute, I could swear that I just sensed." "Yeah," Ranma Blue said. "I felt it too." It was almost as if both twins looked at each other, then remembered that Soren had told them that their ores had very strong bonds to people who were close to them. Closing their eyes, they began focusing their key energies on the disturbance. Combining their ores, they were able to probe much further than either could do alone. An image began to form in their minds. At first, it was a blurry scene of dark shadows and shapes. It then became clearer as lines and colors came into focus. Finally, the image became crystal clear. What the siblings saw made their blood run cold. They snapped open and they each had a look of horror on their faces. Kasumi had become even more concerned. She had never seen Ranma that way before, not even when he was in the grip of terror when facing a cat. It made her shiver. "What is it?" Both Ranmas gave her a panicked look and then bolted from the dojo. Before Kasumi say anything else, the twin Sotomes were gone from sight. In a deserted construction site, Akan was feeling miserable. More miserable than she ever felt. Ryoga's famed depression would seem like a jump for joy compared to what she was feeling. After running from the school in tears, the youngest Tendo daughter had wandered the streets, not knowing or caring as to where she was headed. She eventually had come to this construction site where the workers had gone home for the day. Finding an unlocked gate, she had entered the site and had started climbing the girders of the unfinished building on a limb. By the time she had reached the 7th floor, the sun was just starting to make its daily journey toward the horizon. She decided to sit down near the edge to look at the cityscape below and contemplate what to do with her life, now that Tendo-Saotome would no longer be a part of it. As she looked down at the buildings and streets, she let out a long and listless sigh. Her life had been irrevocably changed. There would be no more arguments or insults. There would be no more fighting, save for those boys who wished to date her at school. She was no longer being forced to marry someone against her will. The dojo would no longer suffer any further damage since Ranma was not living there anymore. Her life would revert back to what it was before Ranma had entered her life. It would be as if she and Ranma had never met. Less than a single quote ironic dot greater than I can thought. Less than for so long, I've been saying that I didn't want to marry him. Then when I finally get my wish, I do something stupid like fall in love with him. It's just so unfair. Why did I have to fall for him now? Why did I even fall for him in the first place? He was nothing more than an obnoxious, selfish, arrogant and self-centered jerk. I should have bashed him when I first met him. But no, I had to become a lovesick schoolgirl greater than I can let out another tired sigh as she stared at the bright, majestic colors that the sun had produced as it neared the horizon. Less than now that both Ranmas are engaged to Ukyo and Shampoo, they haven't even noticed me. It's just so unfair. I had to put up with the insults, the fights, those other girls and Ranma's ego. And what happens? I fall in love with the dope and he becomes twins and gets engaged to those bimbos. I've been suffering for almost a year and I get nothing in the end. Why did I even bother? Greater than I can could feel her tears well up again, and angrily wiped them away. Less than no. I'm not going to cry again. Nebiki was right. I've been living in a fantasy world. I've been fooling myself. I'll never be able to get Ranma back. He loves Ukyo and Shampoo, not me. If only I had been able to tell him sooner about how I felt about him. Ukyo and Shampoo told him up front and now they're going to marry him. Both of him! Greater than I can stood up and walked toward a girder that was jutting out of the side of the building like a diving board. She walked down its length until she was standing near the end. The winds blew around her gently, cooling her face and the redness that her tears had wrought. Looking down at the streets below, I saw that several buildings had begun to turn on their night lights. The street lamps were also turning on as their bright tops began dispelling the many shadows of the darkening night. The colors and patterns of luminescence spread out like a giant kaleidoscope. In the distance, she saw Tokyo Tower light up like a giant Christmas tree, adding its brightness to the city. For one brief moment, all seemed right with the world. Then Akan's depression sunk to its lowest depths. Her heart began beating a painful rhythm as she felt the awful heartache of unrequited love. Terrifying in its newness and unbearable as it was realized far too late. The promise of a joyous future with Tendo-Saotome had forever been dashed. Less than Nebiki told me that I should forget about him and get on with my life. I'd have two problems with that. I can't forget him and without him, I can't see any reason to get on with my life. My life has just been a total waste. Far be it from me to live a waste dot greater than with a single step forward. Akan was as free as the wind. However, her freedom was destined to be short-lived. Akan felt no fear as the shadows on the ground seemed to open up their arms and prepared to welcome her with a dark embrace that would last for eternity. Above her, streaking toward her falling form at unbelievable speeds, two flashes of light blazed across the sky. One glowed with an intense red light, while the one beside it burned with a blue fire. If one could see inside the two bursts of brilliance, one could make out a distinctive pigtail trailing behind each one. To be continued, offer single quotes notes. I am probably going to get the most controversy with this chapter than any other to date. Ever since I started watching Ranma 1/2, I've often wondered why Ranma always acted the way he did when it came to girls. He seemed to be very immature. He'd always tease Akan and treat Ukyo as one of the guys. Considering that he's in his mid-teens, you'd think that he'd act like any other boy his age. After all, puberty had already hit him, and I'd say that his hormones would be acting at full blast. Then I remembered that he has had very little experience with dealing with members of the opposite sex. Ranma was not exactly a great teacher either. The decade of isolation had made Ranma Saotome inhibited and shy toward girls, and I suppose that his Juzenkyo curse had added to the problem. Furthermore, he has restrained himself from discussing this delicate matter with his peers and his family. Instead, he would hide behind a macho mask of indifference and would change the subject. Another controversy that I know I'm going to be buzzed on is the subject of suicide. Just so you know, I do not advocate it. Let's face it, it's not a pretty sight. Even though Rumiko Takahashi used the ritualistic ceremony of seppuku as a humorous plot device, we really shouldn't joke about it in reality. Throughout our lives, we come across situations in which we cannot handle. It seems at these times, the easiest way to end the problem is to end our lives. Akan is now dealing with the pain of losing Ranma to her biggest rivals. Now I do not want to give away the outcome of whether or not the Saotome twins will save her in time. If she dies, then Akan lovers everywhere will flame me. If she doesn't die, then Akan haters will flame me. Can't please everyone. I wrote this chapter, not only to give the story a more of a serious quality, but also to show that although we see that sex and suicide as points of humor in the Ranma 1/2 series, we really should be aware that they are not points to be taken lightly. Dual Destinies as always. The characters of Ranma 1/2 belong to Rumiko Takahashi. Urd, Beldandi and Scold Oh My Goddess belong to their respective creator left parenthesis S. I write this series purely because I enjoyed less than greater than thoughts left curly bracket, telepathic communication left square bracket, foreign language other than Chinese. Chapter 15 Soul Search. They were too late. Ranma Red and Ranma Blue landed on the ground near the unmoving form of Akan Tendo. Their oars were glowing with unimaginable power as they had taxed their flight abilities to the limit in their attempt to stop her from ending her life. Unfortunately, Ranma Red's teleportation powers were still limited to short distances, and he could only transport himself to faraway places that he had already been to. As a result, both he and his brother were forced to employ slower means of travel, despite the fact that they nearly broke the sound barrier in their desperate flight to save their former fiancé. Both twins approached the body of the youngest member of the Tendo family with dread. They did not want to see her lifeless form, but they knew that her suicide was because of them. They stopped a foot away from the body, and crouched down. Each brother reached out with their arms and trembled as they picked up Akan and cradled her. Tears began welling up in their eyes as they gazed upon the remains of what was Akan Tendo. Her head was cocked at a bad angle, and it was apparent that she had broken her neck on impact with the ground. Her eyes were half closed and she had a calm, yet sickeningly serene look about her. Her school uniform was full of dirt and was tattered near the hem. Blood was oozing profusely from a head wound, but in her current state, it didn't matter. Akan was dead. She had willingly ended her life because she could not conceive it without Ranma. Both twins became overcome with grief as they realized they were the main cause of this tragedy. They soon became desperate as Ranma Red began invoking his healing spell in the lifeless form of his once loved Akan. Ranma Red's aura glowed with more intensity as he poured massive amounts of ki and magical energy into her. Suddenly, her body began to straighten out as the damage to it was rectified. Her head moved back into correct alignment as the shattered neck was rejuvenated. All the cuts, scratches and bruises disappeared in an instant. The head wound was quickly sealed up as Ranma Red taxed his healing abilities to the limit. He was already exhausted from his desperate flight to save Akan, but he refused to stop. Finally, after several minutes, his aura gave out and he collapsed. Ranma Blue looked over his sibling with concern. "Are you all right?" Ranma Red shook his head. "Mumber, I've fixed all the physical damage, but it was like repairing a car with no one to drive it. Her soul is gone. I can't sense her ki at all. She's dead. Damn. This can't be happening." Ranma Blue swore, pounding the ground with his fist. Things were going so well in the beginning. We finally get cured of the curse. We're engaged to Ukyo and Shampoo. Ryoga's not fighting us anymore. Mousse is gone. Why did this have to happen? I'm sorry that this had occurred. Taron said. Why didn't you warn us? Better yet, why didn't you save her? Ranma Red asked angrily. Calm yourself, you two. This is not the time for you to lose your control. Soren advised. What do you mean? Ranma Blue retorted. Akan's dead because of us and you want the United States to become. Yeah. I tried my healing powers, but they don't work on someone who's already dead. Ranma Red was clearly becoming as angry as his twin was. Yes, I am telling the both of you to become, because there is a way to bring her back. Soren replied uneasily. Both Ranmas snapped up their heads in confusion and said at the same time, Really? That's right. Taron said with a sigh. We had hoped to ease you into this phase of your training, but Circumstances force us to throw you two headlong into this. Before we tell you anything more, we must be certain that you are willing to face the consequences of what you are about to do. What kind of crud are you throwing at us? Ranma Blue replied hotly. Of course we'll do it. Hang the consequences. Ranma Red added. Within an instant, the two twins and the body of Baku and Tendo were enveloped in blinding flash of white light and vanished out the realm of infinity. The Ranma brothers found themselves back in the realm of infinity. In front of them, the repaired body of Baku and Tendo was laid out in front of them on a stone platform. On the other side of the body, there stood Taron and Soren. Before we tell you two how to save Baku, we have to say that we are very against doing this so early in your training. Taron said in an irritated voice. Stop it, Taron. Ranma Blue replied as he glared at him and his twin. You knew Baku was going to kill herself, didn't you? Yeah. You and your stupid destiny. Calm down you two, or it may become too late to save Baku. When the Ranma twins settled down, Soren continued with his explanations. First of all, we did not have the slightest idea that Baku would do something so drastic. We are charged with observing the movements of the dark world and keeping an eye on you two, not every individual on the entire planet. Secondly, because of a few stipulations from Kami-sama, we are also forbidden to directly interfere with mortal affairs, unless it had something to do with the contract. Baku made her choice to end her life willingly. Fortunately, it was not yet her time. Both Ranmas looked at Soren in confusion. That's right, Taron affirmed. When people die before their appointed time, their souls wander through the Kami plane. Usually, the gods and goddesses sort through these souls and send them to their final destinations, heaven or hell, or send them back to Earth as reincarnated beings. However, since the space-time continuum has become disrupted due to the contract renewal, many souls have become lost and are now without guidance. This has happened occasionally over the millennia, especially when a person meets a violent end. These people may wander for centuries before they are finally catalogued and sent on their proper paths. However, with the dimensional barrier so woefully unstable, the deities are taxed to their limits, trying to keep the flood of lost souls from becoming dispersed as they careen through the plane. That is where we think Baku's soul has gone. She had met a violent death before her time during the period of the contract renewal, thereby doubling her chances of getting lost. That is where the two of you come in. How do we save her? Ranma Red asked. I am about to project your souls to a point on the edge of the Kami plane. I believe the mortals call it astral projection. I was going to teach this skill to Ranma Red, but we don't have the time right now. Soren replied. That's fine for him, but what about me? Ranma Blue asked. I don't do magic. You won't have to, because your brother will be sharing his power with you. Taron supplied. Huh? That's right, Soren said. Since the two of you share the same key energies, you can both draw upon the same energy sources. Not at the same time, mind you, but enough to combine your abilities without having magic and elemental power counteract each other. That was how you two were able to form the Thunderbolt Dragon to beat Akko's eyes. As long as the two of you cooperate and not try to establish control over each other, then the magic and elemental power will work together, rather than compete against each other. Once you two have entered the Kami plane, you will find that you will have your full capabilities in your astral forms. In fact, it will feel as if you still had your real bodies. Mind you, you can still be hurt and feel pain. So watch yourselves. You must move quickly, for the longer you stay in the Kami plane, the more difficult it will be to leave it. Another thing to remember is that the Kami plane is considered as the nexus for all realities and dimensions. Be careful not to get too close to any vortexes or you'll be swept up and thrown somewhere else. Hopefully, Akanso hasn't gotten close to one yet. Couldn't you just go in there and help us? Ranma Blue asked. Taron shook his head. Afraid not. Our immortal souls, coupled with the mystic forces and the power of nature, would cause a major disruption in the plane, sending all the confused souls further into disarray. No, I'm afraid that you two are on your own for this one, since your mortal souls will not cause as much chaos. Are there any questions before we get started? Soren asked as he began building up his ki energy. I don't know if I'm up to this. I used up a lot of energy just restoring Akan's body. Ranma Red stated. Don't worry about it. Once you become separated from your physical body, you'll be able to tap into the spiritual energy of the Kami plane. It's also conductive to elemental powers, so Ranma Blue will be able to draw from it as well. Remember to keep in close contact and use your senses to follow Akan's trail. We'll also send a message to a few of the deities to lend you a hand. Once you have found Akan, head back to the point in which we sent you and we'll pick you up. Now we must begin. The two Ranmas braced themselves as they watched Soren build up his ki to mind-boggling amounts. White ethereal mist began surrounding them as they noticed their auras begin to glow without them willing them. With a shout, Soren released a huge blast of energy at the twins that enveloped them in a blinding brilliance. At the same time that Soren had released his power, Taron had also built up his ki and opened up a circular portal in the space beside him. Just as the light of Soren's spell had faded away, Taron had completed his task. On the platform beside Akan's lifeless corpse, Ranma Red and Ranma Blue were laid out. Both bodies were warm to the touch and glowed with blue and red auras. They looked like they were asleep, but in reality, they had been put into a trance. The auras soon began to glow intensely and in another burst of light, this time red and blue, both spirits of the Ranma twins floated free from their vessels of flesh and blood and floated through the portal that Taron had created. The energies resembled ghostly figures of the twins, one red and one blue. In an instant, the spiritual twins were on their way down the Kami plane. Belgondi and her sister Skuld were more than overwhelmed by the assignment that they had been given. Since the contract renewal had greatly disrupted the dimensional barrier and caused many lost souls to become even more lost, their father had deemed it necessary to temporarily call back his daughters from their current assignments in order to deal with the extra workload. "Yeah!" Scold yelled as she used her croquet mallet to bash another six-legged bug, which had gotten too close to one of the terminals of the ultimate force system. As soon as she hit it, the bunny-faced creature popped out of existence. "I can't believe that there are this many bugs. Why can't we just reboot the system?" Belgondi looked over her younger sister with a disparaging eye. In a calm, yet soothing voice, "Kasumi would be proud," she explained the reason. "No, Skilled. You know very well that we can't do that. Especially at this time. Rebooting the system would reset all the main files, especially the one concerning the contract. We would end up with another 10,000 years of fighting the Dark World. Soren and Taron have gone through a lot to get to this point. We only have to wait a little longer. After the Dark World is defeated, the bugs will disappear on their own." "But sis," Scold whined, "I've been whacking bugs non-stop for a couple of weeks now. Heck, I've even tried my Super Scold Buggerizer 6000X patent pending on them. No matter how many it zaps, they still keep on coming. These stupid things are causing the spirit directional program to glitch up. We're losing more souls to the void than we can round up, let alone catalog them. Word's been out there collecting lost souls by the dozens, but even she can't keep up." Scold. Belgondi chided. "As a goddess, you should be more patient. We are all feeling some discomfort, but it will be over soon. Taron and Soren tell me that these new champions are the greatest that they had ever trained." As if on cue, Ranma Red and Ranma Blue popped into Kami Plane beside them. They were more than a little disoriented at being separated from their bodies and then sent into a place that looked like a giant room filled to the brim with all sorts of computer equipment. "Oh no. Now the bugs are getting bigger." Scold rushed toward the twins with her mallet. Both twins got an odd feeling of deja vu as they saw someone dash toward them while brandishing a mallet. They quickly jumped to the sides, just as Scold tried to smash both of their heads with her debugging device. Belgondi looked at the newcomers and her eyes widened as she recognized them. "Scold. Stop. They're not bugs. They're the chosen twins." "Huh?" The younger goddess stopped in her tracks as she looked back at her sister in confusion. Ranma Red and Ranma Blue were already in their battle stances, ready to deal with whatever threat this girl in the red and white outfit represented. As soon as they heard the other girl tell Scold to stop, they looked towards the goddess Belgondi. Their eyes widened as they looked over the brown-haired girl who had a remarkable resemblance to Kasumi, both in appearance and demeanor. She radiated a sense of serenity that reminded them so much of the eldest Tendo daughter. She had a soft, soothing voice that made them feel welcomed and they could sense only an aura of tranquility about her. It was as if Kasumi had become divine beyond words. "Hello, chosen ones. I am the goddess Belgondi. First class, first category, unlimited. I must apologize for my sister's behavior. Welcome to the Kami plane. Belgondi was radiating so much calming emotions that the twins couldn't help but feel relaxed. Ranma Blue decided to start the introductions. Nice to meet you. I'm Ranma Blue Sodom. Belgondi finished. And that is your brother Ranma Red. I know about you. Taron and Soren told us about you too. They did? Ranma Red asked. Yes. So what brings the two of you to? Belgondi paused for a moment as she tilted her head slightly, as if listening to some noise. She then blinked and turned her attention back to the twins. I had just received a message from Soren. He tells me that you are here to pick up a friend of yours. Both Ranmas got excited when they heard of this. Yes. We're looking for a Tendo. Ranma Blue blurted out. A Tendo? Looking to her sister, who was still brandishing her mallet, Belgondi gave her a slightly disparaging eye and said, "Now Scold, where are your manners?" Scold remembered herself and slung her hammer over her back. "Sorry, sis." She then gave a curt bow to the twins and introduced herself. "I'm Scold, second class, second category, limited. I can bring up the file on this Tendo of yours." Quickly moving over to a small terminal, she punched in a few codes into what appeared to be a keypad, and in an instant, a readout was displayed on a holographic monitor. The words were written in some foreign language that the twins did not know. As soon as she read the file, she had a look of puzzlement on her face. That's odd. According to this file, Tendo has just died, but her appointed time was not until a few years after she had become a great-grandmother. Both Ranmas had become guilty at hearing this. "I'm afraid that we're the reason for this mess," Ranma Red said in a bit of a depressed tone. He and his brother then gave an abridged explanation as to what had happened. After they had finished, Belgondi's expression was one of great concern. "Oh dear. This will never do. Of course you have to get her back. Her sudden demise is only adding to the problem here. If she stays in this plane for too long, she will be beyond any chance of recovery. Then you'll help us find her?" Ranma Red asked hopefully. "We will do all that we can to aid you," Belgondi replied. "However, we can't do anything right now. It is taking nearly all the power of my sister and I just to keep the ultimate force system from crashing. However, my older sister Urd is out in the void, gathering up lost souls. She may have already found your friend. Akan would certainly have been on her list." "Urd is your sister?" Both Ranmas said in amazement. They couldn't quite comprehend that this gentle, Kasumi-like person was related to the vivacious and sexy goddess that they had met previously. Belgondi smiled as she responded, "Yes, Shiel, and I'm quite proud of how she had convinced your mother to accept your new engagements. But enough talk. You must hurry. I will send you to her." "Wait a minute, sis." Scold piped up as she took out a small device from her robe. It resembled a Game Boy handheld video game and it had a large screen on the front. She inserted the device into a slot at the terminal beside her. After a few moments, she extracted the device and handed it to Ranma Blue. "What's this?" Ranma Blue asked. "It's a mini-guide computer," Scold answered. "I've programmed it with Akan's spiritual energy so you can follow it to her. If Urd hasn't found her yet, it will act as a map in case you get lost in any of the other dimensions or realities. It's been adapted to your key energies and will answer your questions. Just talk to it if you want to know something." Turning to her sister, Scold nodded her head. "Okay, do it." The mark on Belgondi's forehead glowed with a bright light as she waved her arm at the twins. The two spectral forms vanished in an instant. Somewhere else in the Kami plane. Urd was a bit irritated. She floated in the multicolored void. Behind her, there were several dozen ghosts following her like a pack of wolves. I use the term wolves since nearly all of them were male ghosts. She ignored the constant wolf whistles, leers and suggestive remarks as she fumed silently to herself. "Less than damn. I hate this assignment. I'm supposed to be a goddess of love and the past, not some retrieval drone. I should be trying to get Belgondi and Kiichi to do the mattress dance, not play follow the leader to lost souls! Greater than just as she had completed her thoughts, a bright flash of light appeared before her. She a bit surprised as she recognized the two people who materialized in front of her. "Well now, if it isn't the Ranma twins, what brings you two studly boys to this neck of continuum?" Urd gave them a slow wink and moved sensually toward them. This display earned her several more hoots and whistles from the specters that she was leading. Both brothers reddened a bit. Urd had not changed. They quickly informed the goddess on their reason for being in the Kami plane. "Akan Tendo," Urd repeated as the brothers finished up their story. "Yes, she is on my list, but I haven't found her. In fact, I've barely found 1/10 of the new lost souls that had come in today alone. The disruption of the interdimensional barrier is making things really hard for me. I won't even mention the backlog of those who had died centuries ago. We have to find her and quick," Ranma Red stated. "Yeah. Belgondi said that if she stays here for too long, we'll never get her back," Ranma Blue added. Urd took on her rarely seen serious face and nodded. "That's right. If a departed soul remains in this place for more than 8 hours, the soul will become acclimated into the Kami plane. Then, it will be impossible to resurrect that soul into its own original body. In fact, it's dangerous for you to be here. If you do not exit this place before that 8-hour time limit is up, your astral forms will become incapable of leaving it. Do you have any idea as to where Akan is?" Ranma Blue asked. Urd closed her eyes for a moment and concentrated. She then turned her attention back to the twins. I sensed that Akan's soul had drifted off in that direction. She pointed toward a cluster of distant lights. "Do you have anything to help you track her?" Ranma Blue held up the mini-guide. Your sister gave us this. Urd nodded. Good. Make full use of it. I'd come with you, but as you can see, I've got my hands full. The rest of my fellow deities are also roaming around collecting lost spirits. So we're on our own, huh? Ranma Red said in a depressed tone. I'd help you if I could, but I can't abandon these spirits any more than you could forget about Akan. Many of these souls are in the same situation as she is and have the chance of being restored as well. I can only give you some advice. Keep your guard up. There are many beings other than lost souls in this place. Some of them are very unpleasant. And whatever you do, avoid the vortex that leads to the realm of oblivion. That is the nexus point in which the dark world has great influence over. Judging by your current power levels, you are not ready yet to face the minions of Shiroka. With these words, Urd bid them good luck and floated off with her charges following close behind. As they watched the group fade off into the distance, the twins began debating as to what to do next. Well bro, this is it. Ranma Blue commented. It's not the first time that we've been left on our own. Ranma Red remarked, looking off at the direction that Urd had indicated. The red-shirted martial artist frowned at the distant lights. Try asking that Duake if there's any way we can get there quick. I can't use my teleport action spell since it's beyond my usual range, and I've never been here before. Ranma Blue nodded as he held up the device and said, we need to get to that place over there fast. Is there any way we can do that? Affirmative. The small computer answered in a metallic voice. Both twins were enveloped in another burst of light and were instantly transported to area of swirling lights. When they rematerialized, they found themselves amid a cascade of flowing colors and mists. Where are we? Ranma Blue asked. He had meant the question for his brother, but the mini-guide decided to answer for him. Kami Plain, Area 9453, Quadrant 10. Ranma Red and his brother looked around and used their enhanced senses to try and detect the presence of Akan. Hey! She was here. Not too long ago. Ranma Red remarked. Yeah, but all this residual spiritual energy is making it hard to lock onto her trail. Ranma Blue said as he tried to concentrate. Failing in this, he consulted the computer again. Which way now? This way. The device replied as they were once again transported to another sector. When they reappeared, the twins found themselves among a crowd of ghosts, which were gathered in a light room. Many were seated on benches, while others were standing. Some were talking to others, while some were just patiently waiting for something to happen. As the twins looked at the group, they noticed that all were dressed differently and were from different parts of the world. Some were outlandishly dressed in clothes from different time periods. Where are we now? Ranma Red asked. Waiting area 4754. The computer replied. One of the spirits noticed the twins and floated toward them. He was dressed in a military uniform, which was from the United States Cavalry of the 19th century. He had a saber hanging from a sword belt and it had several medals on his tunic. He had blonde hair with a long mustache and sideburns. When he spoke to the twins, he used a southern dialect. "Well, howdy boys. You're new around here, aren't you?" Ranma and his brother looked at the stranger with a confused look. Realizing that he was speaking English, Ranma began focusing his ki and invoked his spell of comprehension. He modified the spell so that his brother could also understand. The specter paid it no mind as he was already used to seeing strange things happening. "Excuse me. What did you say again?" Ranma asked. "I said that you're new around here, right? Are you waiting to be judged too?" "Judged? What do you mean?" Ranma said. "Well, this here is the place where some folks wait to be tried by the Almighty Lord himself." "Oh. Where are my manners? I'm George Armstrong Custer. I used to be a general of the United States Cavalry back the Old West." "United States? You're an American?" Ranma said. "Born, raised and died," Custer said proudly. "Why are you here? What are you being judged for?" Ranma inquired. Custer sighed as he responded, "Well, back in the Old West, we didn't take too kindly to them Injuns when they went on a rampage. Especially them Sioux Injuns. I mean, we owned those lands after those savages had signed the treaty, then went back on their words. I was only following orders when I was told to go out and send them back to the reservations. I guess the Lord saw that it wasn't right to force people off their own lands. After being here for the last 100 years or so, I kinda agree with that notion." "What happened to you?" Ranma queried. "I underestimated my opponents. I thought I was dealing with a bunch of savages. Turned out that Sitting Bull and Crazy Horse weren't all that stupid. His army of 5,000 wiped out me and my division of 200 men. I should have sent out scouts at the Little Big Horn. That's why you're here. It was my pride and my racism that cost me and my men our lives. I figure that's why I've been here for so long. I guess the Lord wanted me to ponder a mite about how I should treat other people. Just because they're different from me doesn't mean that they deserve any less respect." The Ranma brothers became saddened by Custer's words, then remembered why they were in the Kami Plain. "By the way," Ranma asked, "did you see a young girl come by recently? Short black hair, about 16 or so. Name's Akan?" Custer asked. Both Ranmas nodded. "Yeah. I met up with her a while ago. She looked like she was from China or somewhere about there, but we didn't have trouble talking. One good thing about being dead, we all understand each other. Can't figure why you didn't understand me at first. Less than that single quote s because technically, we're not dead yet! Exclamation point greater than Ranma thought. Anyway, Custer continued. She was a really sad little girl when she wandered by. We talked a mite, and after I told her how I should have respected those Injuns better, she started moaning about how she should have treated some guy called Ranma better. Both brothers winced at that revelation. Is she here? Asked the blue-shirt Ranma. No. She didn't seem to care about anything. She told me that there was no need for her to be judged. She decided not to hang around and left. Went out at their door. Custer pointed to a blue door on the other side of the room. If I were her, I would have stayed put. I was lost in that void for 50 years before one of God's angels came and found me. Both brothers gave their thanks to the ghost of Custer and headed out the door. They found themselves floating in the void again. Looking around, they could see several wraiths drifting about aimlessly with confused looks. Not sensing Akan anywhere in the near vicinity, they consulted their mini-guide and were instantly transported elsewhere. For the next several hours, the twins roamed the Kami Plain. With all the disruptions that the contract renewal was causing, Akan's spiritual trail had become weak and was hard to track, even with the mini-guide and their senses on full. As they followed Akan's trail, they had come across several prominent figures in history, all of which had met with a violent and tragic end. Davy Crockett, Napoleon, Adolf Hitler, Admiral Yamamoto, Mussolini, Abraham Lincoln, the crew from the Space Shuttle Challenger, Princess Diana and others to name a few. Wow! Ranma Red remarked. Lord wasn't kidding when she said there was a huge backlog. Yeah, but we're still no closer to finding Akan. After another hour, the trail led to a swirling mass of dark clouds that resembled a black hole. As they hovered near the edge, the mini-guide started giving off a sharp beeping noise. Warning! This is the dimensional vortex that leads to the realm of oblivion. Do not enter. Repeat. Do not enter. This is where the trail leads. Ranma Blue said to his sibling. I know that Lord told us not to go in there, but I can sense Akan's presence in there. Me too. Do we go in? Before Ranma Red could answer, they both felt a chill pass over them. Then suddenly, they heard the tortured scream of a girl in agony. A scream they recognized. No doubt about it. She's in there. Ranma Red shouted. It's not like we have a choice. We have to get her out. Right. The two of them paused as they gathered in their energies. Then they leapt into the vortex. The realm of oblivion. Barkodos and Zuruko laughed maliciously at the soul contained in the large crystal sphere hovering before them. Every now and then they would send a blast of searing energy at the orb, causing the spirit inside to writhe in pain as a small piece of it was torn away. It's been a good 2,000 years since we were able to enjoy ourselves like this. Barkodos said as he sent another bolt into the crystal. Hearing the screams of pain and despair in an innocent soul always cheers me up. Yes. Tsuruka agreed as he sent yet more energy into the crystal. It's a good thing that this soul wandered too close to the vortex. The 1,000 years between contract renewals can get very boring. I enjoy a little diversion now and then. How long do you think this one will last? Judging by how much despair and pain it was feeling when we caught it, I'd say a few more minutes. We might as well enjoy them before this soul is completely used up. A pity these mortal souls are not made of sterner stuff. When we made this one relive her most painful memories, her cries of anguish were so delightful, I wanted them to last for eternity. They were sweet music to my ears. Yes. Ironic that this one had strong connections to the chosen twins. We could have used her as a pawn. However, since she is dead, she is nothing more than a temporary bit of amusement. Oh well. Arkodos sent another blast at Akan's soul. Her form wavered and began to lose its form as she let out another scream. She then collapsed to her knees inside the crystal. Well, Arkodos, this one is about finished. She should be grateful to us. Once her spirit energy loses its cohesion, she will be absorbed into the great vastness of the realm of oblivion. She's a lucky girl. Arkodos replied as they both raised their arms for one final blast. Akan looked up at her tormentors. She had thought that after dying, she would feel no pain. She was wrong. The demons that had caught her had made her feel agony far beyond the physical level. They had made every one of her most painful memories come back in her mind like a tidal wave. Every regret, nightmare and mistake that she had experienced in life had been brought back with crystal clarity. Even worse was that each memory had a profound effect on her very being. She could feel her very soul slowly being torn apart with each blast. The very fabric of her being was slowly being unraveled. She had seen her mother die a second time. The only difference was that the demons had made her feel the despair and pain that Kimiko had felt as the disease ravaged her body and sapped her will to live. She had experienced the agony of her father as he tried to deal with the loss of his wife and the mother of his children. She relived the bitterness and loneliness of the following years as she threw herself into her martial arts to deal with the absence of her mother. Worst of all, she remembered every pain, every sorrow and every heartache that she had for the one person whom she had fallen in love with, Ranma. These final remembrances were the most unbearable of all. It was worse than rape. It was worse than being traumatized. The heavy feelings were so intense that when she saw the demons raise their arms to deliver the final blast, she welcomed it, knowing that when she lost her very being, she would finally have peace. It was then that she heard a familiar voice. In stereo. Mokodakabisha. Tsuruka and Hakodos were totally caught off guard by the twin Kai attacks. They were struck in the backs and were driven to their knees. Snarling with rage, the twin servants of Tsuruka got to their feet and turned to face whomever was foolish enough to attack them. Their faces turned from rage to sadistic delight as they recognized their assailants. Well now, this is a pleasant surprise, Tsuruka said. Yes, the dimensional barrier is still preventing us from entering the Earth realm. We were wondering how to get at you two. Looks like you saved us the trouble by coming here. Arkodos smiled with a sadistic grin as the two demons began powering up their energies. I love it, Tsuruka crowed. Not only do we now have 3 souls to amuse ourselves with, but we can finally ensure victory over the Earth after 10 long millennia. In your dreams, Ranma Red declared as he took a stance. You're not getting our souls, and you can't have our hands either, you monsters. Ranma Blue added. Monsters? Tsuruka said in a sarcastic tone. Boy, you don't know the meaning of the word. However, Barkodos and I are going to enjoy teaching you as we tear your souls apart. You want this soul? Come and take it. Barkodos stood at the ready with Tsuruka. The Ranma twins faced off with the demons as they prepared to make their first move. To be continued. For single quotes notes, this chapter represents the first encounter between the twins and the Dark World. Tendo is once again put into the role of the damsel in distress, only this time, it's really serious. Furthermore, it is a situation in which she herself had gotten herself into.